All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this week's $500 Esports Arena Valorant Weekly Tournament. My name is JC Yeso McDonough, and I'm joined by my man Tanner Metro for another week of some banger Valorant action here. Tanner, happy Monday, and welcome back.
Happy Monday to you, JC. And again, it's considered one of the worst days of the week. So hopefully we're here to make it better for some of the audience and a couple of these teams tonight. As again, they get to try their hands out. I see some new names in the bracket, and I'm hoping that these names are people who have seen previous events and think, hey, maybe we'll be the team to knock that fedora off of Mamba Mode Gaming.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to see. Obviously, Mamba Mode coming into this week, 5-time back-to-back champions here in the Valorant Weekly, and we have our format here for you guys and the prizing. So just a little bit of an introduction on how things work. It is a best of one single elimination bracket that is capped off with a best of three between the final two teams, obviously battling for a share of that $500 prize pool. And we're about ready to get things going. We've got Pyronic going up against Blitz for our first match of the day. It's going to be here on Split, the pistol round already done, and we're ready to get into the action.
Yeah, and when the tournament starts at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, these guys don't take that as a joke. They jump right in here, and we see Pyronic already up around. Only one member remaining. Does have a gun in his hand here for Blitz, but a tall order if he does want to decide to clutch this one with the spike being down. And, I mean, every single angle as he steps in here. Yep, he is going to get spotted out. Toasty Unicorn's going to pick up the kill, and that's a tough one, but just as you know, as a Valorant fan or even a Valorant player, that second round can kind of be a throwaway, and why not just run for it?
Yeah, at least they're able to get a couple of kills, so it forces the side of Pyronic to spend at least a little bit more money in this third round, and we'll see if they can do some damage to the economy here. As you can see, not the best of buys for Pyronic. Looks like they're still playing fairly conservatively with the economy, looking to set themselves up for the long run. And it looks like possibly an early A execute. They're being very patient. They may catch this peek from the Jet at A long. That's going to be the bot going down. A flash from the breach. The Jet immediately backs away, throws out some smokes, and they've got access to the site. A lot of visibility cut off from heaven right now, and they're going to get in here as Steph is looking for this frag, but that's going to be the Jet trading there. Actually, 2 for 0 there for Crag.
And able to trade it back. E-Shots is there, but unfortunately, he is going to fall. So just as quickly as that push started, it started to end for Pyronic now in a 2v4. And we saw this Pyronic squad using so much utility. As another kill comes through, the remaining members are going to die, and Blitz going to find their first round off the back end of that buy. So I think most importantly, like you said before we get into the team compositions, the economy was hurting coming into that one. Blitz had done just enough in that second round, although on pistols, to knock down a few members, take some of the guns out of their hands, and then you see in that one it pays off huge for them once they're finally able to get a buy. And as I was saying before that, Pyronic, they're one of the other teams that we're getting to see in this tournament. Since the changes to some of the agents, now Viper has been played. I didn't see it too much in the Blitz Invitational in the pros. There were I would say if not at all. I personally didn't see any Viper, but it's nice to see some of these guys experimenting with it, because you see, just like you pointed out, how much they have as far as utility goes, just blocking everything off in that round.
Yeah, it's certainly something that we talked about at length a week ago, and I agree with you. I hope to see it more here throughout this tournament, but Pyronic at least bringing it out to start the day. And due to that kind of partial save, a bit of a half buy from Pyronic in the third round, they are able to full buy this time around. Blitz stringing together 2 rounds in a row would definitely do some damage to that economy, so we'll see what they can do as it's Pyronic getting control of mid early, and actually a very passive hold. Pyronic has actually gotten complete control here. Blitz content to just hold on sites, control both heavens here, as that's going to be a smoke out from the Omen in B heaven right now, and it looks like Pyronic wants to get in here. They're going to smoke him off. The flash is good, but Paranoid able to spray without any vision and grab that kill. Couple though for Blitz, and it's going to be the immediate rotation over to Ed.
Yeah, they might get spotted out here though as they go up. One gonna get spotted, the kill not gonna be traded, as Arena is able to get away, and Craig finds another one with that ultimate. Cryo cells, and Craig holding down A site. That was, you thought for just a moment, you know, maybe Pyronic have the upper hand, just like you said. Blitz playing a little more passive, giving up this heaven area, but a couple of kills come through early. The Lurker got killed over at A as well, so there's no way for anybody to push up to try and stop Craig, and we saw them pop off through that rotation through rope. So another huge round for Blitz, and you said it, the economy's hurting. You see it right here on your screen, a couple of dingers and a couple of sheriffs, or a few sheriffs, I think a few is 3, for this Pyronic squad, and just as quick as they were ahead, now they could be behind here in this 5th round.
Yeah, Craig looking to peek out with the operator towards mid. Isn't going to see anything due to the heavy use of smokes there. But I do love the execution from Blitz. It's obviously always risky to just give up mid like that. But if you hit your shots once they enter into heaven, it's just fine. As long as you're able to win those trades and hold those angles and use those advantages, then you've got nothing to worry about. Couple of cages there from the Cypher is going to discourage any sort of push onto the B side. It's so difficult with those perfect one-way setups, and Pyronic has again opted to try and get control of mid here, and once more Blitz content to give it away, looking to hold strong on their sites. And they've actually got, peeking at the minimap, it looks like they have 4 players on the B side. They're just electing for the one Reyna holding heaven here once again. So they're protecting this push towards B, cage down. Eshot's able to take out that tripwire, gonna push onto the side, gets 1 kill, looking for a second, but he's gonna get taken down.
Yeah, and mind you, this is an eco round here. A couple of sheriffs and stingers. Now, things no longer tied up as Thomas found a kill up from a heaven, but the spike is down, and now it's up to Blitz to try and make this push onto the side. Craig was here, as you said. 4 members are playing towards B. They were trying to read that play up into heaven. Yet again, as the operator falls onto the back of the side, Steph finds 1, Steph finds 2, and Toasty Unicorns cleans it up in a thrifty victory from Pyronic there. That was a huge round win, and I think a lot of it was on the back end of E-shots there, flashing into the site and finding not 2 kills, but a kill and some damage, and then really opening up the round there. So huge round for Pyronic.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of miscommunication there from Blitz, not kind of checking both sides there. You really just want to have one player peeking to each side. The one risk is if you have someone holding in the middle of the site behind that wall near that default spike plant, you can get punished right there. But I think playing the odds, you've got to peek into the tunnel towards garage as well, to the right side, to the back of site. They don't check it, and Steph is true with the spray, takes down 2 there, and the round does go to Pyronic, so they have regained their lead here.
Yeah, and now we're still pretty early in the game. Obviously, 6th round here coming through. Ultimates are available, and it's one of those things that you fight with, right? Is it, do you want to use your ultimates or make sure you have them for a round you need to win? As ball lines go down, it's going to be the ultimates actually traded back and forth from this B side, as Inox finds 1 onto Matt, flashes out to try and stop the push for now. It's going to be a 1 for 0 overall, as both breach ultimates were used. Not going to find much more, but the remaining members are stuck here in this garage, especially as you can see that Reyna playing up in heaven, could look for a flank. Fault line comes down, the kill, another one comes through. Thomas finds that. Thomas finds a second, but Paranoid's able to trade it back. That's the Viper player here. Now a 2v3. Boba gonna spot him out. Has the dart on the camera, not able to spray it down. Steph again remains true with the Vandal. And now in the blink of an eye, we're all tied up this round, looking to go in favor of Blitz at the start, but now could go either way.
Yeah, low health bars for both of the Pyronic members, so they are very vulnerable as they rotate over to this A site. The one benefit that they have is they have the numbers advantage here against the Reyna, as Paranoid's going to peek out into A long, immediately gets cracked there by Cryocells, and now Cryocells, he doesn't have to play aggressive. He can just bide his time, uses the Leers, that's the peak, he lands the shots with the Vandal and finishes things off, so Blitz tie things back up at 3.
Yeah, and a smart play, like you said. There was, I believe, once both members from Pyronic had gotten towards a site, there was 13 seconds. So one of them dies. The other one has 8 seconds to figure out a way to get onto the site, make sure you're not dying by the Reyna and getting a plant. And obviously, you have to challenge that Reyna. And Cryocells playing super safe on that one. Now has that ultimate charged up. Still a couple of ultimates available across the board. More importantly, I'm looking at Steph's. She's got the showstopper available, and we've seen some of these raises hit or miss in these games, and now we'll see if she can stay true. Is Thomas going to find a kill? Steph finds another one, finds a second one now. A third for Steph here. Cannot stop the raise for Pyronic. Hop in the backpack here. Steph will carry as Boba needs to be careful peeking this corner. Another one goes down. Steph looking for the ace. The last remaining member, though, is the Jet, who likes to hover around that A site, but a free B means the spike can go down, and we'll see if Craig looks for the retake.
What a spray there from Steph. Very clean with this Phantom right now, just clicking heads as Blitz now just down to the Jet. It's Craig looking to rotate over to the side here, has the operator, and at this point, with it smoked off, and the spike already down, I would imagine Craig is probably going to opt to save, maybe see if he can get an exit frag, but I think it's very unlikely that anybody from Pyronic heads towards the CT spawn here. He's actually going to walk into the smoke here, looking for the peak, dashes away. The chase is going to come, so they're looking to hunt down this Jet. Can she get away? She is able, no, okay, able to take down one, so trades 1 for 1 there, but will lose the operator.
Yeah, and you're probably kind of scratching your head at that one. It's a 1v3. You know you're going to get chased. It doesn't matter who you are. I don't know if Craig was expected to be chased by 2 there, but as you can see in that economy, still has enough credits for the operator here and full armor, and we'll see if the team can pick up behind. I don't know if Blitz was looking too hot when it came to credits. Yeah, everybody kind of on the back foot in eco round, and we'll see if Craig's operator is going to be enough. Opting in this round maybe for an aggressive peek towards mid, and this could catch Blitz off, or this could catch Pyronic rather off guard.
Yeah, and it was, interestingly enough, the previous round, more of an aggressive protection of mid that backfired for Blitz, and we'll have to see if they become a little more tentative for the rest of this half, because Steph seems to be very, very on point with these sprays, and that's going to be the smoke coming out of ropes there from the Omen, and Steph going to be very patient, just holding here in mid, has the backup of the breach, looking to get that peek towards B heaven, hasn't seen anything quite yet, and it looks like Craig holding in there looking for a little something, but Steph going to play very slow, backing out as the defenders are going to rotate over towards the A site, but that is just a distraction as 3 members of Pyronic rotating over to B. It's going to be just the Jet holding in heaven for this defense, and they have the spike.
Yeah, and I really like how Blitz constantly, they're changing. I guess where Craig is lurking really is what it feels like. They put their Reyna on A site. Craig is either going to play towards A or even towards mid after giving up mid for a few rounds. And now we see the push actually going to be towards this heaven up top with Craig. Not having an angle just yet. Finds one as the flash. It's just about everybody on that Pyronic squad, but they are down onto the side. Kill's going to be traded, but Steph will fall. As eShots looks for one more. Toast Unicorn's gonna find one, be the benefactor of a kill. And now with the Sheriff in hand, Cryocells and Boba have to look to get it done in the 1v2, but the reloads come through and eShots finds the kill. And we ran out of time.
Runs out. Yeah, time runs out.
Wasn't even paying attention to that. A 3K from eShots, but unfortunately they still lose the round.
Yeah, and I wanted to note it actually a few rounds ago after Cryocells was able to get that frag on the A site and then just played behind the wall and stalled out for the timeout. And it's one of the biggest differences that I actually see between your standard, solo queue games to more team play and more higher end play specifically is that the defenders seem to have a better understanding of how to play with the clock, because the clock is a weapon at all times. It just shifts between which team it seems to benefit, and it's largely based around, has the spike been put down? But Cryocells did a great job there. Blitz doing a wonderful job. They don't even have to push entirely onto the site, right? It's important that you stay alive, but as long as you can stall long enough, make Pyronic think about you and not getting that spike down, you can use that clock as a weapon, and it was there for Blitz that time to tie this game up.
Yeah, and although an incredibly close game thus far, right? We're tied up 4-4. It seems like Pyronic are struggling with their identity because when they rush on to a site, they lose the round like we saw earlier in the game, and then they also can fall victim to the time running out here. Multiple times thus far, they have been the clock has not been in their favor. So hopefully we'll see some changes as four members looking to go through the ropes. We've got Craig over here lurking towards A, but as I say that, I caster curse him and he goes down. Matt's gonna be traded by Cryo Cells, and Thomas on the rotation on the back end picks up a kill for himself. But in the blink of an eye, we are evened out, and this time around the spike will go down, and we'll see how Blitz can play this retake. The aftershock comes through, not gonna find too much. The ultimate is available for Pyronic on their breach should they choose to use it. The Viper Pit also available, as that one does go out right now, but kill comes through. Steph gonna fall. Boba trying to find some more. Paranoid gonna pick up a kill in their own Viper's Pit. Health bar is incredibly low though, needs to be careful. Could be sprayed through even with low vision, as there's the ultimate now coming through. Thomas trying to play a tight corner, not gonna find the shots as E-Shots does. Paranoid gonna pick the last one up, and Pyronic are going to reclaim their lead in this one. Paranoid doing it with 11 health, and that Viper's Pit. I love seeing that ultimate used on offense, and we've seen it used on defense as well. So I want to see some more plays like that. I really, really like that ult.
Yeah, it's really strong. If you guys missed the broadcast a week ago or the latest Valorant patch notes, remember the Viper's Pit no longer causes decay to your teammates. Her smokes even as well. None of Viper's utility will damage your allies any longer. So now you can use it a lot more aggressively. Your team can play around that reduced vision, and it ends up benefiting Pyronic there. They're able to grab that round, and now they're hopefully looking to hit that 6-point mark right now, as that's Paranoid getting onto the site. Going to get a little bit of damage here onto the Cypher. He's holding behind the wall. Good flash there from the breach, but Toasty Unicorn still able to take out Boba. Inox going to go down, as well as Cryo Cells. Thomas able to trade one back, and now it's Craig with the Blade Storm looking for a little something here, pushing onto the side. He's going to go down to Steph.
Yeah, and it was an eco round for Blitz, as they were looking just to do something a little cheeky, pushing through mid. Thomas here does have the Vandal in hand, and it's not impossible for the 1v3, but with the lower economy there, you see sitting on 1,600 credits. Even in defeat this round, not going to be looking too pretty, so he's going to opt into trying to save this weapon. And Pyronic could choose to hunt this one down. I didn't see their economy at the beginning of the round, but it looks like they're okay with just keeping their guns as well. And since the changes, speaking of, right, Viper seeing a little bit more play, maybe not necessarily pro play tier 1 there, but in some of these side tournaments that we're seeing it here, Esports Arena, the Vandal also being picked up, but this one is across the board. A lot of the pros even choosing to opt into that Vandal after it did get that small damage buff. So these guys taking a page out of their book and doing just the same. And we'll see if it does end up paying off. I think it was the Phantom that Steph has been using, finding 3Ks. And then on the back end of that, E-Shots has been using the Vandal, finding 3Ks as well. So the accuracy staying true with both guns. And we'll have to, I guess, pay attention to the statistics as if more Vandals continue to pop up in some of these games.
Yeah, Steph certainly leaning into more comfort here, holding on to the Phantom, as that's just Craig with the Vandal spray through the cage. Had no vision, but it didn't matter. Able to land the headshot there on the Paranoid, and that's going to be Steph pushing in and taking Craig down, getting revenge for his fallen teammate, and that is control of the A site over to Pyronic. The bomb bot is going to go into the back of site there, and the spike is down.
Yeah, and Neural Theft used, so they had an idea where these guys are going to be rotating from. A lot of time has passed since then, though. Enough time to kind of change it up. But one on the flank, Steph here on the side. Paranoia comes through. No push on the back end of that as Toasty Unicorns finds a flank from Cryo Cells. Going to take him down. Now, you need to be careful. Matt playing that tight corner. Steph finds 3 kills again. But now it's a 1v1. Omen v Omen here as Toasty Unicorns creeping up. Toasty Unicorns it's in his favor right now. He can look to play time as the spike was being diffused, and Thomas will fall another round to Pyronic, and that could be another round where the economy not doing too hot for Blitz, as that was a full buy round coming off of an eco that they lost here. So nice play. Toast Unicorns utilizing the time, the spike being down. He's got a different angle. It was a little awkward there. I don't think Thomas was expecting him to be there. Now, yeah, as you look at the economy, I don't know if the Blitz squad is really on the same page. It seems like when some people want to buy out, they just force everybody else to buy out. Here is Craig with another operator in hand. Thomas still feeling himself, picks up a gun, and I think it was a Spectre coming through for a couple members as well. So this could be a pretty crucial round again for Blitz, and this could be when Pyronic really step on their throats.
Yeah, and I mean, last round of the first half here, so Blitz going to have to just spend all the money they possibly can to hopefully bring the deficit back to just 2. Would hate to head into the second half down 8-4, as that is not an insignificant margin after 12 rounds of play. And so far, they've been able to at least stall the early push towards Garage. Craig, again, going to head up here to A Heaven with this operator, has been holding this position pretty consistently, trying to discourage these mid pushes that Pyronic has favored throughout this first half. And he's going to peek out into mid, doesn't see anything. And now Pyronic slowly starting to creep back into Garage here. The Omen spotted in mid by Blitz is going to draw their attention away, as just like that, Pyronic's onto the site. Craig jumping down from Heaven, gets sprayed down by Steph. The wall bang from the Rays is good, but gets traded out here by Thomas. And Inox with a frag means the number advantage is gone. It's 3v3.
Yeah, and just like that, is you want to talk about the numbers, and then things get evened out, but now Pyronic still on top. And as you noted, it is the last round of this first half, as Inox and Cryocell's going to try and get it done. The ultimate comes through, trying to find some stuns. The flash go out as well. Peeking the corners, be careful. Backside is there, but it doesn't matter. Toasty Unicorns playing just underneath Heaven is going to find the last kill. The round goes the way of Pyronic, and now things will switch up, and we're looking at 8-4. And for the first 8 rounds, it was incredibly close, and then Blitz unfortunately fumbled it there in the back half of the first half. And now they're staring at an 8-4, or I guess a 4-round deficit. And I'm interested to see how these guys plan attack, because I think they played a little different than we were expecting to see, opting to give up some of the angles, a lot of times just leaving Heaven and not necessarily having somebody play there. So I'm interested to see what they bring to the attacker side of things. It's not really any new agents, right? It's not the Viper. They do have the Reyna, which is a little different, but as far as composition goes, that seems pretty standard. So I'm hoping the strategies are really where these guys shine here.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, Blitz is certainly in trouble. The common wisdom really is you want to be winning your defensive halves on pretty much every map. Some more than others, it's important, but losing your defensive half by 4 rounds is never a good thing and sets you so far back here. So Pyronic's got to be feeling great in this pistol, as Steph is going to get traded out, though, by Thomas, and Blitz right now pushing onto this B site, looking to get that spike down. eShot's able to get one here. So it is the 4v3, low health on Thomas, and he's going to get taken out by Matt. So Pyronic has gotten this round back to even for now, but the spike is down.
And eShot's playing towards the back alley here. Has a flash available, spots one, but Craig is going to be able to dash away there. Flash goes out. It flashes the Reyna up top, but it didn't matter because he was getting shot from behind. Craig finds the last kill there, and it was standard. It was Blitz taking the win, though, and now we know what may come of this. Hopefully early in the day, we get to see some upsets in these round number 2s, and we'll see if Pyronic can do just that. I think a lot of it is if Steph goes down, that's a lot of the round. We've seen many, many times. I would say in the winning round, Steph is picking up 2 or more kills. So if you can find an early kill onto that Raze, not only do you knock out a whole lot of utility, damaging utility in the satchels, the grenade obviously not feeling great, the paint shells, but just the gunplay alone. So they can find those early picks, continue to keep doing that, and they should be able to find the rounds, as this time they are leaning towards A, and they didn't necessarily buy up, right? We see Craig still sitting on this Ghost, and this could be the Bane here.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot more teams opting to hold on to just pistols in these second rounds. Maybe a gun or two, but looking to kind of preserve the economy more for the long term. But it does open up those opportunities for those second round wins for the losers. And we'll have to see how things shake out, as it's already a 3v3. And as of now, Blitz has not elected to rotate. They're still kind of poking and prodding towards this A site, seeing if they can get an advantage. And right now, they may be able to gain control of Heaven. Eshots is sitting in the back. Boba and Cryo Cells with a couple of kills there. Thomas able to finish it off. Eshots traded one back, but it doesn't matter. That is the second round there for Blitz, and they needed to get that pistol. It's extremely important when you are down going into the second half, and they've closed the gap to 2.
Yeah, and you see what could come of the second round not being a full buy. A couple of people, the members that bought pistols only died immediately right off the rip, turn it back into just a pistol round. And then one of those guns actually went over to E-shots. And that could have been a horrible if he had that spray down or if he had the angles there for Blitz pushing down A long. But they are able to turn it around. Now they are able to come into this one with a fairly decent buy. I think Crowcells was low on credit, so maybe got a buy from one of his teammates. But this will be the first round we get to see Pyronic find their footing again, as they aren't going to play as passive here in Heaven, but they are going to be passive when it comes to playing B main. They give up that entire garage area for free. Granted, in this round, Blitz not going there, so it does pay off. I wonder how that's going to pay off in the, or how that's going to turn out, rather, in the next couple of rounds as the flashes into Heaven goes out. Inox going to catch his teammate a little bit, but it doesn't matter because Cryo Cells will continue to find the kills here as E-shots trades it back, and Craig is right behind him to pick another one up.
Yeah, Steph getting one, though, on Craig is huge here, trying to keep things close right now as Paranoid looking for a bit of a flank coming from the CT spawn. Is going to drop that acid. Isn't going to catch anybody, though, so no damage from the utility of Paranoid right now. Looking to clear out corners, make sure he doesn't get shot in the back as he goes for the entry on the retake. His teammate, Omen, up in Heaven right now. Looks like he had an operator, but Boba going to be able to spray him down. Gets the headshot here. Now the 1v3. Can Paranoid clutch it out? Going to peek onto the spike, but Thomas is there, ready and waiting, and that is a 7th round for Blitz.
Yeah, I love that you said the teammate Omen up in Heaven, and then almost moments after you said that, quite literally in Heaven, as he was taken out there and sent up to those golden gates. In that one, Blitz gonna find another round for themselves, and Thomas really kind of stepped it up here. It was the Craig show earlier in the game. Obviously, Craig sitting on that operator. Typically, we see them fragging out the most, I would say, when you're looking at players like Critical, or even when you're putting it in the hands. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I don't have it. Sorry. Dirt on the mic and the boys. I'm so sorry. The Jet player, I apologize. But typically we see them up at the top hitting those shots. Falling off towards the end. Craig wasn't able to hit a couple of op shots, missed some big ones in the last round of the half here. And we're starting to see Thomas now take control as everybody's stacked up in Heaven and just going to get sprayed down here. So many kills coming through. You love to see the spray accuracy from Blitz's. One member did fall, unfortunately, and it's all up to E-shots with the judge in his hands. The spike is down, and I think he's just going to look for exits here because this is a tall order. He might be writing some checks that he cannot cash with this short-range shotgun here against 4.
Yeah, and that's rough for Pyronic, as I would say it's probably not advisable to peek into what was a shower of rifle fire going into B Heaven right there. You've got 3 to 4 rifles all spraying. At that point, aim doesn't matter. If you step out, you're going to get tagged and you're going to get taken out, and it works out there for Blitz. They're able to get all of the frags that they need to get the spike down. They're going to retreat out of the B side. May actually be able to get a pick here. Pyronic's going to hold just outside of the range of the spike here at the stairs at mailroom. Nobody's going to find an exit frag, and that is a tied game. So we were concerned about Blitz going into the second half, right? You go down 4 rounds in your defensive half. You come out. They're able to get the pistol. Okay, that's a good first step. They string together the second round. Great second step. Now they've gotten 3 and 4 in a row. So Blitz has not only tied the game, but built a ton of momentum for the start of the second half.
Yeah, and a very large economy. We saw one of their members with 6,000 credits. So even somebody who might be on the lower end, they can get bought out next round, given they are taken down in this one. And this is going to be another huge round. Pyronic sitting on a full buy coming through. Not the judges, not the specters or the pistols like last round. And it's a big round. They need to win this one or they fall right back into that pit of despair when it comes to economy and having to have another try and a thrifty round or save round. A Steph already gonna find one off the rip. You love to see it if you are a Pyronic fan, as two members will fall. And Toasty Unicorn just sitting on the back of the site, gonna stop this push for now as the Toxins go down. Just another one of those huge reasons why I love this Viper in your team. You have two of those Molotov-esque abilities to make sure you can stop a push, you can clear corners like we saw. Obviously here, stopping a push, and Cryocel's now just stuck in the garage, and it's a 3v5. So Blitz creeping up towards mid. This is going to be a tough one. Steph is still alive, and we know how accurate and deadly Steph can be.
Yeah, Steph holding in this B heaven, and the early entry onto the B side obviously didn't work out. 2 kills go down, and with the spike on the other side, they don't even get anything out of that push, right? They can't go completely aggressive there with just one member left, and the rotation came through sewers, and they've gained control of mid for the moment. Some poking and prodding towards A heaven is going to draw the rotation here, and now the numbers advantage is in favor of Blitz, but Paranoid's going to get one. Toasty Unicorns a second. Thomas takes out 2 here, so that is huge. He's going to get the spike. No, he's not. That's going to be Steph jumping right on top of him. Thomas goes down, and Pyronic is back on the board.
And it was almost looking like the hero play from Thomas. Unfortunately, not able to pull it off. Steph making sure that didn't happen, but had just enough time to plant the spike. Almost got it down, not able to do it. And again, off the back end, Steph coming up huge for this Pyronic squad, finding kills even without using the utility. We talked about typically whenever we see a raise into raise matchup, you can kind of analyze what one raise brings to the team versus the other. A big name that stands out to me is Osias on raise. This guy gets boombot kills, he gets satchel kills, he gets paint shell kills, and more importantly, he gets showstopper kills. So when you have a raise like that can use the utility to stop a push or get a heap of damage down versus one that isn't, that's absolutely huge. And then you throw Steph's ability to just click heads and pop grapes, and that's exactly what you want to see from not only your top fragger, but your raised player in that as now. Things have slowed down a little bit. Pyronic have regained the lead, their first win of the half, and Blitz need to go back to the drawing board on this one as they are creeping towards B site. All 5 ultimates are available. We'll see if they choose to use them on this execute. And there's a lot of game left, so I would not be against seeing all these ultimates coming out here. And as I say that, Boba gets taken down, so we're already missing one.
Yep, that's going to be the ultimate here from Inox to get entry onto this B site, and the Viper's Pit already down at Heaven right now, so that will reduce the visibility for players rotating back to this site. Ironic, going to have the advantage of very good control of Heaven right now. Inox using that rupture towards the CT entrance, looking to get the Viper out of that corner as well, going to force him out, but the visibility doesn't allow for the kill. Krausel's able to get one, and Thomas with another. Thomas with a second. Inox peeks out from behind the Viper wall, and that's going to be the tie game. Once again, Blitz responds with a counterpunch.
Yeah, you love to see that as a Blitz fan. A huge round for them to pick up to just show, hey, we're still in this game. These guys haven't figured us out quite yet. And playing aggressive, right? Playing into the Viper, it might be something that you see a lot of or more of in solo queue when you are just practicing on your own, but you might not get a whole lot of it when it comes to competitive environments like this. When it comes to scrims or anything like that, a lot of these teams are opting to stay away from the Viper still, given the changes, but they just play aggressively through the wall there. They find the kills that they need to. They use the ultimates they need to. I think more importantly there, they weren't afraid. We saw early in the round, Boba went down, and Craig was able to trade that one back. He wasn't worried about popping that Blade Storm, did just that and found a return kill. So I love that round from Blitz, and we'll see if they can continue their push forward. They know only one playing here on this A site, and it looks like a pretty easy take. One is coming up from ropes, and we'll see if Boba's going to be the first frag in this round again, or if he is able to get something done. For a moment there, it looked like he's going to be challenging Steph, and that was probably about to be a bad day as I say that he is challenging Steph. Paranoid, though, from downtown, going to find the kill onto Craig. Crowd going to find the kill onto Steph. 2 big members down for this squad. The duelists have fallen. Ironic, though, do have the Breach ultimate in hand, so if a push comes through, that ult could immediately stop that.
Yeah, and the entirety of the Pyronic lineup rotated very quickly over to A. And interestingly enough, with where the Viper was, they actually basically had Blitz surrounded. But with that duel going on in ropes, the Viper ended up pushing up mid to assist with the Cypher taking down Craig in ropes. And that meant that the rotation was open here for Blitz, but Paranoid with essentially a blind spray towards the doors out of Garage, able to get a kill, grabbing a second. They're now on 3 in the round, and it's going to be big trouble here for Blitz. It is the default plant. Boba able to take out one. Cryo sells a second. Toasty Unicorns trades back. It's the 2v1 in favor of Pyronic, and with Boba flash down, Eshot's able to take him out with the classic headshot. The bomb is going to be defused, and Pyronic will hit double digits.
Yeah, and if you are Pyronic, everybody is high-fiving, handshaking, maybe even Venmoing Paranoid there because that was a huge round for him, like you said. So finding the early kill with the Sheriff, grabbing a gun, being able to push in and getting that blind kill through the smoke, and then another one on the site in order to regain control of that round. So huge by Paranoid there. The Viper player, we keep talking about him mainly because he is just playing the Viper, but you absolutely love to see that from your bottom fragger, right? You're not necessarily expecting something like that, so when a huge play comes out and helps you turn the tides of the round and reclaim the lead, you're obviously feeling pretty good. Now the push going to be up towards mid. The spike is down, and Craig is back behind. Should be able to pick that one up. And we kind of highlighted this earlier. This Pyronic squad, they don't like to just give up heaven. They like to play these tight corners. We saw Blitz doing that. This time around, though, they have the Omen hanging out. They've got Toasty Unicorns over there watching towards that B main, making sure nobody pushes up through that garage, whereas before they had let that one go. There comes the Toxins from Paranoid, and that push immediately gets diverted because nobody wants to walk through the Poison Molotov.
Yeah, and I think, you know, possibly one reason why we're seeing this shift towards teams giving up control of mid and looking to play for control of heaven and ropes instead is probably due to the Sage nerfs. You know, I still play Sage a ton despite the nerfs, but if you throw down that traditional early wall into mid as you peek out from B heaven with the changes, it's so easy to spray it down and it completely just changes the game. So it seems like with Sage falling off, not being picked in these comps, teams are more content to give up control of mid, play for the crossfire in these heavens and go from there, and it is working out so far as Matt holding in a heaven right now, able to take out the Lear, gets peeked and taken down. It's a 2 for 2 though, 3 on 3, and now very low time. E-shots with the spray on the A side. That's going to be a win for the defenders. Pyronic one step away from that point, looking solid.
Yeah, that was a big spray down there by E-shots and an even bigger flash, finding both members there. Breach, one of the ones who recently got some changes. I think more importantly, they put another flash in his kit. And if you are a member, or I mean, if you're just a tactical shooter, you love the flashbangs. Absolutely love them. And Breach can put them in such awkward positions, such awkward spots on the corners of these walls and the top of these walls. It's a little different, right, from the Phoenix curveball, from the Paranoia. You're having to be a little more strategic with where you place these. But when you do just that, you see what can come of it, as Toasty Unicorn's going to be playing up here on this tall box again, waiting for this push. And it looks like a pretty low economy round from Blitz. This time around, though, they don't have the killer ultimates they need, which more importantly, I'm looking at Craig and his Blade Storm here. A lot of the times, these eco rounds won't necessarily be eco rounds as Paranoia goes down. Toasty Unicorn is going to be taken down. The Sheriff is there, but the kill is just going to follow through. Lambs to the slaughter, unfortunately, are Blitz as they're forced to walk away from B main. That push going to be halted by a couple of kills. And again, some poison down on the ground. Some toxins down on the ground as Matt finds another. And it's all up to the Breach, holding the spike, trying to get away. Inox does find a kill. But what can he find on the back end? It's a 1v3. This would be a huge round for this squad. And as you mentioned, we're not getting or we're leaning away from Sage being in the meta given the nerfs. So no way to heal for Inox as he tries to creep up towards heaven. A nice one-way smoke. I love seeing that from Paranoid there. Another tool that the Viper can use. But heaven clear for Inox in this one. And in the 1v3, we'll see if he can get it done.
Yeah, he's going to be hard-pressed to take this round, and there you have it. Steph coming up the stairs from CT into B Heaven, able to grab that third frag, and Pyronic now on map point here. If you guys missed the start of the broadcast, just remember our format is a best-of-1 single elimination bracket with a best-of-3 grand final. So Blitz playing for their tournament lives here. They need to win the next 3 rounds or their day is done. Meanwhile, Pyronic, despite a very shaky start to this half, right? We saw Blitz take the first 4 rounds in a row, and I believe 5 of the first 6, and it looked like Blitz was ready to charge to a victory and just carry all of the momentum on how they started this half, but Pyronic has gotten it back under control here, and they are just a single round away from moving on.
Yeah, smokes are down. Play is towards mid. In the corner, it's a Viper's pit here on B side. Paranoid going to spray down 2, and this is what the Viper brings to the table. Boba going to find the kill. Inox will get one, not before Toasty Unicorns finds another. Now Steph on the flank, going to find the last 2 and secure Pyronic moving forward here in this bracket. And I honestly feel like these teams were very closely matched. Yay, so Pyronic obviously moving forward, but that was such a fun game to watch because we saw 8 rounds coming early from attack, and it easily could have been 8 rounds in return from Blitz on attack in the second half. Unfortunately for them, it wasn't.
Yeah, credit to Blitz really going down 4 rounds in the first half, coming into the second one. That's a really steep hill to climb, but they certainly battled back big time and were able to keep things very interesting up until the very end. But Pyronic, very solid. Steph fragging out really well. So we're going to bring up these stats for you guys so we can just take a peek at the numbers from that match that we just saw. Yeah, Steph top in the charts, 27, 16, and 6, 3 first bloods there. And also want to mention Paranoid, right? Was bottom fragging. We weren't seeing a lot, but then you switch that Viper over onto defense and she can really completely utilize the breadth of her utility. And then Paranoid showed, hey, I'm not just bringing the util to the table. I can get the sprays. I can get these frags, and was a monster holding down that B site throughout the second half. So Pyronic looking really solid, and I'm excited to see more from them as the tournament continues.
I am excited for that as well. As it does sound like we do have another matchup for you guys here. It is going to be Nocturnal GG versus Kevin's Simp Academy here. This is still in the first round. So these guys are playing adjacent to that first game that we did get to watch. And as we jump in 10-7 with Nocturnal GG on top. I do want to point out that Pyronic moving forward after beating Blitz do have to play the fedora wearing Mamba Mode Gaming here as they are the 5P champion. So looking at a tall order. Oh, and it sounds like from the producers, Mamba actually had to drop out of this one. So I guess that's a free win for Pyronic moving forward.
That's huge, and that sets up for Dirty Mike and the boys to possibly grab the crown here. Obviously, it hurts to not be able to take it out of the hands of Mamba Mode in a straight-up 1v1, but still, they've got to be feeling great about their chances on the other side of the bracket. As we see, the spike is down on the B site here on Bind in the defense from Kevin's Simp Academy. They seem to have forgotten it's no Simp September, gentlemen, and looks like it's not working out in this game. Nocturnal looking for their 11th round, and this second half certainly going in their favor. They're going to grab this one, and we'll have to see how the economy shakes out for Kevin's Simp Academy heading into the next one.
Yeah, that is it's a tough round. Again, you see the operator here playing on A side, and unfortunately everybody is over making plays on the B side. But what we can see is this Killjoy's got 8,200 credits. So although Kevin's Simp Academy did fall in that one, they are still sitting pretty here. Both teams actually doing well for themselves. So dropping around here or there wouldn't hurt too bad as you get some extra credits towards the end of the round. I think the biggest thing is that's another round for Nocturnal GG, and they're a couple of rounds from taking this game. So Kevin's Simp Academy need to string together a few wins regardless of the economy if they want to try and stay in this one.
Yeah, so one thing to note here, as we peek at the scoreboard. Kevin Simp Academy actually came into this second half in a similar fashion to Blitz, down 4 rounds, but at least they have the defensive second half to try and lean on. They've gotten 3 of the first 6 here in the second half and looking to make more, as Aroma going to get that frag through the smoke onto the opposing Sova here, and this push towards the B side has been stalled.
Yeah, stalled for now as Arc on the cam, trying to find something. Aroma going to find another one. Mochilla will fall, and it looks like Kevin Simp Academy might finally be able to turn things around. Unfortunately, in Hookah, HIA is able to take down Mr. BK. Arc not going to let that one go unanswered, but the kills just keep getting traded back and forth, back and forth. The numbers advantage still in favor of this defending squad as Aroma looks to take a peek, but it's Deadliest Spy, some Raze v Raze action as Runner finds the second one of this game, playing towards B long, but there's the operator we saw last round, finally coming through, picking up a kill, and KSA finding another round, keeping their tournament life alive here. They just have to do that a few more times, possibly 5 more times before Nocturnal can do it twice, or maybe give us some overtime. We don't hate to see some overtime loving.
Yeah, and that was a really strong defense from Kevin Simp Academy, right? The rotation from the A site was very, very late despite all of the action. And even though they came very late, Kevin Simp Academy was able to trade 3-4-2 despite being down in a 3v5 at that B site. So showing very strong poise here on the defensive side. They've got their 4th round of this half, still down by 3. So a lot of work still to be done for KSA, but Nocturnal GG going to have to pry this game out of KSA's hands. It's an early frag with the Sheriff or the Cypher. Has the numbers advantage in favor of Nocturnal. He's going to peek into Lamps there, and that is Bearcoon with the Vandal. And now Nocturnal getting control of the A site.
Yeah, and that was a huge start to the round. Bearcoon finding 1 kill, using the ultimate, finding a second one. So that neural theft, given the information that the operator was in. Lamps is Arc trying to turn it around, though, has a neural theft of his own. He's going to peek while that is happening, and he is going to fall, leaving it all up to his Omen. But Mr. BK cannot get it done. Nocturnal jump on over to match point, and we'll see if they can have another clean one. That one, almost a flawless. Unfortunately, HIA playing a little too aggressive and went down. And now for Kevin Simp Academy on the back foot. The economy's still looking good, so they still have some fight left in them. But we'll see what they're able to do. The Killjoy, I mean, we've only caught the back half of this game. The Killjoy's been a little underwhelming when it comes to not only being your op player, but just finding utility as a whole. So hopefully can step it up in this one. They need 4 rounds in a row here to take us to overtime, or else their tournament life will be gone and Nocturnal will be moving forward.
Yeah, not going to be a small task for KSA to even things up, but that is the ultimate here from Silence. Is Bearcoon going to take out Mr. BK? Aroma able to trade 1 back, so it is the 4v4. Aroma holding in the back of the side here. Arc with a good spray, and Aroma with the blind spray towards Hookah, able to take another out. Arc finds a second as well. Silence able to trade back and takes out Aroma, but it's the 3v1. Just the Sova here on the site, gonna walk into the spray there from Arc. That's the triple for the Cypher, and KSA holds on.
It was probably my favorite round, just because the kills were so bad. It was Arc, Aroma, and then finally ends with Arc there. Those guys, just since we've been watching, have been so huge in holding down B site. You keep putting these guys over towards B, and it looks like they're going to be doing that every single round we see it. Unfortunately for them, Nocturnal, they're privy to that, right? Last round, they just went B, they lost. The round previous, they went to A, and they had a pretty easy time taking that A side. So I'm assuming we'll see another A push from these guys as they look to close it out. And maybe we'll have Arc or Aroma on an early flank or an early rotation over towards A to try and stop this from going through as op shots go down. Not going to find anything just yet. Alarm bot triggered there on your screen as Deadliest going to leap his way into Lamps. Finds one, and most importantly, that's going to be the spike down at his feet. The rotation comes through. Now they can just look to play around the spike as Paranoia comes through. Runner PS going to find the kill. Bearcoon gets one onto Aroma, so a huge fragger down for this Kevin Simp Academy team. Killjoy still up in heaven. Spike has been retrieved, and it looks like the rotate through the teleporter there towards B site. So early rotate did come through, but unfortunately it bites him in the butt. But now on the lurk is Barracoon. Classic pistol, not going to be enough. Now they have to worry about B site as well as Bear on the flank. This could just be a looming thought in the head of the remaining 2 members of KSA.
Wait, and it's been the big brain long con here from Nocturnal. They TP over to B site, wait long enough to draw the rotation over to that side of the map, immediately hit the teleporter, go back over to A, and the spike is down. So we have finally landed on the battleground for this 22nd round. Here's Arc with the spray from heaven, able to take out Runner PS. So now we're even, and very key, the health bar for Barracoon very low right now, but he's still able to take out Mr. BK, so it's all on Arc's shoulders. He's going to get peeks from showers, and that's going to be the win. Nocturnal GG ready to move on.
Yeah, and I love to see adjustments. I always talk about adjustments and how teams will make minor adjustments in the way that they're playing on defense, or who they have lurking, or if they have somebody lurking. In this one, Nocturnal realizes, hey, they've got B pretty locked down. We tried to go there twice, and they just shut us down easy peasy. Now, for the next couple of rounds, let's play towards A, and in that last one, we see some mind games coming through, but I absolutely love to see that. It nets them the victory. They're going to be moving forward, and we see here, we didn't catch a lot of the game, but we catch the score screen here as Silinx being one of the top members, or I guess the top member for this Nocturnal squad. Towards the end of the game, though, it was basically the Barracoon and Runner PS show. That's how it felt for me.
Yeah, they were looking really, really strong. Barracoon with a lot of very key frags to help secure some of those rounds, and certainly was a fun one to watch. Sadly, we weren't able to get the full one, but I think our first game of the day certainly didn't disappoint between Blitz and Pyronic. And now we've got an entire round behind us. Teams moving on. Obviously, we mentioned Mamba Mode out, so Pyronic moves right on to the semi-finals. We will return in a little bit. Our next match, will be Dirty Mike and the boys up against SOR. That's going to be on the other side of this break. Tanner and I will be back in just a few. right, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned on the other side of this break, getting ready for Dirty Mike and the boys versus SOR. Yeso and Tanner Metro here, getting ready for that match. We've got some great replays here of some of the games that we saw to start off the day and going through some of our best plays. And here was that beautiful spray up into B heaven. You cannot step into that rain of fire. You are going to go down.
Yeah, and you almost want to see the tight corners maybe being played a little bit more rather than just letting that spray down happen on an eco round. And I think this was another huge pickup for Paranoid. We talked about this guy a lot, just being a Viper player, but that round ended in a 3K victory for them. And then there's some utilization from this Breach, who's seeing a lot more play. E-shots coming up huge. And then Paranoid again on the Viper's Pit. Absolutely love it. As we are jumping into game, I just want to squeeze this out here. Viper's Pit on defense, it's fantastic. You can lock down a site basically by yourself, and it really deters that push.
Yeah, it definitely feels like with the buffs, Viper slotting into kind of a similar role to the Cypher. You obviously don't have the same information gathering abilities as the Cypher, but she's someone that if you've got a confident player on that pick, certainly can solo hold a site and just stall for so much time, especially if you know how to do those one-way smokes. As we are into the action, it is SOR up against a Dirty Mike and the boys. Dirty Mike and the boys had the bye in the first round. SOR took a 13-7 win without causing panic to move on here. Now they're going to have quite the test in this second round as we are into the pistol round on Split.
Yeah, and so I looked it up before coming into this one when I said that Dirty Mike and the boys opera, and it was TMS. Now that he's on screen, it makes it seem like this is what reminded me, but I promise I went back and looked. I just forgot to bring it back up because of all the action we were seeing. So don't quote me on that. But TMS going to be one of the star players we are looking at here. But we do see from SOR, they're not only rocking the Killjoy, which can be a little different. They have the Viper as well. You brought up the one-way smoke. We've already seen one being placed towards B. We saw one earlier that can be placed down in heaven right at the start of those stairs. And we'll see if that utilization continues to come through, as TMS going to spot that one out. Fault line going to go down. Does find Kwanzi, but he's able to get away for now. The play is towards A. Heaven completely taken by Dirty Mike and the boys, but can they get the spike down? Time is not on their side as they only have 12 seconds.
Yeah, Hybrid Julian with a good flash there into elbow on the A site, able to grab that frag. Hellblade peeking out is going to be able to trade back, and Anime Watcher taking out Dopai, but the time is running out. That is going to be a defender's win. TMS gets a couple of late frags here, but SOR going to take the lead after the initial pistol.
Yeah, and we're early in the day, and it feels like that's kind of been the rhetoric for today. September 14th is running out of time or playing around time. It looked like TMS was going to get the spike down, but opted into backing off for a couple of kills, and unfortunately time runs out. So hopefully we don't see a lot more of that. We like to see those big brain plays, but for that attacking side, we obviously want to see that spike going down here as they do take mid once again. That was starting that push towards A site. I said, hopefully they can get the spike down because they're running out of time. And then immediately the spike carrier was killed. So just a big round for SOR to kick things off of a returning second place team in Dirty Mike and the boys. So I'm happy to see the competition.
Yeah, and very happy to see Dirty Mike and the boys returning after what had to have been a disappointing finish to their tournament a week ago. Obviously, we lauded them with quite a bit of praise, as I feel like they deserved. They played very well throughout the day, and despite going down 2-0 in the best-of-3 final, it was much closer than that scoreline would indicate, and obviously not afraid of Mamba Mode coming back this week, and now they'll have the benefit of not having to fight against them, so we'll have to see what they can do. But SOR is the opponent right now, and Demon and Hellblade right now holding down that B heaven. That is going to be Hybrid Julian going down to his opposing Omen there, and Dopai looking to peek out of garage right now. Sofa going to take another kill. Down goes Kwanzi in mid, and that is a flawless second round for SOR.
Yeah, a nice pickup too in that second round. They bought weapons, right? They opt into picking up those guns, not necessarily leaving it to be another pistol round. and it really pays off. They get a huge victory in that. I think only one going down, which at the end of the day, it isn't too bad. Now, the full buys not necessarily coming through. They are going to hang out with what they have, the Spectres. But for some of these players, the Spectre does feel like a full buy, right? These guys can still pop off with this one. Obviously, at range, it's where it lacks most. So holding down towards that A long. But when you're playing angles like this, like Hellblade, you're not too bad of a spot. Everybody pushing up into heaven, you can easily spray them down. So we'll see if this pays off, as it looks like the play might be towards mid again for Dirty Mike and the boys. We have seen some rotate through the mid vent there, but it looks like hovering around B. This time, couple members over towards that B garage, just waiting out some of this utility. Hellblade just hanging on to that Lear, ready for this flash should the push come through.
Yeah, and Hellblade holding an angle that's very forgiving for the defender here. As long as you're able to avoid getting taken out, if you can retreat from the spray, even if you don't get a kill, you've got great retreat options, and you can easily rotate over to A if necessary. So being very patient right here, going to throw the Lear out just a little early, actually, before the rotation comes into the main part of the heaven, but he's going to get the second one out here, looking to maybe peek out of the smoke, but sees the flash coming from the Omen and decides to back away. Going to maybe play for the shots into the back of these members of Dirty Mike and the boys as they're getting onto this site. The Omen holding, waiting for the flank here, is going to peek in towards mailroom, but Sofa takes him down, and now Hellblade looking to get onto the site, but TMS he's looking good with that operator, going to grab that kill. Anime Watcher going to get flashed. Nature taking out Dopeye, but Dopeye was able to trade one back in return. Anime Watcher looking for the peak, is going to get a kill, but traded back out. And that's Dirty Mike and the boys on the board.
Yeah, and the Spectres not paying off in this one. Not able to play the corners tight enough for that to work. We talked about TMS with that operator finding, I believe, a couple of kills into that round. One early onto Demon, and then another one as he was peeking towards B long, towards the B garage there. I thought for a second it was looking good for SOR because Hellblade had bought so much utility. I think 2 or 3 smokes were thrown that way. The paranoia was used just solely on him in that corner. Unfortunately, not able to convert into a round victory. Maybe next time around, or in this one, as they do have that full buy coming through. Hellblade can look to, again, kind of be that thorn in the side, playing different angles and have a whole bunch of utility chucked that way. As to play again, we know how Dirty Mike and the boys want to play. They like to play it slow, methodically. They like to see if TMS can find an early pick, which is what he's looking to do here in this round, just as he did in the last. It is a little telling that they want to play towards B because they do have that lurking member over towards that B garage, making sure they're not getting flanked, and then also just having the opportunity of pushing at the same time and using the utility to take that site from 2 different angles. Everybody is going to rotate back around, and we'll see if this hit comes through, because Hellblade this time around, he's wielding the operator. We'll see if he can take down TMS or another member. He is going to find TMS on that first one as the paranoia comes through. The flash on top. This could be the round for SOR here. And as you see it, the spray down comes through. That kill feed just gets littered with blue as Hellblade finds another. I talked about watching this guy play a tight corner. I want to see him with the operator for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and it's crazy that huge frag at the start from Hellblade, able to peek out into garage with the operator, take out his opposing op player in TMS. And while I maintain that Dirty Mike and the boys is one of these lineups where anybody can pop off at really any time, and that's kind of the consistent thing you see from our top placers in these tournaments, that they're able to do it week after week, is you have a bunch of players that can have pop-off performances. But at the same time, Dirty Mike and the boys still is a team that is very different with TMS, is that TMS is such a consistent threat, whether it is with the Blade Storm or the operator, that he just warps how this team plays. And Nature able to take him down here early, the 2-man spray, and it is a 3-4-1 trade on this A side. So Dirty Mike and the boys in a big trouble in round 5.
Yeah, and when you have a star player like TMS and you're able to take him down early in the round, it looks really good for SOR as they get a near flawless victory. The only member falling is that Breach, who all alone on a site had to sacrifice himself for the win of the round. But Nature, before going down, picks up 2 and able to turn that one in favor of SOR. And now we're getting to see Dirty Mike and the boys, they're on the back foot. And the last time we saw them on the back foot was in the best of 3 finals. And unfortunately for them, this isn't a best of 3. So hopefully they're able to string together a few more rounds on attack here, because we have seen just, I mean, in today's tournament alone, the defending team not picking up the most amount of rounds, the attacking team grabbing some more, and then it being the complete flip of the script where the team that just got 8 rounds on defense, the other team on defense isn't able to pick up 8. So hopefully they are able to pick up a few more. Is now Hellblade going to challenge TMS again here in mid. Hellblade able to get away and stop the push, and we'll see if this angle pays off.
Yeah, holding this angle he had early on in the second round after that pistol, and with the operator, it certainly changes things. He's going to go for the peak, but TMS aggressively peeking out, able to trade out Hellblade here. And that means the advantage for Dirty Mike and the boys is they're still not quite sure what site they want to go for. They've got that initial pick, but they're still spread out here between A Heaven, mid, and B Heaven. As Sofa able to take out Kwanzi over in A Heaven, and Dopai was looking to trade, but the quick retreat from the Viper means that he will survive, so it is 4v4. TMS pushing solo out onto this site. Actually does have the follow-up now, as there's the Omen in the breach, but Anime Watcher with the peek and the spray from the Phantom takes 2. Nature grabs a third. Bumpa coming onto the site, though. His spray is looking really good, and now it's the 1v1 breach on breach. Spike is down on B site, and now it gets interesting.
Yeah, and both breaches have ultimates available. Bumpa, unfortunately, only on 6 HP as Nature is able to take him down. And you have to kill off Nature or he's going to kill your whole team. That's what it seems like. Picks up 2 in the last round, comes up, picks up 2 in this one. A clutch kill and a defuse there as SOR still on top. And that definitely crushes the spirits a little bit. Bumpa finding a 3K and then not able to clutch himself means a 5-1 lead for SOR. Bumpa does jump up to the top of the leaderboards there, joining TMS. And now the economy, this could just be a throwaway round. I do say that, but 4 ultimates are available. You have the showstopper. If you just have pistols, sheriffs, whatever it may be, you can use that breach ultimate again just to rattle the team. Obviously now it does de-scope or knocks players out of their scopes if there is an operator. Unfortunately, I do have the Viper Spit here to worry about.
Yeah, Sofa going to completely lock down Heaven on the B side of this map, and an interesting strategy here from defending Vipers instead of on site, just looking to control the entrance to the site through mid here, as Dirty Mike and the boys has elected to go for control in mid, and they're going to flash into this Viper's pit. There's the spray from the Viper. That's going to be 2, looking for a third. Steps out of the Viper's pit momentarily, but TMS with the Ghost able to take down Sofa, but still that's a solid trade for the Viper.
Yeah, and a turret kill from Anime Watcher, picking one up on TMS in Heaven. That is a feels a bad man as Nature finds another, and now it's all up to Kwanzi here on the flank, only with the pistol as Anime Watcher finds another. This time around with his own hands and his own Phantom. It's not the turret picking that one up. That right there, I mean, it's a win for SOR. The Viper's Pit, I've been hyping it up. I love the ultimate, but when you have a team like Dirty Mike and the boys who aren't afraid to push through, sometimes you can make things happen. Unfortunately for them, it's at the cost of 2 kills for 1, right? Sofa able to play wherever he wants inside that Viper's Pit. Obviously low visibility, the decay coming through, and he's able to pick up a couple of kills. So it didn't pay off. It didn't stop the push. I guess I wouldn't say it didn't pay off, but it didn't stop the push necessarily. But he picked up 2 kills and then went down. So a huge pickup in that non-offensive or non-damaging ultimate, I would say. But TMS finds Hellblade. Opper v Opper, able to get this one, punishing Hellblade's aggression early. But can they turn this round around? I absolutely hate saying that.
Well, you know what? SOR has been able to recover, despite Dirty Mike and the boys in some of these rounds, able to get the opening picks and looking to get control of the site. SOR has been responding very well, and they have shown, we talked about, hey, Dirty Mike and the boys, all of these guys can frag out. They can all top frag at any point in time. SOR, they're showing shades of that here, as everybody has been getting very key frags. They've been getting doubles and triples in some of these rounds, and it's meant that they've been able to pull these ones back despite disadvantages in the numbers. And now it's going to be Dirty Mike and the boys trying to get control of this A site. The paint grenade towards elbow, but Sofa with the operator in heaven going to take out Bumpa, closing the numbers advantage down to 1. Smoke's going to come out from the Omen to cut off TMS's line of sight here. And now TMS going to have to dash through the Toxin. Not going to take a significant amount of damage, and the spike is down. Good flash there from the Omen, and the stalled push means he doesn't get caught by the shot from TMS. Hybrid Julian going to take out Sofa. Nature takes out Kwanzi here. 2v3. They're holding in the back of the site, but they are stuck in a corner. Nature takes out Julian, but Dopai able to trade back. Now the 1v2. Can the Omen clutch it?
Yeah, and Nature is typically good for 2. He does just that as TMS able to pick one up onto Demon. So no clutch coming through, and Dirty Mike and the boys, they find their footing. They pick up a second round and try and stop some of that SOR momentum. But that round easily a 3v5, getting so close there at the end. Dirty Mike and the boys, they need to figure it out. That should be such an easy round for them to win, but Nature, so huge. He's good for 2 every time. They need to start finding these trade kills onto these top fraggers, so that way that does not continue to happen here. We're happy about the round being picked up if you are a Dirty Mike and the boys fan, but they need to continue the momentum forward of their own, as we've seen a lot of these teams do. They ride that momentum, and if they can find early frags, I guess more importantly, onto Hellblade or even Nature, they can look to find a couple more rounds for themselves, as Hellblade is going to use that ultimate here. No pushes coming through just yet. This time, the lurk towards A. 2 members being sent over onto A side, as we do see TMS low HP, does have the Blade Storm available. I would imagine not going to opt into it this round. And Dirty Mike and the boys, I'm not too sure if they know how to play this one. They're slow rotating through sewers now, but they don't have any advantages. I wonder if they've got some information. They have to be worried about Nature here on this A site.
Yeah, and the one benefit of the Killjoy for SOR is they will get the information on this B site, even if there are no players there. So they have the option, while they haven't elected to use it, to go from more of an aggressive rotation over to A. And we'll have to see, as that is a smoke coming out from the Omen. Sofa going to use the Toxins to at least slow down this push through A main, holding up in heaven with this operator. And with shots coming out, he's going to step down with the classic right in their face as the flash comes through. He's not able to take a kill, but at least able to do some damage as Hellblade has arrived in heaven. Dopai with a couple of frags there, though, and Dirty Mike and the boys, despite what was a shaky entry to the site, grabbed this 3rd round.
Yeah, and you could say that was a bit of a fumble there, but a huge, huge round for Dopai, and that's what you need to see. One of the star names in this race, Dopai, so much praise for him in the last tournament. Finally coming online, I would say, in this one. Hybrid Julian is another one who typically top frags with TMS, not necessarily finding his footing just yet, but you love to see these players finally start to come online. A 4K coming through. Now it's full buys across the board. This one could put either team on the back foot when it comes to the economy. TMS, the only member sitting pretty with 5,300 credits. Everybody else going to be hurting after this one if they are on the losing side. I thought for a second Dirty Mike and the boys didn't really know what to do with their hands, Ricky Bobby style, early in that round, but they were able to make it work. And again, they picked up a kill onto Nature, and he's not able to frag out like he usually does. If you pick up an early kill on this breach holding A, that to me means A site completely open, because it has been tough for the retake for SOR.
Yeah, Sofa now with the Phantom holding just outside of heaven here on the A site, and it's going to be Dirty Mike and the boys grabbing control of mid right now. Hellblade holding with this operator, going to get flashed out. This is big trouble. Actually doesn't go down right away. TMS misses, and the blind op shot through the smoke lands. Hellblade looking clean with the operator.
That is a huge pickup onto TMS, like you said, through the smoke. Now Hybrid Julian getting his name on the board, able to pick one up for himself. Nature's there on the site, though. Downs the spike carrier. Hellblade finds another. Kwanzi traded back, but there it is. There's Nature's 2 kills for the round. Can he find some more? It's only Kwanzi alive here. We've seen how this one plays out before Demon finds the wall bang kill, and it's another round. SOR back in the driver's seat, up 7-3 as we're creeping towards that end of the half round here. We'd like to see Dirty Mike and the boys pick up a couple more. I will say, Both Kwanzi and Hybrid Julian have gotten kills in the last round. That is big, as they are the bottom fraggers, and they're typically names that we see towards the top. But they need to. This is a point right here. Before you get to that half, before you get to that pistol round, it's time. Take a deep breath. You have to come online. You want to try and make this a 7-5. You don't want to go down 8-4 or even 9-3. So they need to pick up a few kills. Unfortunately, in this one, it's an eco round. It's a couple of ghosts and a sheriff for Dirty Mike and the boys. But it's also the Blade Storm as the turret gets some information. The Aftershock going to go through. Anime Watcher holding this one with the Phantom. And it should be a pretty easy hold, unless he does get tagged by this fault line, which he does. The push will come through. Anime Watcher is able to get away for now, but taking a bit of damage on the backside. Sofa picks up one, Phantom in hand. Anime Watcher comes back into the fray with 11 HP, picks up a double kill. The spike gets planted, but it doesn't matter. Everybody wiped out. A flawless victory and a defuse coming through for SOR.
Yeah, and obviously kind of going to expectation there, right? It's a full ego here from Dirty Mike and the boys. They're playing for this final round, hoping to get as much of a buy as they possibly can to try and get to 8-4 here. And they do have a full buy here, right? You've got the operator on TMS. Everybody has full shields, rifles across the board. And the only problem is Viper's Pit, it's available, and Sofa's going to lock down B Heaven, and now does Dirty Mike and the boys, do they elect to go for this trade once again? It was a 2-for-1 in favor of Sofa the last time around. Will they chance it this time as well? It's going to be 2 towards this A site, poking and prodding, see if they can draw the attention of SOR away from B, but Hellblade with the opening frag takes out Kwanzi, and things not looking good in this final round of the first half for Dirty Mike and the boys.
Yeah, TMS here with the operator of his own, but peeking down towards A long, trying to find nature and where he usually plays. Unfortunately for him, that means that Hellblade has the flank here, operator in hand, and this is an awkward angle. They need to be careful if they do decide to come up through these ropes. You see that spike still hovering around towards mid, hasn't really made that full commitment as Dopai finds a kill there. Demon gonna trade it back. Nice showstopper pick up as Anime Watcher gets hit with the paranoid. Hellblade finds a kill into Hybrid Julian, and now it's all up to TMS and a 1v4 and an operator in hand. Unfortunately, not looking too hot. Nature will fall. TMS finds that. This Killjoy drops the ultimate here, and Hellblade on the flank picks it up, a 3K and a 9-3 half in favor of SOR. That Viper's Pit is so insane. They opt not to push it, and then it makes the A play so apparent that it allows Hellblade to completely play over towards that A side. They might not have been expecting somebody to play up on the stairs there, because nobody's been doing it all game. It's only been Nature holding down A alone. So a huge pickup there for SOR. And the Viper play from Sofa, we absolutely love to see it. The scoreline at 9-7 towards the bottom. I wish you had some kind of points for utility and abilities there outside of kills, because has been so huge in picking up a couple of rounds. And those 2-round wins that stop those B pushes, that's what makes it a 9-3 rather than a 7-5, which would be a lot closer and a little more favorable for Dirty Mike and the boys.
Yeah, and just have to mention as we kick off the second half here is, a SOR really defying expectations right now. We talked about it before we even went live with the broadcast and during the setup for this game, that Dirty Mike and the boys is a team that coming into this week, we're expecting to go back to the final, right? They deservedly picked up the second seed in the bracket after a great showing a week ago, going all the way to the finals and giving Mamba Mode Gaming really all they can handle. Is here comes the push onto the A site, and Dopai is going to go down. But SOR looked fantastic and looked like they had Dirty Mike and the boys really at their mercy in the first half, and they are going to get the plant here. We'll have to see if Dirty Mike and the boys can pull this round back from a numbers disadvantage, but SOR looking very strong in their first showing, at least on stream this week.
Yeah, and I was going to bring that up too. It's the first time that I myself are able to cast SOR, and they're looking like a phenomenal team here. Hellblade comes through with the 3K on the back end of that one to secure the round, and leaning closer towards victory in this one. We've said it a handful of times. If you're just joining us, it's best of ones, and Dirty Mike and the boys, they're the returning number 2 team. in a best of 3. We got to see them face adversity, but they had the chance to do it all over again. This time around, they're not going to get that same opportunity. So they need to figure it out here, although are going to be on another eco buy. You see absolutely nothing being bought here. This could be one of those times where maybe you choose to force up, but SOR have just been so hot as early kills already coming through towards that B site here. Demon going to trade TMS, not before he finds a kill pushing through that garage. The early aggression pays off for now, but I can't imagine this round goes anywhere in favor here of Dirty Mike and the boys.
Yeah, Hellblade with this Vandal looking to peek out of the tunnel to the garage, but the rotation, very patient here from SOR, will mean they're going to bide their time, not looking to push through the smokes. They're going to opt for possibly control of mid with Kwanzi holding in ropes right now. He should get this information here as Dirty Mike and the boys pushing into the garage, maybe hoping to get the flank if they can catch SOR unawares, but with Kwanzi going down there in ropes, it's going to be the immediate push over to A, and there is nobody from Dirty Mike and the boys anywhere near this site. So SOR easily going to get the plant down, going to get set up for this retake, and this should be an 11th round. It's still only a one-player advantage, but this is going to be such a difficult retake from Dirty Mike and the boys.
Yeah, one player and a handful of guns, right? I think maybe one member from Dirty Mike and the boys has a gun from Anime Watcher going down. And I mean, as you see it here, it does not look like it. Nature picks up 2. Hybrid Julian able to trade it back, and Hellblade it finishes that round. Like you said, yay, so 11-3 for SOR. Now the buy comes through. We'll see if Dirty Mike and the boys are staying high in spirits. I think mental is absolutely huge. And when you're staring in the face of an 8-round deficit, it can be hard to, look for a comeback victory. But we know Dirty Mike and the boys are one of the stronger teams here. I was eyeballing the economy just like everybody else, and it's going to be a glass cannon operator for TMS. He's feeling confident about this one. We'll see the angle he decides to hold. It looks like he's hanging out towards those A stairs. Might look to play aggressive. Picks up 1 onto Nature. That's a huge pickup. The Viper Wall working in his favor as well. He's able to retreat all the way to the back of the A site. So now up a member here, Dirty Mike and the boys. I said, where's their mental? And it looks to be pretty good still as they are a member up here in this 15th round.
Yeah, and I think it's really, you mentioned that 8-round deficit, and the mental approach you have to have as Dirty Mike and the boys is Demon looking to get down ropes here. Dopeye seems aware that somebody is in ropes, but who is going to win this 1v1? We'll have to see. Demon just biding his time. He knows he doesn't have to go. He can be patient. Looks like he's going to throw the smoke out towards Heaven right now and play time. Hellblade getting out of Heaven here, looking to peek in towards Elbow. Kwanzi's holding in the back of the site here, and Sofa is going to take him down. So now it's the 4v4. TMS still alive, still has that operator in hand as the swarm grenade going to get dropped. And Hellblade just going to hold, looking for the crossfire here with Sofa at the exit from that path over to CT. And we're going to have to see how this shakes out. Would set up for map point here as Hybrid Julian with the peek, but Sofa going to be able to trade 1-for-1. Dopeye with the sprayed. Sofa trades back once more, but TMS with a huge frag, and now it's the 3v1 here. Anime Watcher with the spray. He's got the Sheriff. Can he get more kills? Ooh, looking to get onto TMS. He gets one more frag here to save the round. Anime Watcher grabs it. That's the 3K and a 12th round for SOR.
Now, I know losing that round wouldn't be much for SOR, but what a huge play from Anime Watcher. You have to be going crazy after that one. Gets the spray down onto Dopeye with the Spectre. Doesn't have enough ammo to look for another fight, and 2 huge Sheriff kills. And if you're Bumpa, if you're Dopeye, if you're TMS for this Dirty Mike and the Boys squad, you have to be kicking yourself in the butt. When I said their mental must still be up and they're still in good spirits, that is crushing as you see that replay on the left side of the screen. Sure, it took a couple of shots, but they were able to get it done here. Anime Watcher, so huge in clutching that round and inching closer and closer to victory for SOR as we see that name pop back up on the board, finding a kill on a site. Spike is down. It's a 4v3, and it's a tall drink of water for Dirty Mike and the boys. Tournament life on the line in this one. They have to find the clutch.
Yeah, they have to, and they're going to be hard-pressed to do so as, again, the spike is down on this A side. It is full control over to SOR, and a frag from Demon and Nature. Nature going to close it out in stylish fashion. A 13-3 win. SOR takes out the number 2 seed at Dirty Mike and the boys.
And Nature, so Anime Watcher, a huge clutch there at the end for that 12th round victory for them. Nature, this guy, I could not say enough good things. I don't know. We'd have to go back and watch the game. I don't know if there was a single round that he traded 1 kill for 1 kill. If this guy was still alive, he was finding 2 or 3 kills every single round before going down. You see it there at the end. Absolutely huge from the Breach player. And you love to see that because Breach is just slowly making his way back into the meta, right? You saw it trickled in here and there, but now with the recent buffs, Breach is more viable for all these teams. So you slap somebody with great gunplay, with great utility on a Breach, and you get Nature because that guy absolutely popping off. And SOR knocking out one of probably what we were expecting to be the finalist teams for today's tournament.
Yeah, and because I do specifically want to be able to focus on SOR because they have deservedly so earned a victory and they will move on in the tournament, I will give my final thoughts here on Dirty Mike and the boys. Still some flashes of brilliance there, and while, you know, we talked about it at the end of Grands a week ago that was a performance that it's going to sting, but they should be proud of the way they played through that tournament. I will say they should be disappointed here. SOR, certainly no slouch of a team. That is a great team. They played really well, but I think Dirty Mike and the boys, after their performance a week ago, should be disappointed on how things shook out this week, and I think they're going to be coming back a week from today, very angry and very hungry to grab a win. But we are on to our next matchup. It is Kevin's Simp Academy up against Kudos. These two teams playing for a shot to face off against Pyronic in one of our semifinals. We have our first matchup on Ascent on stream today. We are getting underway with our pistol.
Yeah, and an early kill coming through already for Kudos here. Picking up one. I think it was Jonah there finding the kill. And I think we had a little bit of a mix-up in the last one. I thought it was Nocturnal moving forward, but it's actually Kevin's Simp Academy moving on. So KSA able to do just that. The name that we saw at the top was Silenx, so we'll keep eyes out for him for KSA. And we've yet to see Kudos, so I'm interested to see how these guys can play on this one. And like you said, it's Ascent for the first time around, so strategies coming through both ways. We see Sova on both teams. Maybe holding that solo B with the Sova is going to be the play. Although the Killjoy is dead for KSA, it's a pickup, right? It's a pick that we've seen in the last couple of games, and we're getting to see more and more teams utilize this one. So I'm interested to see how they can more specifically utilize for their own team as Barracoon and Runner finds some. Jonah is there to pick some up. Hira as well picks a kill, now low HP. 2-piece on the flank there, getting a 2-piece for himself to pick that pistol round. So Kudos coming out on top there, and that's got to be feeling pretty good here against KSA. Yeah,
definitely a solid start there for Kudos. Getting access to the B site there and the flank through mid. Very, very strong, and a lot of different fraggers there. 2-piece Hira and Jonah all contributing in that round. And now KSA at an early deficit here, and we'll see. I don't believe we have seen yet today a team lose a pistol and grab that second round, so we'll have to see if KSA can be the first ones to do it here. They are on the defense. Kudos going to look to get early control of mid. Smokes coming out. The blind shots with the ghost to ensure nobody is holding inside of that smoke. And Barracoon with this aggressive shorty play is going to get a shot off, but Jonah going to take that frag. Here we're going to grab another. He able to trade one back onto 2-piece with that Sheriff, but Mochilla is going to fall. Can he get more here to defend this A site?
Unfortunately, not able to pick up a Sheriff shot there. Would like to have had quite a bit of damage coming through from that one as the wall goes up. They're still waiting on the spike to make its way towards this A site as Teddy on the flank finds one, finds two. Before you can even blink, he picks up a couple of kills. Another round over to Kudos. And like you said, we haven't seen the pistol round being won. Or the second round after losing pistol being won. We've yet to see a team really force up. We saw a couple of guns coming through for KSA, and their economy not hurting too badly because of it. We'll see what the Arena does decide to pick it up. It is going to be a Phantom in that corner. A couple of Vandals across the board. It's a weird buy, though, from Kudos. We still saw, I believe, a Bulldog coming through, a Spectre coming through. So this could be a tough round for these guys going against a full team from KSA with the Phantoms and the Vandals.
Yeah, and Silence with the opening frag there with the Vandal taking out Hira is a great start here for KSA as the Owl drone peeking out towards this B site. Won't spot anybody. The reverse, Mochilla going to peek into two. They're in B main right now, and that's going to be at least a retreat for now. Looks like the spike may rotate through mid over towards A, and KSA content to play very patient right now. They've got the numbers advantage, and they're feeling good about this third round.
Yeah, and with that, the buy here from KSA and the small buy they had in the last round, they don't have all of the utility, right? There's no shock darts here. So even though Mochilla got the information, he's not able to toss out shock darts, but it doesn't matter because he finds a headshot onto Teddy. Can he find some more? Silence is going to find a second one this round, and it's looking like Kevin Simp Academy going to be able to find their first as a nice shrouded step. We'll get the Omen out for now. Joan able to trade it back. The curveball comes through. Not the most flash. Silence was able to look away momentarily as Bearcoon sprays him down. Flashed in all. Finds a headshot wall bang, and it's all up to 2-piece. Needs to find a 4-piece if he wants to turn this one around. There are low health bars, but I can't imagine these are fights he's wanting to take, so he's just going to back out, find a Phantom. Has the spike in his hands, but I can't imagine he has the information that all 4 members are towards this B site.
Yeah, he's at least able to pick up a rifle here, so that is good for Kudos heading into this 4th round. But KSA finally able to get onto the board with a strong performance in their first gun round there. Bearcoon up with 2-2-1 on the scoreline. Actually sitting on those light shields right now. May elect to hold on to that to continue to boost the eco. We'll have to see what the choice is, but it is a full buy here from Kudos. Hero with the operator and the full shield sitting at that scoreline of 4-1-0. And Kudos now looking for what could be an emphatic response in this 4th round. As you mentioned, they obviously didn't have the full buy in round number 3, electing to hold on to some of those cheaper guns, and while it may have cost them a round there, the long-term eco benefit could show itself in these 4th and 5th rounds, as he holding just outside of the mid doors right now. Cypher sitting on the other side of the boxes, and both of these teams playing the early part of this round very, very slow.
And we know spotted out on the camera here. Does manage to find the kill instead. Unfortunately, Teddy going to fall after getting that information. Wasn't necessarily expecting the Reyna to be where she was. Runner PS going to get seen by the recon drone as well, and a couple of kills traded back and forth, but it's just a 1-for-1 across the board as the play is towards A, and there's the spray through the smoke. It's a 3K coming through. Jonah and 2-piece will fall, and that is going to put Kudos on their back foot. Now the numbers advantage in favor of KSA. They've got the spike down right inside A site as well, so almost impossible to pick up without having to take a gunfight here, and it may just be a save. You see they're watching their flanks. They're making sure nobody's pushing through here, and a tough round for Kudos, but I think a smart one to give away here so they're not losing any more of these weapons.
Yeah, Kudos going to elect for the save, and KSA now with guns in their hands showing some strength on this defensive side. That is going to be the 2nd round for them. I don't hate the choice here from Kudos to save those guns. Your eco is not invulnerable here in the early part of this match. They're actually able to get a late trade there, an exit frag there onto Hia is certainly helpful for Kudos. Just forces KSA to spend some more cash in this 5th round, and we'll have to see which one of these teams takes the lead after 5.
Yeah, and it's still a full buy, right, with that exit frag, but it is nice to take away a gun because you look at the economy And if he's able to make it out just like I believe it was Mochilla did there at the end, he might be sitting on 5,300. Or no, not Mochilla, rather. It was Zebro there. So taking away that gun, definitely going to hurt KSA coming into this next one. Economy so important for these squads. As there's the utility. Owl Drone finds one more shock dart in reserve. He's going to choose to shoot that one on out, and unfortunately doesn't find anything. But the Reyna here holding mid, staying true, finding kills. It was Teddy last round. This round it was the Jet Hira. So big pickups towards mid. KSA able to hold that one down. That Owl Drone not getting any information, as we do see Teddy pushed up, peeking towards this mid market. The kill comes through, and HIA again on top. Runner PS finds it, and another one. This guy can't be stopped here. I'm getting nature vibes. If you let this guy stay alive, he's picking up 2. He's picking up 3. He can't be stopped, and it's a flawless victory here. Not a flawless, excuse me. One going down, but KSA really turning it around. Kudos having a lead. It looked like they may have had their number momentarily, but Reyna holding down mid has been huge for these guys.
Yeah, that's 2 rounds in a row that HIA has been able to get that opening frag, peeking through those mid doors. As you mentioned, on 2 different first time around, it was Teddy with the aggressive peek. The second time, it was the Jet for Kudos that got picked off by HIA. And he looked to top his performance there with some quick follow-ups there in mid, proving a lot of trouble here for Kudos. And now KSA has responded to those opening 2 rounds for Kudos with 3 in a row of their own. And again, HIA seems like doesn't matter where on the map he goes for it. Those opening peaks, he is so clean with his shots. Going to take a second there, knocking out 2-piece. Hira peeking with the Blade Storm will knock him out. But the Reyna has done her work in this 6th round.
Yeah, and Jonah taking a lot of damage there from the Swarm. Pushes onto that B side. Has it completely in favor. Is going to heal up here, but no armor coming into this one. And Hira with the Blade Storm still available. Also wielding this operator. Able to peek through that market. Shots coming from long, and it's a 4K. Bearcoon will go down. What a shot there from Hira. Pulls out the blades and is looking to finish it off here. This could be the ace, but more importantly, the round win for Kudos, as the spike is down, and it's all up to the Omen on the side of Kevin Simp Academy. Can he get it done in the 1v3? Not gonna do it. It is the ace. You love to see it off the back end of that win, and we're all tied up. You also love to see that these close games. Every game that we've spectated has been fairly close, except for unfortunately that last one, I believe, being a 13-3. But we've been getting 13-9, 13-8, just really close games. And a lot of those games that were, I guess, less close towards the end started off just like this: 3-3, 4-4, 5-5, before one team finally started to pull ahead here. As you see that replay popping up, and you got to think Hira feeling pretty good about this one. I didn't see if it was a right click or a left click, and I know we saw this last week, you know, playing conservative with the left click, but getting that headshot feels good no matter what. As on the main screen, if you are taking a peek at the picture-in-picture, oh, it was a left click. That feels good. That feels so good.
And I do want to note this is 2 weeks in a row that we've gotten that Jet ace on stream. So let's keep it up. All you Jet players, you want to show us your aces, get into this tournament, use ! Sign up in Twitch chat, head over to matchareno.com/ESA and get your Valorant squad together if you want to come and compete with the likes of Kudos, KSA, and SOR. As Hira here in round number 7. Kudos has the numbers advantage. We're able to get that opening frag onto the Killjoy. Now looking to push towards this A site. Omen and Cypher both holding here as they wait for this smoke to clear, but it's actually going to be the wall going down from the Phoenix as the flash comes through from the Omen. He's going to go down to 2-piece, and that should mean control of the A site over to Kudos.
I mean, it's control all over the place there. Kills towards mid on the catwalk as well. Pushing onto the side, the spike is down here. Able to hold this angle up towards heaven. So it's a tall order here for KSA should they want to clutch this one. Maybe opting into a save as well. You see that Cypher hanging out towards tree. they are going to retreat back towards their spawn. And I'm glad that you brought that up previous to this round, that somebody in the chat could be that next ace we see on stream. Unfortunately, Teddy is here, though, to stop the rotate. It's a 3K for him, and making sure no guns saved. You saw that Odin in the hand there of Mochilla, holding down a B site with that. Now forced to buy here in the economy after this one might not be the greatest, although they will have that extra loss bonus. Not going to be feeling too good. But when you look at Kudos, these guys, I've said it last week, these guys are buying all Gucci everything. These guys are okay to not only win around, but if they do lose around, they'll be A-okay going into the next. And yeah, making sure that anybody in the chat who wants to try their hand at this can sign up. As we said, some of these teams are new to us, maybe not new to the broadcast in general, as HIA finds an early kill, but just guys putting a team together and playing some top tier Valorant. We absolutely love to see it. So make sure you guys are signing up.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, the key difference from in the previous 2 rounds that we saw was no HIA opening frags, but this time around he has been able to get it. So we'll have to see if that is kind of the secret sauce here, is HIA opening the rounds. But 2Piece able to take him out as he peeks out of the smoke there on Catwalk. So numbers evened up here, 4v4, and now it looks like Kudos wants to push for the B site. Mochilla holding in the back here, going to throw out his darts onto the side to see what kind of information he can get, as he seems to be preparing for this push. Recon Bolt looking to come out, as that's the cage from the Cypher, and Mochilla holding, looking to spray through the smokes here. Bearcoon looking to do the same, and he and his teammate will be able to do that. Teddy and 2Piece go down. Bearcoon with a second onto Zebro. Hero able to trade one back, but the Killjoy Silence just before dying, able to place down that ultimate. Hera not going to be detained as the solo player here on Kudos, looking to peek out and grab the spike, maybe go for a rotation. Seems like a fool's errand, though, at this point. Hera's going to retreat to the safety of his spawn, and that is going to be a 4th round for KSA.
Yeah, and you said it. The Reyna finding an early pick seems to be what it takes for KSA to find these rounds. So as long as Reyna is able to pick one up, pick 2 up, they can then convert. And it seems like the kills, once somebody dies on the side of Kudos, they almost feel like they're forced to make a play happen, and then they run right into the guns. Whereas before, it was a little bit slower. They played a little more methodically. We saw Mochilla and Bearcoon on the rotate over towards A as the clock was ticking down, and then Teddy ended up picking them back on the rotate back towards B. But once an early frag comes through, it seems a little awkward, like they don't know what to do, especially if you're able to pick an early frag up onto one of those top players. So if Hero goes down early in a round, it could be another pickup for KSA as they look to play this one slow, just as we've seen the smokes go down towards mid, which really inhibits these picks from coming out. And we need to pay attention to where HIA is playing. Looks like hovering over towards that A site. No push coming through just yet, which means no picks. And we'll see if Kudos can find a round for themselves. We are tied up. We absolutely love to see that, but we'll see who can regain the lead.
Yeah, right now, Kudos gaining control of mid for the moment. Seems like a similar approach to what we were seeing on Split to start up the day. Teams willing to give up control of mid and just wall off the sites as best they can, as that's going to be the running back used by the Phoenix here over towards this A site. He's going to peek through a link, not going to really find anybody. So sadly, maybe a little bit of information, but Kudos not able to trade a kill for the ultimate from their Phoenix. And that means we're still stuck at this 5v5 stalemate in round number 9.
Yeah, and we've seen time after time again, the clock is not in favor of these attackers. They have 20 seconds now to try and make something happen, and that bomb is towards mid. So it looks like the play will be towards B, but they are running out of time. If that spike carrier gets killed, that could immediately inhibit their ability to win the round. It's all up for the Omen 2Piece to get on site, but there's 3 members waiting for him as the kills will come through. HIA goes down. Jonah gonna pick up another. Do they have time to plant the spike? It doesn't look like it. They run out of time. They run out of HP as they run into the guns of Bearcoon and Runner PS. Here are the only remaining member hanging onto that operator. that right there is it wasn't an early pick from HIA that turned that round around for Kudos. And again, I apologize for saying that. Around, it always feels awkward. But it was the clock against them. There's so much to worry about going up against Kevin Simp Academy here that they just run out of time. Now, what I will say, it didn't work in this last round, but they had some pretty textbook usage of the owl drone through mid, trying to get somebody to peek out, kill the owl drone, and then Hira finds the op shot as Hira almost gets tagged with the Hunter's Fury there. Last time it didn't work, and it was a little awkward that it did work the first time, but I want to see more textbook stuff like that. Have somebody following up with that recon drone in these angles where you know somebody might be holding close, right up there on catwalk, through that A link. Once that owl drone gets shot at, then you can look to make your plays and find a pick of your own. So it's not just HIA getting it done over for KSA. It's somebody on the Kudos side.
Yeah, and I do want to briefly go back to that stall at the B site. It really felt like just a complete misplay from Kudos and a lack of communication and understanding of how much time you had left, because there was about 10 seconds left and they still hadn't even pushed for the site. They had barely gotten out of B main, and it felt like they needed to either push immediately for the site to get the plant or retreat and go for the save, and they end up getting nearly wiped, just able to save a single gun, and the round goes over to KSA. They're looking for a little something different though in round number 10 here, as they're looking to get onto the A site. HIA up in heaven right now, going to get mollied off for the moment, so it gives Kudos a little bit of breathing room. Runner PS able to take out two-piece, excuse me, and Jonah gonna trade that one back. But it's 4v2 in favor of the attackers. The spike is down, and this should be Kudos evening things back up.
Yeah, and we are just going back and forth here. We know Bearcoon is pretty true to his accuracy as Jonah finds a kill up into heaven. Bearcoon gonna find one, has a Vandal in hand, maybe finds a second. He does not, as Jonah sits him down. It is the round over to Kudos, and I do want to give some credit there. Very narrow misses from Zebro there with the shock darts, almost finding the kill into heaven. You hate to see it. Obviously, you would love to see the shock dart kill coming through. But at the end of the day, Jonah has a pop-off round. 3 kills come through, and it's 5-5. Back and forth here. It's looking like it could be a 6-6 half, and then when we swap sides, we'll see really who is a stronger team here, right? Maybe it is just KSA strong on defense, or Kudos strong on offense, equally matched into that. Once they swap, we'll get to see one of these teams possibly pull ahead. As this time around, it is leaning more towards B for Kudos. We'll see if they can pay a little more attention to the clock if they do want to play towards this B side, as last time they ran out of time.
One thing we haven't seen as of yet on stream today is a 6-6 tie going into the second half. We have the opportunity here. We'll have to see if Kudos and KSA are willing to trade rounds once more before we swap sides in this big quarterfinal match. But yeah, this one, you know, very close. As you talked about at the start of this game, we've seen these games be very close early and then start to separate a little bit at the end of that first half. And then obviously the second half, the big determining factor is Runner PS able to take out Zebro there. But this one has been the closest game we have seen so far, as Silex smoked off here, just getting stalled so long outside of the A side. He's going to look for possibly a bit of a flank, but the doors have been closed, so he's going to have to reveal his location if he wants to get onto this A site without going for the full flank. Here as the spike is down from Kudos. Mochilla holding right now in heaven, looking for a kill, but a good flash there from Jonah is going to stall the push for now. Good information from the dart. Jonah's going to spot him out. He's going to get the frag on a Mochilla. Silence going to be able to trade one back, and Hira takes out Silence. Runner PS as well. Now Bearcoon dropping down, looking for the kill in hell, but that's Teddy with the 2-piece on the A site, and Kudos is the first to 6 rounds.
Yeah, first to 6, looking to keep that momentum going forward, and 2-piece was actually on such a huge flank, had to use the ultimate back into that attacker's spawn, looking for a flank coming towards A site. Wasn't necessarily needed in that round, as it was picked up by Teddy there with a couple of kills. And now they have some pretty big ultimates to use as well. If they can find an early pick, Teddy can get some information, and Hira can continue to find frags in top frag fashion with that Blade Storm. as the buys come through. Didn't look too bad across the board here. We'll see what KSA can do, if they can take us to a 6-6 half, or if it is going to be 7-5 and they'll be on the back foot starting their attacking side. I'm keeping my eyes here. HIA this time around only having the Spectre. How much can he get done? Can he still be that huge factor here as Barracoon finds one? Should be able to grab the gun there on the backside as well, as nobody else inside of B main drops that neural theft to get some information. KSA early in this one are on top.
Yeah, and I do want to note that HI looking to peek out onto Catwalk, but the last time that he pushed through that smoke, he got sprayed down and taken out, and that round did not go in favor of his team, so he elects to go for the rotation over towards the B site and then pushes in towards mid as runner PS here holding just outside of A heaven right now, looking for these kills in A link. But the smokes are going to stall it again, just like we saw the Killjoy in the round prior. Silence, though, able to get a kill on the entry onto the side. HIA as well. You were worried about the Spectre, but HIA was, and he gets the 2K. Make it 3 as he takes down Zebro in A main, and there we have it. Through 12 rounds, this match is tied.
6-6. It's been literally back and forth outside of that pistol round, just 1-for-1 across the board in rounds. And man, I mean, it really doesn't get any better than that. Now we get to see if maybe one of these teams have different strengths, right? Maybe it was a weaker defense from KSA allows Kudos to actually get 6 rounds, and they are stronger on offense. We'll have to see. Both teams, like I said, they do have this Sova, so we may see Zebro holding down that B site by himself once he can't afford that Odin or that Ares, looking for the spray through the wall. Everybody is privy to that strategy at this point in the game, but sometimes it's not something that you're expecting if it hasn't been happening for the entirety of the game. So we'll see as we do switch sides. Maybe a play towards A as 3 members go up Catwalk. A few going up through A short here. Smokes go down. We'll have to see if Kudos has a strong enough defense here. Silence going to lead the charge here through A link. The Lear goes out. HI not getting too much utility there, but they are on this A site. The spike is there, and the kills are coming down. That's 2 already, as the spike should get planted. Make it a 3rd, as Kudos are starting to crumble. One more going to push up into heaven, but the ghosts here are just too strong. A 2K from HIA. This guy has been very, very true to being able to pick up a couple of kills for himself. And unfortunately, it's all up to Teddy in a 1v5. Not that it can't be done, as he does pick up a first kill. It's just it's a tall task.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Silence going to be able to jump up into heaven there. And interestingly enough, I want to kind of keep track of the trend of these plays towards A for KSA in the second half, because, you know, throughout the first half, Kudos was very successful outside of the final round with those pushes through A link. They were consistently able to win in the trades, get access to the site, and get the spike down. So I want to see if KSA, they had success in the pistol, if they can continue that through this second half. As we take a peek at the scoreboard, HIA obviously top fragging 15, 11, and 2, has been really the breadwinner so far in this match for KSA. We'll have to see if he can keep that up through this second half, as Kudos now seeing if they can bring out the second round win. HIA going to make it difficult with them grabbing the Phantom in this second round, so not unwilling to spend the cash here, looking to push in, and that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. That's great if you're Kudos.
Yeah, that could be huge. 2-piece looking to pick up the weapon. Unfortunately, it was a little too far, and the aggressive buy here could be heavily punished as 2-piece finds another kill. Silence is going to get one, and Barracoon with the Vandal in hand should be able to pick up that kill. So no, not too much loss there as KSA find another round for themselves, but an early start from Kudos made it look like that could go either way. If that Phantom had been any further ahead, 2-piece may have picked that one up and punished the aggressive purchase there from HIA and the aggressive play. Fortunately, they don't have to worry about that. Now, the full buys are going to be a little awkward, though, right? Because we saw, you see the light shields now coming through with a Vandal in hand, and a couple of big guns picked up in that second round after winning pistol means you're hurting a little bit coming into the next when the economy matters the most. On defense, though, we do see the operator in the hands of Hira and we'll see what he can get done. If they can look to find their first round of the second half for Kudos on this full buy.
Yeah, Hira looking for that aggressive peek onto Catwalk with the operator. Misses, no, actually didn't miss a shot. Looks like he got a body shot on the Omen, but obviously not able to grab the kill as he had his shields. So Hira has to immediately back away and is still looking to defend for this push from a Link. It's going to be difficult. He's going to be spotted out by the Owl drone and immediately has to back away. But still confident that he can get a trade here at A-Link. Meanwhile, Teddy holding in market right now with those smokes coming out. He's going to be all by himself looking for the spray, able to take out one. The shadow step doesn't work. Teddy with the 3-piece. The phantom spray is beautiful from the Cypher, and just like that, this round is flipped on its head.
Yeah, Teddy coming up huge there, and the full buy round coming through in favor of Kudos, and it's just damage traded back, right? Teddy, the only one on the back end there, taking quite a bit of damage, and now it's all up to Mochila. He does have the spike, which is nice if you are trying to clutch around. Unfortunately, Jonah going to make sure he doesn't do that. And I guess, in Ascent fashion here in this game, when you put KSA head-to-head with Kudos, we're going to get close games. It's exactly what we're seeing. A 2-round lead immediately turned around, a 1-round lead now for KSA, and Kudos looking to tie it up and just continue to go head-to-head, round for round with these guys. The economy, it's hurting. We might see a couple of guns come through to try and match Bearcoon, but I can't imagine this is the play now for KSA as they do opt into just picking up a couple of Sheriffs, a Stinger coming through for Mochila on attack, and we'll see what they can get done. A lot of the times on these eco rounds, you typically see a stack and them just trying to overwhelm maybe 1 or 2 members. But with the Sheriffs in hand, they might be looking for these long-range headshots. You see a couple hovering around mid, a couple hovering around towards A, maybe looking for a kill into heaven. But we'll see what they can get done with the economy that they are allotted in this one.
All right, Kudos trying to tie things up right now. KSA with, again, early plays towards A. They seem to favor that site right now, and as B has seen almost no action outside of the pushes into market. Now Teddy has switched side here. He's holding outside of A-Link, looks to push through the smoke. He's able to trade 2 for 1 there. Silence takes him down, but Jonah grabs another as well. Make it a second one. Hira finishes off the round, taking out Mochila with that operator. And just like that, we're all knotted up at 8. And I do want to clarify, it looked like there was a little bit of confusion in Twitch chat on a point that you, Tanner, actually made at the start of the half. And I want to clarify for everybody, the point Tanner was trying to make is that the first half was extremely close, and he was only hypothesizing that there was a possibility that, hey, switching sides could maybe turn this match from a close one into a very different match. He wasn't saying that, oh, KSA is weaker on defense. He was only postulating that, hey, this match could change if they were weaker at defense and maybe things aren't as tight when you switch sides here. That's only the point he was trying to make, guys.
Yeah, for sure. Forgive me for maybe seeming any kind of bias with this not being my first time on broadcast, but my first time seeing some of these teams. That is just something that I'm tossing out, that it's not the pro level. It's not, you're expecting everybody to be good on every single map, on attack and on defense. So yeah, just hypothesizing that first time seeing these guys coming around, it could be a complete flip of the script here. But fortunately, we're not getting that. We're still getting this incredibly close game from both of these guys. Now they have to worry about the Killjoy ultimate coming through. Flashes down, Cage is there as well. Jonah needs to get out of dodge. He finds a kill onto Runner, looks for another. Does he make it out? Yes, he does. Just in time, able to get it done, but B-side has been stormed. Was 1 member down, but Mochila going to turn it around. That's Teddy gone now, as the spike should be planted for KSA, and Kudos has to play the retake.
Yeah, Jonah going to get taken out there in the run it back, so now has to push out. No shields available. Was hoping to get a little bit more information, maybe a kill with his ultimate, but wasn't able to do so. And that curveball actually going to miss, but it doesn't matter. Jonah is still able to get the frag onto HIA into the back of the site, but Mochila trades back. But Zebro with the spray on the Phantom, he and 2-piece finished that one off. That's going to be the defuse, and Kudos will retake the lead.
Yeah, and a nice retake there. It's the first time we're getting to see that one pay off for Kudos. Their economy sitting incredibly pretty. MKSA, not the hottest coming into this one. We might see some Bulldogs and some light armor, but if you want to keep the tradition, they have to buy here. They have to win this round to keep us tied up as they have fallen now 3 rounds in a row going in favor of Kudos. And what hurts the most on what could be an eco round is you don't have any of those ultimates available. You use so much utility into that last one. Not going to have it in this one. And it does look like a couple of sheriffs were coming through. So they are going to play conservatively in this to see if they can find some kills on the way out. And I think from both of these teams, we've seen both of these guys almost come up really huge on these eco rounds. So it could just take a couple of nice headshots, popping a few grapes with these sheriffs for KSA to pick this round up. And as I say that, the kills come through over towards mid, and Two-Piece finds another. It's all up to Mochilla. Unfortunately, he will fall. Zebro going to be the benefactor of that kill, and it's a flawless victory for Kudos, taking the lead 10-8. So trying to break this rhetoric of the back and forth.
Yeah, and KSA now dropping 4 rounds in a row. Obviously, forced to go for the save in the previous one. You're going to be hard-pressed, just hoping to do whatever economy damage you can. Sadly, they're able to do none, and you can check the scoreboard right now. Look at that. Everybody on the side of Kudos with 5,500. So the economy for Kudos is in a fantastic spot right now. It's going to need to be a solid run from KSA, and they need 2 to 3 rounds in a row to break the Kudos economy here. So they are going to be hard pressed. It is not impossible. KSA has had great runs in this game. HI has showed himself up to the test to duel with Hira, but it's not going to be an easy task to tie this game back up once more.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Teddy's not able to get anything there, spraying down through that tree, that A-Link area. That has been such an area of contention, and it doesn't seem like Kudos have been able to hold that down too well, as A site has been taken, the spike has been planted, and if it isn't broke, don't fix it, I think is the saying. We're seeing KSA go right back to the A site. 1 kill comes through from Heaven. The wall goes down, trying to cut this one off. Peeking underneath, Jonah finds one, as Silence picks one up, and Jonah finds a second one. A huge couple of kills coming through. Everybody will fall for KSA. The economy is going to be hurting. The rounds are going to be hurting as Kudos finds himself up 3 and 1 away from match point here. This right here fits the rhetoric of the games that we've seen today, where they've been incredibly close first halves. So maybe this helps my point out a little bit. But then once we start to get later in the second half, one team really starts to pull ahead. And it's not the 11-13 like we would expect going round for round for the majority of the game. It could be that 13-8 here if KSA doesn't string together a few wins. And you see in this one, they're opting into the force buy, kind of on their back foot. They know that they need to do something here. And maybe they catch somebody on the back foot, and as I say that, Hira finds Mochilla, the only member who didn't buy. We'll see if that still pays off for Kudos, as the remaining 4 members of KSA look to play towards mid. Here's Jonah picks one up, and it's all starting to fall apart here. Silence does find Hira, so there is still life available. It's a 4v3. The ultimates are available for Kudos as well, as Jonah looking for the rotate. Spike has been picked up, but will they decide to head towards A? A pickup comes through from HIA. This could be huge here. We're all evened up. It doesn't matter about the economy in this one. Just now, it only matters about finding Jonah here in Heaven.
Yeah, Jonah being very patient, looking for the spray, but HIA has the headshot. Super clean kill there onto Jonah, and now the numbers advantage in favor of KSA as the spike goes down. Now we see Zebro rotating here along with Teddy, trying to work on the retake, but they're going to have to get through HIA, who is holding... Okay, actually, none of them elected to hold Heaven, so I like this. With the Phoenix down, this is a much stronger hold. 2 players in Hell right now. Meanwhile, the Killjoy actually outside of A link. This is interesting. Looking for the long con flank here, but the sprays are good. Zebro and Teddy able to take those two. Can they get the defuse here? Teddy watching into A link, able to get the final frag onto Silence. That is going to be the round, and I was really concerned because, and we got to see the replay from Jonah with that beautiful wall in round number 19. I want to make sure to give him credit because it's so hard to jump down from heaven on this A site and deal with players that are sitting in hell, because you can essentially walk into a crossfire. You can have players watching from A main or A link, and you get, you know, if you trade one in hell, you get shot right in the back. But the wall was perfect from Jonah to cut off the sightlines, and without it that time, it was very risky. But with the Killjoy showing up late to the site, Zebro and Teddy were both able to take separate 1v1s, get those frags. They get the final kill onto the Killjoy to secure the round, and just like that, Kudos is on map point.
Yeah, and the crossfire between Jonah and Teddy across the whole A site was just stronger than the one that was there underneath heaven. So a huge pickup, like you said, as that Killjoy ultimate going to whiff, but it does zone everybody off of this A site momentarily, and now it's another retake available. Jonah finds one kill, so we'll have the number advantage yet again in another round. Hunter's Fury gonna go out, try and clear heaven out once more. Those shock darts went wide as both Jonah and the Omen here pushing up. Runner PS picks up a couple of kills. HIA going huge in this one, but now has to go huge in the 1v2. Jonah gonna be sticking the defuse. The wall is down. They have to play for it, and he's going to get it. It's Kudos picking up the round win. Two-piece went down, but Jonah with the clutch. And wow, how huge there for Kudos. Again, another retake onto A site. They were struggling a little bit early. It seemed like A was the play for KSA. And that was a whole lot of A's and a whole lot of A sounds. But it seemed like that was a huge boon in the side, or thorn in the side of Kudos. They weren't able to take those retakes, but in the last few rounds, it was huge.
Yeah, definitely a huge one. Congrats on Kudos moving on. We are going to head to a break, but on the other side of that one, we've got our semifinals ahead of us, matchups between Pyronic and Kudos, and SOR and Genesis. We'll see you in a few. right, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned. Yeso and Tanner Metro here getting ready for our semi-finals. 9 matches behind us and just 3 remain ahead. 2 best of ones to decide our finalists, then a best of 3, which promises to be very exciting. Our matchups as they sit after our first 2 rounds of play. We've got Pyronic going up against Kudos, who we just saw take a very strong win over KSA. On the other side of the bracket, it is SOR, who took out our previous second place team a week ago, up against Genesis, who took out BBE. No experience in their respective quarterfinal matchup. As we get ready for our first semifinal, Tanner, any kind of broad thoughts as we look back at the play we've gotten to see through the first 2 rounds?
I really liked SOR as a whole, watching their team play. And that matchup is interesting to me because BBE No Experience is a returning team for this tournament. So that's another big name for Genesis to take down. So if we do get a glance at that one, or even if we don't, seeing who moves on in that one is pretty big, at least to me personally, because it's my first time getting to witness both of these teams play. And then Pyronic, we haven't seen them for a long time. I would imagine they're doing their training, or they're staying warm, but they're coming off of a bye win because Mamba Mode Gaming backs out. And I wonder if that is going to help them or hurt them, not having that extra game played, not staying warm to, clicking the headshots and doing things of that nature.
Yeah, and not sure what semifinal we're going to start off here, but we do have to say, we casters, we've got no stakes whatsoever. We do not care who wins at the end of the day, but our kind of internal greed from what we've seen so far is I want to see some more nature. So while I could care less who wins this tournament, the caster in me is like, I want to see some more action from this SOR team in the finals. In a best of 3 would be absolutely a blast to watch, but we'll have to see how things shake out. No guarantees whatsoever as we head into our semifinals matchup, and we are preparing to get into our first one here. Folks, if you guys are enjoying everything today, we appreciate all of you coming out to watch and hope you will continue to do so throughout the rest of tonight and in our future tournaments. If you guys want to stay up to date on everything we are doing here at Esports Arena, the best ways that you can do that is checking us out on all of our social media platforms. Consider following and subscribing to us here on Twitch to know when we are going live. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Esports Arena. Check us out on Facebook as well at facebook.com/esportsarenausa. And obviously, one of the best places to go is our newly revamped website over at esportsarena.com. We are just finishing out Agent Select here for our first semifinal, getting ready to get into the action. Tanner, I am excited. How are you feeling as we get ready to go?
I'm super pumped for it. Obviously, as a Valorant spectator, as a Valorant player, I love watching all levels of Valorant. It's why I'm so, I guess, into not only these kind of tournaments that pop up and anybody can join, and maybe you're seeing some new names that are looking to climb their way through an esports arena, obviously providing that outlet to do so. But just seeing, more importantly, the differences. Teams aside, if you erased all the team names, but you just looked at compositions, I love what these guys bring to the tables, as it looks like it's going to be our first time on Haven for this one. And if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be Pyronic and Kudos here facing off for this one. So we haven't seen Pyronic in a long time, and now we'll get to see if they're feeling a little rusty or a little cold, coming off of that break after one game. I do want to, less Valorant related, more Esports Arena related. The YouTube channel for Esports Arena not only has like 800 plus videos, informational videos, some videos that you can watch on games across the board, but they also do a 24-hour live stream of the online tournaments that they have going. And I think that is absolutely sick. So make sure you guys also check that out if you want to catch any of the action you may have missed. And speaking of action, a couple of kills coming through. It is just a trade onto Paranoid, who this time around is going to be piloting that jet, no longer on the Viper here on Haven. And we'll see how he does that.
And we see Hira on the jet once again that he top fragged on in the previous round. Jonah able to get one there in a long, and now the pushes have been very stunted here by Pyronic. They've looked to rotate over to C site, and actually they've gotten the spike down. So the rotation on its way from Kudos. They're going to have to play for the retake, and Jonah going down. That's a huge frag there, but E shots and Steph getting him as well. Two-piece able to take out Steph here. It's the 2v2 as they push onto the site. Hira along with the Omen here, looking to push through the cage, going to spot the Cypher. That's going to get killed for Matt, though, taking out Hira, and Two-piece isn't able to trade back. Matt's going to finish it off, and Pyronic take our first pistol.
Yeah, and this is almost a complete changeup in composition for Pyronic here. Matt still on the Cypher, but it's Steph no longer on the Raze, Paranoid no longer on the Viper, Toasty Unicorns now on the Brimstone, not the Omen, and eShots was playing the Breach now on the Sova. So this team showing that they can stay diverse and bounce around for the agents that they should choose to use. Now going up around as well, coming through with that light buy should be a pretty easy pickup as Toasty Unicorns finds 3. And forgive me if I just called them Tasty Unicorns a second ago. I don't actually remember if I mispronounced that.
Oh man, that is certainly a risky push there down C long, especially all hugging the wall makes it a very easy spray with that Spectre for Toasty Unicorns to grab the quick triple to kick off the round. Obviously, it appears the trend will continue. You win the pistol, you're going to take the next round here as Zebro looking to rotate back over to the A side as the spike is going to go down. I would assume with this Sheriff bot, he's probably just going to hold for some exit frags. Pushing onto the side is basically a recipe for death and disaster here, as he's going to hold just outside of the doors here onto the A site. See if he can maybe get anything going at the end of this round. The recon bolt up high will spot out the Phoenix there, holding just below on the site. Meanwhile, his teammate just outside of a long right now, holding just in front of the CT spawn. Zebro going to rotate over to help with him, see if they can get some exit frags here. And this is going to be a second round to Pyronic.
Yeah, really nothing much to grab outside of these exit frags. Have to be wary of the remaining members coming through. They don't spot out Zebro, and unfortunately, the shorty isn't enough. Everybody ends up falling, not before a couple of kills come through. So not really hurting the economy, as you can see the teammates tossing over the Spectres that they were able to hang on to and look for a buy themselves. But as you noted, a second round going over to Pyronic. We've yet to see the first 2 rounds being split. We've yet to see anybody really forcing for that second round either. So no real aggressive play there. I am a little intrigued by the economy or the weapons bot. You see it was a Marshall and still Spectres on the side of Pyronic and a full buy for Kudos. So this could be a difficult round for the attackers unless they choose to run and gun. But we know Steph with that trusty Phantom should be good for a couple of kills. Not going to be good for a couple of kills. It will be traded back. But Teddy finds the Phoenix, takes her down. And eShot's going to use that owl drone for some information. Not going to find anything unless they did hear the footsteps. 2 playing inside of the smoke. Now spotted out. Jonah finds a kill onto Paranoid. Jonah finds a second one as Matt is able to find 2. But Two-piece trades it back. And Pyronic with that awkward light buy, not really investing too much into this third round. Now on the back foot, 3-1. In members alive, and it's all up to Toasty Unicorns, who has the spike in his hands.
Yeah, gonna see if he can get something done here. It's interesting trying to analyze the choice for the buy there for Pyronic, and I think there's really 2 schools of thought. Either you can make the argument that it's, high confidence from Pyronic. Hey, even with these lower tier guns, we still feel like we can beat Kudos here and take this round. Or it's, fear maybe pushing it, but just a conservative approach, right? Let's play for our eco to be better in the long run here, not full buy, and instead look to keep a significant advantage in terms of cash for the long term. In the end, the round does go to Kudos here, so they are on the board, and we should see Pyronic with the full buy in this 4th round.
Yeah, and our lovely spectator tool shows everybody with the Phantoms, but that isn't always the case here. We do
How
see
they get Phantoms in the pistol round. Tanner,
Yeah,
what's going on?
Exactly. The full buy does come through this time around. It's now an op in the hands of Paranoid, no longer that Marshall. And it is going to be Zebro sitting on that Bulldog. So his economy alone hurting just a bit. Hopefully that doesn't matter too much coming into this next round. this one is really going to, again, kind of push the limits of the economies for these teams. If you are losing in this one, it's not going to feel great for the next couple of rounds. So we'll see if Kudos can find something, get it done here. Neural Theft is available for Pyronic, so if they do find an early pick on maybe a defender playing a little too close, they can get some more information and try and clutch out this round. The A push coming through, 5 stacked. Nobody going through short as the smokes are going to come down. There's the sky smokes from the Brimstone. Teddy going to be smoked off in heaven. Will he choose to play aggressive and leap out? He does spot one out there. Nice trap wire. Going to find the kill onto Steph. Now a member down, but the spike has been planted, and it's the retake now to come through from Kudos.
Yeah, I love this solo hold from Cypher. It's super common on Haven. With all of the utility he brings, you can really lock down a site early and delay, get the rotation. As Hira up in heaven with 2 kills. With that, Operator looking super clean. Finally gets that gun in his hand in round number 4, and he's making it pay off big time as the Molly on the spike there will delay the defuse, but Hira able to get it in just enough time. That's going to be a tie game here. Kudos with a beautiful retake of this A site.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Like you said, they tried to buy as much time as they could. You saw the molly there at the end to try and buy some time on the spike, but it was Toasty Unicorns forced to run away from that one, save his weapon. As you can see, that economy could be a forced buy here. It's interesting to me. We've seen a lot of, or at least myself personally, a lot of the times, typically your jet player will play with one of these shotguns, the shorty. The nerfs did come through, but they don't hurt that much when you're right in the face of somebody. But the jets that we've seen now have been playing a bit more passive, right? They've just been trying to buy out for these operators, not necessarily opting into these shotguns that come through and then make that aggressive play, more so using those dashes in safety after whiffing a shot or after taking a shot and landing a shot. So it is interesting to see the different play styles coming through and some of the aggression kind of being weaned away from as the flashes go out. But unfortunately for Jonah, nobody is down C long. Pyronic do have some pretty strong ults available. Neural Theft is still up, now have the Blade Storm and the Run It Back, so a whole lot of information can be gained in this round should they use it. And there's the Blade Storm coming through towards B site. Hopping up is Paranoid. Went down in the last round. This one, though, looking to find a kill for himself. He does just that, not before being traded. Jonah and Teddy going to find a couple. Teddy actually finding 2 of his own as the smokes are blocking off a bit of that site, but Teddy finds a 3K to close it out there. The Phoenix picked one up for Kudos, but they regain, or not regain, but first time now taking a lead in this one. The full buy is really paying off for this Kudos squad.
What a confident push there from Teddy through the smoke onto the side. Basically had no backup. That was a solo push by the Cypher. He picks up the initial frag onto Matt there, who was looking to get the spike down, actually stops the plant, catches Steph pushing out through mid, no backup for his spike planter there, and then gets the final one onto Toasty Unicorns in window. So Teddy, you know, getting backup from his team, but single-handedly putting together an impressive round there for Kudos.
Yeah, and if you just looked at the economy there, or the scoreboard rather, the last 3 rounds in favor of Kudos, they gained their first lead in the game. And some of these Pyronic members, you see it here on Toasty Unicorns, he's sitting on 0 credits and they're already a man down. This is a huge round that they would need to win in order to keep this one close. If they lose this one, it can be argued that they lose the next because of a poor economy here. So they need to now play this so methodically and find a pick of their own as there is a minute left on the clock. We've yet in this one to see either of these teams fall to running out of time, but eShot's going to find that pick that we were talking about. Now moving towards this C site. Orbital Strike going to be used, trying to clear out the back corner. There's the flash, so a nice curveball coming through. Neural Theft used as well, but Jonah finds a kill. Paranoid with the up in hand, not able to do it. It's a 2-for-1 as Jonah found 2 and Toasty found 1. The spike is now down on C site, and it's all up to Toasty Unicorns to try and get it done. The trap wire will reveal him. Zebra will find the kill, and just like that, 4-2 for Kudos. The last 4 rounds won. And I talked about this before, jumping in it with Pyronic as well. These guys are coming off a bye. They're coming off a little cold. they're also coming off that third round awkward Marshall buy, and that really seemed to kind of stamp the last 4 rounds for Kudos to pick those up pretty easy.
Yeah, so they were kind of in a tough spot that half buy. If the people at home noted the money that Pyronic was sitting on, the half buy guaranteed every player on the team at least 3,900 credits with the loss bonus they were going to get for that third one in a row. So Pyronic was guaranteed at the very least Vandals and Phantoms and full shields in that next round. That's regardless of utility costs, but they weren't able to pull it through. And now it means that Pyronic is so heavily on the back foot right now as 2Piece going to push through a flawless round there from Kudos. And, you know, we talked a lot last week, not so much this week as we've seen much tighter back and forth games. But last week we saw teams playing so heavily off of momentum, lots of runs of 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row. And now we're finally today starting to see it here with Kudos. They drop the pistol, obviously lose the second round, but once they get going, they have now rattled off 5 in a row, are looking for 6, and Pyronic is still in big trouble. They went for the save in the last round. They should have a solid buy here, but Kudos has just looked well up to the task on defense.
Yeah, and there's no better feeling than what Jonah may be feeling now as Hira does find a kill onto Paranoid, which could have been the opper down, but Steph trades it back, and they should be able to pick up the operator for themselves. It's a pretty simple A-take, but as I say that, Jonah starts to pop off, and I just said his name briefly before the start of this round, as we do find him healing up in his own Molotov here. And unfortunately, it's all up to Toasty Unicorns again. The spike is down. This guy finds himself in a 1v3 more often than not, unfortunately, for this Pyronic squad. And I would think you want to play safe here. They haven't been. It's a win, a loss, a win, a loss, a win, a loss is not great. You're not getting that extra loss bonus. So maybe not too pretty for the economy for this squad. Now, Jonah, we talked about momentum. There is no better feeling than when you are able to win every single fight. That gives you so much confidence, and we're seeing it pay off. He used the run it back in that last round, found a kill. In this one, finds 3 kills, and I believe the round prior to also had a 2K for himself to end it, and he ends this one off with the 4K. So, I mean, all eyes are on this guy because he feels pretty unstoppable, and a lot of momentum alone coming from this Phoenix.
Man, looking really strong right now. Top fragging 16, 3, and 1. And let's be clear, the rest of Kudos is not playing badly, but Jonah is basically just taking all the kills before his team even has a chance to get after them. Kudos largely riding off of the stellar play of this Phoenix player right now. Hira has this operator still going to look to peek out through C long, but really, we see Jonah coming alive. He didn't have a bad game by any stretch in their previous matchup against KSA, but it was largely the Hira show, and Jonah seems to think, hey, you had a little too much of the spotlight in the previous round. It's my turn here on Haven, as Hira's going to get another there. 2P's going to get the spray on the Paranoid, and Toasty Unicorn's going to be able to trade one back, but Hira with the blind shot through the smoke on his operator. Going to grab another. Zebro takes one. Teddy going to finish off his opposing Cypher, and just like that, Kudos has guaranteed them a lead going into the second half, up 7-2.
Yeah, and there's a difference in demoralization when you get sprayed through a smoke with a Phantom or a Vandal or maybe even a Spectre. It's kind of to be expected if you're pushing a smoke or just running through a smoke and somebody's spraying. But when that off shot is just perfect through the smoke and it finds you just like it did Toasty Unicorns, it is absolutely crushing because your team basically has the site taken. You just need to play in these corners and look for some frags, as Kudos here are looking for the retake, but Hira making sure that doesn't happen. You look at the economy, again, it's Pyronic so far on the back foot. They have a full buy coming through as all 5 of them spotted out here, pushing towards C, and they really need to pick up a round in this one. They're also beyond an eco as Steph finds one. Finally coming alive in this game. Hunter Shiri goes out, finds a bit of damage and some information onto Hira, but 2Piece is going to even the odds. Now it's a 4v4 with the spike being planted. Can Pyronic hold down the site, or will Kudos just remain on top, playing with this momentum? Hira starting to feel himself. has the ultimate out. There goes the curveball. 2 playing towards long. 1 gets spotted out. E-Shot's gonna find the Jonah with the flank. Picks up a kill in the back of Matt. Steph now trying to do what he can. It's to run it back, but he's gonna get chased down as well. The classic comes through, and Jonah stays hot in this one onto this Phoenix. Molotov is down. Stimpak gonna go down as well, and here just gonna look for the defuse, but it's not gonna happen. It's the shock dart from E-Shots, and Toasty Unicorns finally stealing some of this momentum. Another round picked up by Pyronic. You love to see it, but as you stated before, Ye, so it's 7-3, so it's not going to be an even half. Kudos still are already ahead going into the half. Now it's all up to Pyronic to try and even the odds as much as they can.
And I think you made a really good point early on in that round as Steph was able to grab 2 frags there. Just to note, through 9 rounds, Steph had only had 3 kills, and that was a name that we talked about a ton at the start of the day. Was a huge catalyst for Pyronic in their first round win over Blitz, and it's a good sign for them that he's able to get 2 frags in that round, and they're able to take that one all the way through to a win, because Steph really can be the kind of the straw that stirs the drink here for Pyronic. And there's another 2. So Steph starting to come alive is a huge sign here for Pyronic as Smoke's down on this B site. The spike has been planted. Hira here on the site with the operator. Gonna get sprayed down from the side by E-Shots, but Teddy immediately trades back, but is still in the numbers advantage in favor of Pyronic.
And even more so as Matt finds 1, finds 2. As another round comes through, and Pyronic are looking to make it a 7-5 half. So this one, it seemed like it was slipping away, but as we stated, Steph comes up with another huge 2K. That's what you want to expect out of this Phoenix. Although there was, I believe, another game played. No, it wasn't actually. So Steph is coming off of, I forgot that Pyronic had that buy. Coming off of that Rays game, absolutely popped off. Now coming into this one and not having the best showing. I said it once before, but I think it is, just kind of coming off the couch type deal, quote unquote, not actually coming off the couch. Don't have my head for that one, but just coming in cold here on a different agent, definitely putting Steph on the back foot. Just alone as a player, but finally coming alive here, and it's the perfect time to do it, because if you're good for that pistol round, then you're good to pop Grapes. His 2-piece hiding in the smoke. It's gonna get sniped out by Paranoid. What a huge shot there. Nice pickup as another one had come through. Pyronic 5-3 in favor as far as numbers go. The Sky Smokes come down, trying to stop off the push from the back of this site here trying to play aggressive, but Steph finds one onto Teddy's. E-Shots just hanging out towards C long. Can do that. Is afforded the opportunity with those shock darts. Zebro finds one with the Odin. Can he find another? Wary that somebody is inside of mid, as it's now a 2v4, but it's the last round. You just have to send it. Toasty Unicorns finds the kill onto Hira. I didn't see, but I think the spike did reach halfway here as Zebro just spraying through. Paranoid finds the last kill, and Pyronic, against what seemed like all odds there, do turn it around here, and it's the best that they could get here. 7-5 going into this half.
Yeah, and part of the resurgence there of Pyronic, not only Steph coming alive, but it seems like a change in mindset for where they wanted to play on the map. Because early on in the half, it was a heavy dosage of A with a little sprinkling of B site pushes from Pyronic, and they weren't working. Kudos had the A site locked down tight. Their retakes were extremely clean if they were even able to get the spike down. And it seems like once they were able to get kind of a foot in the door over at the C site, Pyronic finally kind of found their footing into that half. They win the last 3 rounds in a row after dropping 7 straight, bring this match within 2 rounds. So obviously our perspective on this one has shifted drastically at the end of that first half, but Pyronic has life as we have our second pistol.
Yeah, and this is going to be a huge round. You pick this one up, you could easily tie up the game if you are Pyronic. As the curveball goes out, Jonah peeking the corners, not able to find too much. We talked about this guy feeling hot here on this Phoenix, and we'll see if he's able to stay just as hot. As the spike is going to go down, planted for C long. Jonah will retreat and join his fellow Sova here down back towards that spawn. All 5 members stacked up here, coming over from this connector on the back of this site. Recon Bolt not going to find too much. Toast Unicorn's going to find the first kill. That's on Tahira. eShots finds one onto two-piece. Pyronic finally coming alive yet again inside the smoke. They can't find the diffuser here. Finally they do. It's the shock dart that gets it done. And kudos against all odds there. It was so close there for Pyronic to find that diffuse. eShots time and time again has been huge with the shock darts.
Yeah, that's rough. Obviously, that C-long plant and holding at a distance can be extremely strong for attackers, and the Ghost is no slouch at range, but in those pistols, it's still a bit of a risky choice. But as you mentioned, the shock dart was very, very good from the Sova. Kudos able to stop that defuse just in time, and enough chaos on that side that they're able to finish off the last few frags that they needed to grab that pistol round, looking to push it to a 9-5 lead here as Jonah continues to lead the way on this Phoenix. Molly onto garage doors for now as he's going to slowly push that way. A little bit of information, they have spotted the Phoenix inside there on the other side of those doors, but Jonah going to play slow here, not electing to push, and they're going to rotate to see as Hira has gotten access to the site so they can look for the spike plant. They've got to be careful of an aggressive push out of garage as 3 players are stacked in there for now, but the spike is going to go down. It's another C-long plant here as Hira holds in the back of the site, and Teddy getting a kill onto Steph is a great start for Kudos.
Yeah, a great start. It's a 3K. It's a 4K for Teddy. They're in that mid garage. Paranoid finally going to take him down now. It's a little to be expected as they were just on pistols. And I believe it was the Phoenix wielding the shorty in that tight corner. Unfortunately, Steph falls down. Teddy going to be the benefactor of a 4K and boosting the stats a little bit as he's trying to find Jonah. Notably, I believe in the last 4 rounds, Jonah's only picked up 2 kills. Not that it's really mattered, but I think more so at the end of that first half, Jonah wasn't necessarily popping off. He was sitting at 16 kills, allowing the rest of his team to do their part, and it let Pyronic get back in the game. So now, if you are on Kudos, hoping that Jonah continues to move forward, picking up some kills as he looks for one here. Spectre in hand is able to run and gun quite a bit. It is going to be the Jet backing off here, dropping down the smoke as Paranoid finds one onto Hira. That's a huge kill here. Hira being a large member for this team. Operator in hand, not going to find the second. Jonah going to pick it up. The run and gun comes through and stays true for 2 members as the spike is here on this A side. It is going to be planted down. Oh, okay. The reposition. I thought maybe looking for a kill as they're still just buying some time, maybe trying to bait somebody out for the plant. Now the spike does go down, and in a 3v4, Pyronic have to get it done. Very, very low HP on the Cypher here, so it's very possible that Pyronic turn this around.
Yeah, Jonah was able to pick that up. Good spray from 2Piece, able to get the headshot onto Matt in heaven, and Jonah gets that shot as the entrance onto the A site. Teddy finishes it off with the headshot onto eShots there, and just like that, Kudos has turned this game around. The first gun round where we typically see things start to shift back, Kudos stops Pyronic from stalling their momentum. They've grabbed 3 rounds in a row to start this half, and Kudos is looking to keep their foot on the gas here and finish off Pyronic.
Yeah, now, in that one, so I would, if somebody in Twitch chat could let us know here, Teddy for Kudos, is it the same Teddy? I'm speculating here. Is it the same Teddy from the San Jose State University? Please let me know as the kills come through in this one. And like you said, Kudos stepping on the throats. They're pedal to the metal. It's on the floor now as they're trying to find these wins. It's just barely, narrowly seeing that model there picking up a kill here. Is Teddy the same one that I was just talking about? And Zebro across the map can find one. I think more often than not, I don't know if Zebro's just had the worst economy or doesn't want to buy from his team as eShots finally back on the board and picks up a kill onto Teddy. But Zebro is a guardian, or I'm sorry, not a guardian, a bulldog king. It seems like I see this guy with a bulldog all the time. On those eco rounds, he opts into the bulldog over the Spectre, and there's been a few other full buy rounds where I've seen him opt into that bulldog rather than picking up maybe the Phantom or Vandal. So hoping we see some more of that, as it is a little different, right? It's one of those guns that is 3-round burst when you do ADS. Obviously not as strong as the Phantom or Vandal, but it's a little bit cheaper when it comes in, and he's got 4,400 credits, so maybe he just prefers it.
Yeah, and I mean, if you can land that 3-round burst onto the chest and head of an enemy player, it is extremely strong and can just one-shot with that one spray if you land it just right there. Yeah, Zebro here going to go for that spray, sitting inside of the smoke, so seems confident nobody's going to find him there, and that is an 11th round for Kudos. And just like that, we were feeling great, right? Pyronic grabs the last 3 rounds of the first half. Seems like they've finally found their footing here, but Kudos has completely denied them building onto that 3-round run here, as they've taken 4 to start the second half. If they can grab this one, it will be a setup for match point. Thankfully, Pyronic does have a great buy here. Everybody has full shields and rifles. They have an operator and light shields on their jets, so we'll have to see if Paranoia can get something going, but Pyronic, no excuses from an eco standpoint in this 17th round.
Yeah, and it seems like, I guess really in this second half, it hasn't mattered where Kudos went, but it's so incredibly hard. Every time we see Pyronic trying to retake on C, they're all stacked up towards the back of the site, and then eventually the shock darts become too strong, and they do end up falling to that. Zebra able to just play around C long. But they also are having a hard time retaking on A. They need to find some of these early picks and then maybe change up that angle so they aren't being traded out, as it looks like the play here might be towards A. That Spike hanging out in that connector, moving towards A short. The rest of the team moving up A long. And you have one waiting on the flank here. So there's going to be Zebro, I believe, just hanging out back there. Make sure nobody's coming around to anything cheeky. The run it back gets a bit of information. Now, can they find the kills? 2 creeping up towards heaven. One member already underneath in hell, able to play on this A side, as a Spike will go down. The recon bolt going to get a little bit of information, but we'll see what Pyronic can do with that.
All right here, and do want to apologize. It's actually Paranoid, not Paranoia. Do want to get those right. As Steph stepping onto the site, he's going to get a frag. So will Matt there, taking out Teddy. And as Ned's severed head has confirmed in Twitch chat, it is the same Teddy you were thinking of. 2-piece here, trying to stall, is going to take out Paranoid. Now with the classic, looking for Steph there. Steph going to get that one. Matt going to take out here, peeking from a long. Zebro with a good spray, makes it a second frag there onto Steph, but the defuse has been finished, and Operator is going to be picked up, and Pyronic will grab a 6th round here, finally getting on the board in this second half.
Yeah, and you love to see the life steal from Pyronic in that one. The site was taken almost for free by Kudos, but they're able to show us the retake ability on a site. Now, it looks like, as I was saying before, both A and C have been not only the plant site of choice for Kudos, but giving Pyronic trouble. Both of them were. Now that Pyronic have picked up a win on A site, I would think that we see Kudos lean over towards C and see if they can just try to close this one out there, as it is 11-6, so they still need 2 more rounds in this one. And it's a semifinal, so it's still a best of 1. I would love to see some overtime play from these teams, as they have proven to be one of the top 4s here. Going to find the first kill. Flash goes out here, finds a second one. C site open wide up, and now this is going to be incredibly difficult for the remaining 3 members of Pyronic to retake this one. Orbital Strike is available, and if there was ever a time to use it, maybe it's not now, actually, in the 2v5. I thought in the 3v5, maybe, as Teddy finally going to grab that kill there. A 3K for him. It is a flawless victory, going to match point for Kudos. And Twitch chat did confirm it is the Teddy from San Jose State University. So nice to see him out here participating in one of these Esports Arena tournaments.
Yeah, and you know what? You mentioned that C push, predicting it as the early setup was on that side from Kudos, and it seemed like Pyronic expected the same. Steph had actually backed out of Garage and was looking to play more towards C main right off the bat, but it wasn't enough. They get that early frag onto E shots. Steph actually ended up getting flashed and wasn't able to get the trade onto Hira. Hira getting the 2 for 0 to start the round, and it meant that Kudos just had full control of the site. The retake was going to be near impossible for Pyronic, and it means Kudos moves to match point. They've got 1 round between them and a spot in this week's grand finals. Just a note for the other side of the bracket, SOR took a 13-8 win over Genesis, so they are just waiting for the winner of this one, and Kudos is hoping to finish things off right now.
Yeah, and Pyronic could keep them waiting for a while should they pick up a couple of rounds here. They have some pretty strong ultimates available. More importantly, Steph on the run it back. So if you can't get it done in the first life, can do it in the second here on this Phoenix pick. And it is now is the time to do it, right? Last round I said maybe use the orbital strike, use some of these ultimates. Now it's do or die for your team. So you want to make sure you're using those ultimates to get the best out of these rounds moving forward as the A take looks to come through. Hira has the ultimate available, looks for the kill onto Paranoid, not gonna grab it, and Paranoid finds two, not before leaving the site though. Toasty Unicorn's gonna trade two for himself, and Pyronic come to life in that round. And I said, use your ultimates. They didn't need it. They make me eat my words. They save those ultimates for another round, and they keep their tournament life alive here. And I think they only lost one or two on the back end, so the economy's not hurting too bad, and they're looking really good coming into the 20th round here. Kudos maybe on the back foot here. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but that was a very, very impressive round from Pyronic.
Yeah, that was huge. And you note not using the ultimates also, and I will note I didn't take note of all of the ultimates available for Kudos going into that round, but they were at the very least able to draw out the Blade Storm from Hira, so that's huge as well. So they still have their ultimates available, none up for the side of Kudos, and now we'll see if Pyronic can grab a second round in a row here and really start to build an economic advantage. It's a very slow push down C long right now as Matt taking a very passive hold here. I honestly like this. You can go for the retake, see if you can get in behind these players, play for, there's the orbital strike. He's gonna get one frag and make it a second. Jonah's able to back out of the orbital strike and trade out onto Matt, but eShots is still here. He's still working. Toasty Unicorn's gonna take down Zebra. Steph grabs the final frag, and Pyronic is not dead yet.
Yeah, and Toasty Unicorns has really come online in that last round, finding, I believe, a 3K, and it seemed like he was always on the back foot. Every time, 4 or 5 rounds maybe, Toasty Unicorns was the last member alive, just playing for exit frags or just looking to survive. Now, finally, coming online with his team, finding these frags, assisting his team there on C site. And this teeter-totter strategy that Kudos has been running, it's not working anymore. These C takes aren't for free. These A takes aren't for free. You can't just bounce back and forth in each of these rounds because Pyronic have found that out. They have their number now, as it looks like they understand that, and it's a completely different play style. It's across the map, looking for picks, waiting for Pyronic to play aggressive, and we see just that as Hira going to find the first kill onto Paranoid. The Opper is down. Toast Unicorns, though, feeling pretty aggressive himself, playing close, dropping the smoke, is unaware of Teddy as he goes to the operator. Neural Theft can find that, but Toasty Unicorns picks up the kill there. I believe that Neural Theft still goes through, but across the board, it's 2 for 1. Pyronic still on top. Jonah on site. Not able to do too much. eShot's going to pick one up onto Zebro. Hero will fall. eShot's now coming online. Everybody is waking up from Pyronic, and it's all up to Jonah, who was a huge fragger in the first half, but is he going to be enough here in this one? No real love lost if this round does go the way of Pyronic as he's playing it safe. He wants to hang on to this gun. The economy is okay, but in a couple of rounds, it might not be for Kudos.
Yeah, Jonah just hoping to hold on to this gun, checking every possible angle to ensure that he can keep this Vandal in his hand. Interestingly enough, the Sova kind of got behind him there. Neither of them seem to be aware of where the other is as he's going to peek into garage, grabs that frag, may get peeked from window, but just going to escape in time as Matt does fall. He's got the Molotov behind him, tries to fake the plant, but Steph's spray is clean, takes Jonah out, and that is a 9th round for Pyronic.
And I love that Steph is saying, I am here. You can't molly me off. Sure, I might have had a quiet game, but the Molotov went down, and I thought it was Toasty Unicorns who was going to find the kill there. But it's actually Steph who pushed up from that mid garage, threw the Molotov, and found the kill there onto Jonah. So an aggressive push paying off, and they're staying alive here. Pyronic. Now, Paranoid has a Blade Storm of his own. We saw Hira try to do what he could with his own. Unfortunately, didn't get it done, and they lost the round. Now, Paranoid wielding that can play the long-range game with both the operator and that ultimate. So this could be another huge pickup Neuro Theft also available should somebody push up closer to that C site and allow the Cypher there, allow Matt rather to use that ult.
I love the beautiful timing there of the pre-round spray from Jonah, the Phoenix "This is fine" spray, as they've lost 3 rounds in a row and 4 of their last 5. So Jonah recognizing either that things are getting a little scary, or actually just saying, "Hey, this is fine. You know, we still have a 3-round lead. We're still feeling confident. We just need one to finish things off here." The running back is available for Jonah, so they can use that for a bit of an entry to get some information. Blade Storm and the Neural Theft available here for Pyronic. So we'll have to see if they can continue to hold down these sites. Toasty Unicorns and Paranoid have looked very good during this 4 of 5 round run. They got the big frags holding down the A site to start off this 3-round run, and we'll see if they can keep things going, as that's going to be the recon bolt into mid. Jonah and the rest of his team quickly taking that one out, as we are finally seeing them elect for a B push. I don't believe they've done a single one in this half, but they're going for it this time around. Jonah's going to get taken out there from the A link, and he's going to throw down some molly. Smokes go down. Spike has been planted, and that is a numbers advantage, as 2Piece going to get the beautiful shadow step into the site. E-shots taken out by him, and numbers in favor of Kudos as they look to close this out.
Yeah, looking to close this one out. As you stated, the first time we're seeing a B push come through in the second half of the game, as 2Piece finds one onto Matt. Teddy on the flank, though, trying to stop it. The ultimate is queued up, but Paranoid is taken down. But Toasty Unicorns popping off a 3K for himself. He needs to find the ace and the defuse if he wants to keep this team alive. He fakes the defuse there, peeks left, not going to find the kill. Teddy will sit him down, and Kudos will move forward. But what a comeback there, or an attempt at a comeback from Pyronic. They were 3 rounds, I believe, and coming to that one, or it was 5 rounds rather, and then coming in huge when it was on the 11th round, on the 12th round. They were just, Kudos was 1 match away, and Pyronic still holding on. You got to give those guys props for really turning it on towards the end. And as I said 2, 3, 4, 5 times, maybe Twitch chat can correct me, these guys are coming off a little cold. They didn't get that quarterfinals match against Mamba Mode Gaming, and it kind of showed early in that one.
Yeah, stats coming up on the screen. As you can see, Jonah with a big performance. Teddy following him up second in frags for that one, 22 and 21 respectively. And Toasty Unicorns with an impressive performance in the loss. I do want to note, as you mentioned, the mental fortitude there for Pyronic. It's easy to go through what was a very difficult first half, but you grab those last 3 rounds, right? You've got to be feeling really good coming into the second half. And then all of that momentum you built just gets immediately snatched away. You see, you just see Kudos push to a huge lead and nearly set themselves up for a match point, but they pushed things back. They kept things very close and very interesting, and they did not say die until that match was done. So credit to Pyronic, but now we've seen Kudos with 2 strong performances. They move on to the final to match up with SOR as we get ready for break. Tanner, any final thoughts before we throw to it?
You talked about it before this one. SOR, they've got nature. This guy is huge. He's a monster. And for the entirety of the game that we got to spectate, he went 2 for 1. He had 2 kills for 1 death. Every single round we got to spectate that guy. I'm looking for another pop-off performance from him, and we'll see if Jonah can stay hot in this next one.
Yep, it's going to be Jonah and Hira up against Nature and the rest of SOR. Stick around, because we've got our grand finals best of 3 on the other side of this break. right, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned. Yeso and Tanner Metro here, getting ready for the grand final, a best of three to decide the winner of this week's Esports Arena $500 Valorant Weekly Tournament. We've seen tons of action throughout the start of the day, and now we are down to just two. Kudos going up against SOR in this best of three. It promises to be a good one. We've got a little bit of time to talk here. So, Tanner, just your initial thoughts on this matchup as we prepare for our final games of the day.
Initial thoughts. First and foremost, congratulations, because being number one and number two is in the money, right? Obviously, you have your shot at $350 or $150. So both of these guys doing pretty well, or these teams rather, making it to the money. And congratulations to them for beating out Mamba Mode Gaming. Not here, so we're getting to see a new champion crown today. But it easily could have been Dirty Mike and the boys making it all the way to the finals too. So just a huge kudos overall, I guess like a dome statement, or a, what is that called? An umbrella statement, being
Yeah.
hats off to these guys making it this far.
Definitely a good one there. And before we continue the analysis, I do want to remind everybody that we are doing giveaways in Twitch chat. We are giving out codes for free G Fuel starter kits. So if you guys want to be entered for that, make sure to hit ! giveaway in Twitch chat as soon as possible to be entered to win throughout the rest of the broadcast. And we highlighted a few big players, and I want to start because we just got to see them play on the side of Kudos. It's been a big showing from Hira and of course I lose the name
Jonah.
now. It's Jonah.
Yeah.
Hira and Jonah on the Phoenix and the Jet. We saw them both popping off in our previous game, as well as against KSA in the quarterfinals. These two players look to be the driving forces for Kudos in this grand final.
Yeah, and standing across from them, we already hit on it for SOR, nature being one of the biggest ones. I think coming into this, given that these are at least for me, my first time on the day as a whole, being able to spectate these two teams. I don't know how much tournament background they have, how much competitive background they have. So the biggest thing outside of the players that we highlighted is going to be the best of three format for me, because we've seen these guys play and win. Now we get to see how they play after losing, right? I hit so heavily on this, but mental is so huge. And I probably talk way too much about this, but being able to bounce back from a loss in a best of three series to pick up a win in the next one, and then possibly in the third, is absolutely huge. And you need to have that strong mental. So that is outside of the individual skill from the players that we've seen, is what I'm going to be paying attention to mostly, is how one of these teams, because somebody is going to lose the first game. That's just how it goes. But how they bounce back from that. Is it going to be a 2-0 like we've seen for the past couple of weeks? Or will we finally get to see that game three in the grand finals, and one of these teams maybe looking for the reverse sweep, or at the very least picking up a win after a loss? That to me is really what sets a decent team from a great team.
And it's always interesting and difficult to predict how a match is going to play out when you don't get to see these teams actually play head to head until the grand final in any week's given tournament, right? And we've gotten to see three matches of Kudos, right? Taking down Nocturnal GG to start off the day, an impressive win against KSA, and then Pyronic, a huge first half comboed with a strong response in the second half to grab their berth in the final. Meanwhile, SOR, we actually only saw a single game on stream for them, but it was a huge 13-3 win over the defending runners up in Dirty Mike and the boys. So it makes this kind of interesting setup where, you know, we've seen a lot of Kudos, which is going to build a lot of confidence, at least for us in that team. But SOR has probably had the most impressive victory on the day. So I'm going to make this challenging on us. I'm going to throw it to you first, Tanner. You've got to make a prediction here. How does it shake out in this grand final? And I'm going to just tell you guys off the bat, one of us is probably going to be wrong. So just be prepared.
Yeah, or both of us are going to be
Yes.
wrong. And again, this is coming off of zero bias. As I said, this is my first day seeing these two teams. If I had to give a prediction, which it's incredibly difficult, right? Because when you're looking at a standardized professional play, or semi-professional play, something like that, where the teams have seen each other before, had played against each other before, you have that information. in these tournaments when people can just pop up, put a team together, and come put on their best performances, it gets a little different because they might be playing against somebody who is a little less experienced. So that dominating victory, although not a less experienced team, is what kind of leans me towards or makes me lean towards SOR, right? To put up such a huge performance on a returning team who isn't inexperienced, who is a runner up from last week, who took Mamba Mode Gaming, I believe 11-13 on their first map of Mamba Mode Gaming's map choice. For SOR to come in and beat those guys like they did, and off the back end of Nature, I think if Nature has a phenomenal game like one, then the grand finals should be a breeze for them. I don't want to say 2-0 because I want to see game 3 and I want to see a competitive series. So I would say SOR 2-1 here in the grand finals.
I like your prediction of 3 games, and I actually feel very confident that it will go 2-3 because I honestly believe these teams are actually fairly close, and I can understand, and I have grappled with that confidence in SOR as they did take out Dirty Mike and the boys, so I can understand that, but I feel like I've seen really good consistency from Kudos throughout the day. I've seen them respond to solid runs from their opponents and not give into the momentum. They've been able to snatch it back, build on the good things that they've been doing, and really, not only do they have these pop off players, as we mentioned, in Jonah and Hira, but they have the supporting cast there that really fills out that lineup. So I agree with a 2-1 prediction, but I'm going to have to pick Kudos here. So, little different on the desk. We want to hear from you guys, though, in Twitch chat. We've seen a ton of support from Kudos throughout the day. Let's see what you guys are predicting. Pick Kudos or SOR in chat. Tell us what you guys are thinking. But we are ready to get into our grand final. This best of 3 will kick off on Bind. It's going to be a fun one, folks. Here we go.
Yeah, and it's the first time we're getting to see Bind here, so we get to see the different play styles now coming through from this team. I think notably, you can see here from your screen, everybody on the side of Kudos playing what we just saw, right? We see Jonah back on the Phoenix, 2-piece is going to be on that Omen, Hira on the Jet that we talked about, and the composition pretty similar across the board for that SOR squad. I like the raise here, and I think on Bind and Split, you see a lot of that. This time around, though, Hellblade is going to be piloting the Brimstone rather than the Reyna, as he is leaning over towards this B site. The spike is down in mid, and Hookah's completely been forfeited. So this is an interesting play. It's just the Cypher alone as the kill starts to come through. It's Nature on the raise, finds one, not going to find a second, so it doesn't stay true to how I was gassing this guy up. It is going to be Hira taking him down, and when you leave just one person on B side, it makes it easy for 3 to take it.
Yep, and that's going to be Hellblade getting onto B, immediately getting that plant, and it is going to be the Cypher here holding in elbow, but Teddy actually gets flanked by Sofa, so they are able to trade 1-for-1 here, but the numbers advantage was in favor, still stays in favor of Kudos, as that's another 1-for-1 trade. Hira able to take out Anime Watcher. Sofa takes down Hira. Sofa just trying to get that final frag. Jonah is going to go down, so it is the triple for Sofa, and SOR is on the board first.
Yeah, and SOR also completely changing up their team composition. I had completely spaced that Sofa was now on the Sova, which is going to be a tongue twister in itself. Sofa was on the Viper. We saw a lot of Viper plays coming out there on Split, so now going to be playing a little more informational, right? Playing the Sova here in this one, and already coming up huge in these rounds. And then Nature no longer on that breach, which it doesn't mean that they lack the flashbangs. They still have them in the curveballs, but they don't have as many. As some damage comes through, the satchel kill as well from Nature. That to me, if you can get kills with utility like that, is really what sets Raze players apart for me. So I love to see that coming through. Just playing smart, not needing to peek that angle, low HP, high HP, close angles like that, you can get headshot and killed. As Demon pushes on, picks up a couple for himself. A site completely opened up, and again, we're going to be starved of the 1-to-1 rounds here in this one as SOR go up 2-0, so no eco wins after the pistol round for Kudos.
Yep, Anime Watcher able to pick up the final frag there, and now ties Sofa up at the top of the scoreboard, but things early on, so nothing really to worry about here if you are Kudos. And now we get to see, and we actually won't see our first gun round here, as it's the half buy, leaning on those guns that they still had. So SOR, 5 Spectres here. Meanwhile, we've already seen Hira with light shields and that operator picked up, and is going to look for an aggressive peek here through showers, but he's going to find nobody. The rest of the squad of SOR all over towards this B site looking for the push. They're going to run into quite a bit of utility exiting Hookah. They should have maybe an easier entrance through Garden here. We'll see how it shakes out as 2-piece over in elbow with Teddy, and the rotation is on its way. Kudos has sniffed this one out, and they are sending everything they've got at this B site.
Yeah, the smokes are going to come through. Molotovs as well. Jonah cues up a curveball. He's going to throw out the flash, but Nature finds a kill. Zebro going to trade that one, so they're really making me eat my words about Nature here. But it's 4v4, still 1 kill. Just going to be traded across the board. Spike yet to be planted is going to go down now, as the recon bolt will fly true. Gets information onto 2. Almost going to spot 1. Here gets a nice wallbang on the enemy watcher, but the kills just traded back and forth and back and forth, as 2 will finally follow for Kudos as they're looking to pick up their first round. Low HP on 1. A double headshot there. Demon with the spray down, but it didn't matter. Now 2-piece has to be wary of the Molotov. Does he have time for the defuse? Is going to pop this one up towards halfway, and it looks like he does. A nice pickup there, but it was almost turned around. SOR almost finding it with a nice headshot, or double kill rather, from Demon at the end.
Yeah, the 2 players there on Kudos, unfortunately lining up for the spray there for Demon, able to get 2 kills with just that single spray towards the container. Luckily, 2-piece was able to finish that one off. The Phoenix was low on health, and it was an easy pickup there for 2-piece. Gets the defuse with plenty of time despite the Molotov, and Kudos now on the board. And we've seen Kudos throughout the day, right? We got to see them in 3 different games. They've lost some pistols, right? They haven't run the gamut in pistol rounds, but I think what we've seen from them fairly consistently is, despite losing pistols, they've been able to respond in those gun rounds, rounds 3, 4, and 5, to build an economy, start to get the momentum going for their team, and we'll see if they can do it here once more as the pressure is heightened in these grand finals.
And the Owl Drone doesn't find too much. 1 in response from Zebro. It does get taken down. Paranoia goes through. It's the run it back here for Demon as he looks to find 1. He is going to run into 1. I don't know if he spotted the second on the way out, so they know 1 playing in that elbow. As it looks like the Sky Smokes are going to be queued up as they're trying to take B side here. You see there on the side, Nature finds a huge pick onto Hira, is able to sneak away for now. The cage is there, and it looks like the rotation coming through. Demon gonna be followed by his Brimstone close behind through that teleporter. The A-take now coming down. Sky Smokes come through. The operator is down in Hira, but the gun is still there as Teddy finds 1 with a Spectre in his hands. Sofa gonna trade that one back and forth. The spike is down, and it's a 4v3, low HP on the Omen as well for Kudos. You see that aerial shot. A couple of members hanging out in heaven. 1 in that back connector as the Hunter's Fury comes through. Will it find damage and information? Jonah hops on the side. Zebro actually picks up 2, and now it's all up to Nature to clutch her. He gets flashed out and taken down. A huge retake round there from Kudos. Everybody doing their part in that one.
So I will say, and as you saw, we had the picture-in-picture. We see Nature get the frag onto Hira, and I love the work from SOR because it's an immediate response, right? As soon as Nature gets that frag, SOR immediately jumps into the teleporter, gets over here because they know they have the advantage on that A site, and it was looking really strong for them until Jonah jumped down from heaven. He's able to pick up a frag. You get the 2 from Zebro with the Hunter's Fury, and that round turned on its head in the matter of seconds. What a response from Kudos. They put together 2 in a row, and we're all tied after 4.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we expect here, right? The first 2 rounds go one way, and with these teams being so close in skill, once the buys come through, it's really anybody's game, and Kudos are able to pick up a couple of their own as Hira does get spotted out there. Is tagged with the dart, forced to give up hookah, has the operator in hand, and this time playing towards B rather than A. Doesn't want to challenge nature, knows this guy's a little cracked when it comes to these headshots, especially with a Vandal in hand. This time around, though, Teddy's going to turn it completely on its head. Demon finds the trade kill there, but Teddy found two, sat nature down. Jonah's not going to find a second on Demon as he picked up one. SOR again on the back foot here. Two-piece in heaven. They need to try and find a way to get that spike down. It is going to be planted as the kill comes through. Demon finds a 3K. Will he find some more? Zebro coming around from the connector. One in heaven, one in connector. That spike planted for a short. And we'll see Zebro's approach.
Yeah, Zebra walking through U-Haul here. Going to just take a quick peek down a short. Able to avoid a flash there, and he is going to try to escape. Hira's going to go down on the spike there, and that's going to be the round over to SOR. Or no, excuse me, to Kudos. All mixed up here. Kudos gets the defuse.
Yeah, inside the smoke. That is so awkward that happens there, that Hira just tosses a smoke on top, and the person who planted the spike, he elected for a long rotate through bathrooms rather than staying on short. He knows where he planted it, and it was up for his teammate. And your call out sure is, hey, I planted default, or I planted short, or for short, and he's trying to spray through the smoke, and he doesn't get it. The defenders still die, but the spike got defused. So that's a huge pickup. And just when SOR were finally finding their footing and looking to pick up a round, a really big throw there on the spike plant.
Yeah, unfortunate. A round that felt like SOR should have had. Kudos able to pick up, and they've now taken 3 in a row. The Owl drone onto the site. We'll see at least one here, and smoke's going to come out from the Omen as Sofa sends out the recon bolt, and the opposing Owl drone peeks out through mid TP, and it's going to be slow here from SOR. They haven't gotten an early pick. They haven't seemingly gotten enough information to go for an aggressive push here. And now it's going to be Nurture poking and prodding here down A short. That's going to be the dash away, as you can see on your mini map from Hira. Doesn't want to get picked off by Nurture here again. The Sofa still trying to get information about this B site. Both of these teams in a stalemate right now, as nobody on the attacking side has really gotten significant access to either of these sites, but Demon and Nurture finally getting into U-Haul.
Yeah, creeping up here. Are going to find a couple of members. One flash, one taken down. Zebro will trade that one back with a Spectre in hand. This is a big round as the clock is ticking down for SOR. They need to try and find a plant. The spike has been planted now. Zebro finds a second kill. Couple of ultimates available. Neuro Theft not going to be available as Anime Watcher goes down, and Hira going for the ninja yet again. Just drops the smoke, now goes for the defuse. Nice orbital strike there will force everybody away and buy a bit of time as Zebro finds 4. Sofa going to pick the kill up on to Hira, and now it's all up to him to get it done, but it's the ace coming through for Zebro. It's the Hunter's Fury kill yet again. The defuse on top, and Kudos. These guys are feeling themselves.
And an ace there for Zebro. We didn't even realize he finishes it off with the Hunter's Fury, now topping the charts here. And it was interesting. I was actually getting ready to set up a bit of a conversation about who I kind of feel like the X factors are on these two teams. On the side of SOR, I would argue it's Demon and or Sofa, right? And you see them at the top of the scoreboard. And the argument I was going to make for Kudos is Teddy. Teddy has had some great performances throughout the day, has been remarkably consistent and can be the difference factor. But it seems like Zebro predicted that and said, let me just get an ace here and throw your entire thought out in the trash here, as that was a huge round from the Sova player. And I think it really just goes to show what we talked about, a lot of the top lineups we see in these tournaments is that they have players up and down the lineups that can frag out and that can pop off, and we've got it here today in this grand final.
Yeah, and a lot of teams, if not all of them, will typically have somebody that you can lean towards, right? When we're talking early, Hira or even Nature as they pop up on the kill feed, finding early kills or top fragging or just being sick with the operator. But I think it was really highlighted in that last game where the first half, Jonah popped off for Kudos. He had 16 kills. He was 10 kills above the next as Hellblade finds one onto Hira, so a nice trade kill there. Operator v Vandal. Hellblade picks it up, and towards the back half of that game, the rest of the Kudos squad really stepped up their game and was able to pull it off as Zebro finds the spray down. This guy's not stopping just yet. A beautiful paranoia to keep the Sova alive. He will eventually fall, and now it's a 2v2 on this B site, but the spike is actually rotating back towards that defender spawn over to A.
How often do you get to see an attacking rotation with the spike through the CT spawn? That is pretty darn rare, but they actually had the information that Teddy was on the back side of the site, so they had the space to push through the CT spawn. They get the spike down on A, and now it's time for the retake. Teddy in short going to take out that recon bolt, but is spotted out, so a little more information to SOR, but a low health bar here for Sofa means this defense is going to be very difficult. Trap wire going to get thrown down. Good spray from Sofa is going to take out Teddy. 2-piece going to be able to trade that one back. Now it's the 1v1. It's Omen v Phoenix. The reload's going to give the information that Demon needs to get that frag, and that is SOR with their third round.
Yeah, and SOR finally getting back in the game. You see there on the scoreboard after losing 4. And Kudos, I guess, contrary to popular belief, their economy's not too great. Trading kills back and forth, even though winning the rounds, you see what it's done to their economy. And now this could be the round that SOR tie things up. They're sitting on just about a full buy across the board. Anime Watcher with that Spectre in hand to the economy, the eco buy here, the light buy coming out from Kudos, just a couple of sheriffs in hand and a ghost there. So this is going to be a pretty detrimental round. Although going into this one being tied up, if SOR pick it up, the economy will then be evened out, and that's when we get to see these guys going head-to-head with those full buys as the play is towards B. Hookah, again, we know that this Kudos squad likes to give that one up. The showstopper available, and the smokes will go down. Unfortunately, Nature not able to find anything with that ultimate. Cypher still on cam, so Teddy trying to get as much information as he can. A couple of kills going to be traded through just inside Hookah, but Sofa still popping off for this SOR squad. Nature finds one of his own, and now it's the one remaining member. Anime Watcher comes up huge with the Spectre in hand. Now we're tied up, and the economy should be even across the board. 4-4, full buys coming through. Who's going to pull ahead here?
Yep, we see Zebro able to pick up the Phantom. 2P should be able to do the same here, and Hira on this operator, and notably the names we highlighted earlier, Hira and Jonah, bottom of the scoreboard for Kudos. Yep. On the other side, Nature, and we didn't talk about Hellblade in the lead up, but actually somebody we should highlight, you mentioned it was on the Reyna when we saw them earlier on in the day, was very, very strong with the operator, as it seems like Nature is more of a rifle player as opposed to picking up the op, but Nature and Hellblade down towards the bottom of the scoreboard as well. So it's been the supporting cast picking up the slack here, looking very strong, and that's Jonah taking out the opposing Phoenix here as Demon's going to go down, and it's an early 1-for-1 trade here as these teams now facing up 4 against 4.
And the satchels go out. Nature not able to find the kills this time around, holding a tight angle though as Jonah pushes through. It's the run it back though, so it's not the end of the world as Nature is able to push up, and I'm not sure what Jonah was looking at there. Maybe somebody else had peeked, but not able to find the kill. He will fall. The spike goes down, and it seems to be the SOR show. They're finding the kills. They now have the lead as Sofa finds one. This guy is staying so hot, but Zebro is as well. These Sova's really popping off in this one. Hunter's Fury going to be used. 2-piece finds a kill to even the odds. Now a 2v2, but the spike is down, so time is no longer in favor of Kudos. It is now against them, and they need to push up and find something. 2-piece trying to do what he can as the shock darts go out, and Hellblade holding this angle. He has enough to take Zebro down. 2-piece is going to trade it there, but it's a 1v1. He goes for the diffuse. He might be running out of time. He just doesn't have the time. He's looking for the alt pip, maybe. Not going to do just that. It's a 3K coming through, but the round still going over to SOR. And we've seen that happen for both teams, right? We've seen the kills come all the way through, but the defuse happened, so it didn't matter. SOR lost the round. And now in this one, all the kills come through, but there's no time for Kudos to be able to get that defuse, and SOR are back in the driver's seat.
And good job from Nature there, stalling long enough and not even allowing 2-piece to get the half defuse through. timing his peaks well, not going down, and just distracting two-piece long enough to ensure that the round is secured there. Despite trading his life, it is a very worthy trade there, and SOR has regained the lead here now. 3 rounds in a row for themselves. That's an early orbital strike right onto U-Haul. SOR looking to clear that out right away. Two-piece just barely escaping with his life. Anime Watcher going to get the opening frag there onto Hira as the push is towards the A site. Looking to get the spike down is SOR. Zebro able to get one there onto Demon. Ooh, good Sheriff work here from Jonah. Going to fall as Nature, Hellblade, and Sofa grab some frags themselves. Two-piece looking for some as well. But that was quite the round there from Kudos.
Yeah, and that orbital strike, so we've seen a few of those today, and a lot of the times we just see it for zoning off of a spike or maybe off of a site, and they don't always get the most utility. Two-piece being the second fragger for his team right now, he's had some 2-kill, some 3-kill rounds, and easily could have turned that one around in the 1v3, then the 1v2, had he not been sitting on 3 health, had he not been sitting on 30 health from the orbital strike just previously. So a huge big brain play there from the Brimstone, which we have criticized a little bit because Hellblade hasn't been having a stronger performance like we saw on the Reyna, but it was super heads up there to do that. They pick up another round, and again, still in the driver's seat as the Hunter's Fury comes out. Sofa finds a kill on the enemy Sova, and these Sova players are just going off in these games as the run it back will run out. Jonah gonna find a couple of kills, but Anime Watcher able to trade it back. Now Demon hovering around towards mid. Shock darts go out as that spike. Looking to move towards A site. 2 still sitting on B for Kudos. Hira still hanging out towards that A site. You have to assume on a buy round, Hira is wielding that operator. All 3 members pushing this way. The blaze goes out. Gonna cut this one off as a smoke will come through as well. Maybe looking for a flank. Nope, it's actually gonna be the teleporter play. So I thought possibly hanging out for a flank was the Cypher here.
A great one-way smoke there from Two-piece. Discouraged the push, but the rotation over to B is looking good as Demon able to get that frag onto Teddy. Now it's the 2v3 retake, and this is going to be rough for Kudos. But Hira with the plate storm able to get one, grabs a second, taking out Demon. Now he just needs one more. Anime Watcher still alive. It's now the 1v1 with the classic against the Phantom. Not going to be enough for Two-piece there, and that's going to be Anime Watcher securing a 7th round for SOR.
Yeah, and I don't know if Two-piece was using the operator early in that round or if he had picked one up, but because of that, it forced him to have the classic there in the 1v1. Didn't feel comfortable using that operator in that one, and it causes them to lose the round. Now, granted, I guess that's a little harsh to say causes them to lose the round, but he would have been in a better position had he had a different primary, because a lot of things could have gone differently in that one. But it's a tough round there. Kudos still on the back foot here. This is tough. A lot of momentum in favor of SOR. As I say that, though, Teddy finds 2. He finally comes back on line, picking up a couple kills towards long. Now this completely opens up the flank, and you're seeing it here from SOR. They have to move backwards towards their spawn because the flank is being taken as Nature finds 1. Jonah going to trade it, but Anime Watcher finds another here. And just when you thought Kudos finally found their mark, they start to fall behind again. They are still a man up here, but they don't have the advantage that they once did.
Yeah, it felt like the 200 IQ flank coming out from Kudos there, but the response from SOR was pretty clean. It's still a numbers advantage here for Kudos. Despite the low health bar there on Teddy, he's still able to get the headshot onto Anime Watcher, and now it's just Nature left. So while things looked a little shaky that flank didn't quite go as planned, both of those players getting traded out, Kudos still with the numbers advantage here and should have no problem grabbing this final round of the first half.
Yeah, and the rounds have been going to SOR, but the rounds themselves, the kills themselves have been back and forth as Nature finds 1. He also has the showstopper available. He could try and look to pick up the 1v2. Needs to be careful here. He's able. Makes Ebro miss out on that shot, but Teddy will secure the 4K in this round. And now getting Kudos. They're reaching for the reins here. They're still not in control, but they do pull back a little bit on this one. And it's tough because, as I was saying prior to that, we go into the half now 7-5. Not too bad. It's not you would like it to be maybe 6-6 or in your favor, but kudos now on the attacking side could come up huge. But in that one, the economy being so rough for both of these teams there towards the end, granted it is halftime and the economy didn't matter, but when you have these rounds where SOR wins 3 in a row, but on a full buy, they're still completely broke because the kills are still being traded back in these rounds. So that's what's making this incredibly close. It looks one-sided for 3 or 4 rounds in a row, but then when you take a peek at the economy, it could easily be flipped on its head.
And in a week that has been so heavily around, very few 3-round runs, first halves being incredibly close and rounds being traded back and forth. We had a first half in this grand final that looked very similar to the play that we saw last week. 2 rounds to start it off, a 4-round run then for Kudos, then SOR with 5 rounds in a row themselves. So shades of a week ago here, as Hira going to be able to get that kill onto Nature. Anime Watcher takes out Zebro, but Jonah able to trade back as Kudos has access to this A site. It's going to get the spike down, and they've got the 3v2 defense set up on A.
It is a 3v2, but low health on a couple of members, right? You're seeing Jonah just above half. Hira obviously sitting with 5 HP. Now it's a 1v3 here, and it's getting a whole lot harder as Hellblade picks up 2. And as I say that, things immediately get equalized. Hellblade needs to find this. It's a Ghost versus a Classic. Sniper hanging out there, not going to find the headshots. It's Teddy again, staying true there, picking up that round as Kudos claw their way back in. In the last 2 rounds, it's been the Teddy show. It was a 4K, and now he comes up huge here in the 1v1 clutch with that spike being planted. And this has kind of been the rhetoric of the day. Now, I can't say with total faith that we'll see, a 13-8 or a 13-9, but that's kind of how it's been. Incredibly close first halves, but then once we switch it up, these teams, something just turns on for one of these guys, and they're able to either blow another team out or make these incredible comebacks after being behind here. It's a little too early for that, but Kudos looking to do that as they pick up the first pistol round. And now I didn't see the buy for SOR. I'm assuming it's just a save, maybe some shorties, something like that. There it is. So shorties and frenzies coming through, and we'll see if they can finally defeat this rhetoric of these rounds being split. As Jonah picks up the first kill onto Demon, it's looking the opposite.
Yeah. Good opening frag there for Jonah, able to take out the opposing Phoenix to start off this round, and still very patient here from Kudos. The Blaze finally going to go down, and Jonah wants to get control of U-Haul here, as that's going to be the curveball, and he's not going to find anybody quite yet. He is going to get spotted by Anime Watcher, but the shorty is good there. The crouch closing up that spray makes it easier for that kill, but Two-Piece responds with 2 kills of his own, and now it's a 4v2 defense of this ace height. Spike is down. Both of the players of SOR are actually out near the CT spawn by that teleporter. They're going to hit that trap wire, which means Zebro's going to go for this push. It's that Bulldog you were talking about earlier on in the day. It's going to get the 2 kills to finish off that round, and we are tied.
Yeah, Kudos bring it back here in this one. Zebro again with that trusty Bulldog. He opts into that on these light buys or these half buys over the Spectre. So you love to see the differences coming through for this one. And things are completely even. Now in that round, Demon had a nice kill, a really close quarters kill there. And it's so crucial that Kudos got that trade kill onto him. That way he doesn't get that gun and then he starts to turn things around. So be together as a team and make sure you get those trade kill. Absolutely huge when you have teams that are, I don't want to say forcing, but kind of a light force there with the shorties, with those frenzies playing those tight corners. So a good round secured there by Kudos as they look to do it again. It's a full buy from SOR where Kudos here still sitting on that half buy that they had from last round.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can keep the momentum going as Sofa spraying through the smoke, gets the wallbang headshot there onto Hira. So that's a huge opening frag for SOR. And Teddy's onto the side. He pushes right through the cage and takes out Hellblade. And now he's in behind the SOR lineup, and Nature just able to take him out. That was a close one. Two-Piece, meanwhile, takes out Anime Watcher, and Sofa immediately going to trade off that Omen. It's just Zebro left. He's got this Bulldog once again in the 1v3, but this should be SOR retaking the lead.
Yeah, and the spike is down in such a horrible spot here. Basically seen by any member if he does creep out for this one. a little bit of damage on a couple, so he doesn't necessarily need to do too much. And there's the burst fire coming through. He's even to the odds now. Demon is there, spots him out and takes him down. But Zebra, with that trusty Bulldog, 1 kill away from clutching that round and regaining a lead since earlier in this game for Kudos. Not able to do just that. It's SOR back on top, and it's the Hunter's Fury available here for Sofa. Both Zebro and Sofa, I think 80% of the time, 85% of the time, I don't know how many ults they've actually used, but they're finding kills, and we've even seen some double kills with the Hunter's Fury. So I'm keeping my eyes on this guy here, as it is a stack towards A. This Hunter's Fury could get a lot of utility here.
And I love that it's the battle of the Sovas in this first game of the best of 3. Both of them with near identical scores right now. Just a single death and a single assist separating, while they both have 17 frags AP. So it's been a very interesting first map of this best of 3. SOR has retaken that lead at 8-7, and they're trying their best to defend this A site for right now. Sofa, you did see, used his Hunter's Fury, wasn't able to get any frags, as these players seem to love to make you eat your words, Tanner. Every time you give them praise, they say, I don't know about that. But the A site push has been stalled, at least for the time being.
Yeah, no kills coming through. I just have to stop talking about the cool stuff and let it happen. The double kill with the Hunter's Fury. They're nice to see, but I guess we're not allowed to talk on it. It's kind of like the perfect game, right? You don't talk about the perfect game, even when it's pissed around in the next half, 12-0. Nobody say anything, so that way you can secure that for your team. So the caster cursed stays true, as that run it back is going to be used from Jonah. He's going to get all sorts of discombobulated there by all that Cypher utility as he looks to go back in. The spike will be planted. Zebro going to get that one down. Again, planted for short. 2 hanging out on that side, as Jonah actually picked up a molly kill there on to the Cypher. So only 3 members now to worry about as he peeks in towards this U-Haul. He's going to get taken down, caught with the curveball in his hand. Nature finds another one. It's a 3v2 as SOR on the retake. Make it a 3v1. The Hunter's Fury coming out this time around. It's going to be just some damage as Nature actually killed his teammate. It wasn't the Hunter's Fury. It's the Orbital Strike. Hellblade finds a kill, and all sorts of plays being made there at the end. I do just want to back up to that Hunter's Fury would have found a kill if the paint shell didn't. So Nature ended up killing Sofa there. They do end up going down, and SOR find another round there, but absolutely huge for this squad.
Yeah, and I love Zebro there. You're caught between a rock and a hard place. He's able to land the Hunter's Fury and knows somebody is on the defuse. He's in the 1v2. He pushes down short. It is the smart orbital strike to tell him, hey, if you push, you're going to die. There's no way you're going to get the defuse. And Zebro recognizes that and says, hey, you know what? Why not? Let's go for the 1v2, see if I can get the trade in. Hey, he almost got it. He had a shot at that 1v2 trade, wasn't quite able to get it, and that means SOR stacks their 9th round here, so they have regained that 2-round lead.
As an early headshot from Demon, just early kills again coming through. Now Nature looking for some more. Here's that spike being planted, launches out the showstopper, finds a kill onto Zebro. Can he find another? Yes, he can. Picks it up, and across the board, the team will follow through. Demon will eventually find that last kill there onto Jonah. The spike is down, so they'll need the defuse, but a nice round there, a very quick one at that. Another pickup from SORs. They're now up 3 rounds, and they're only 3 rounds away from victory.
Yeah, SOR looking strong, really settling into this second half right now as they have reached that 10-round mark. You can see 3 in a row for them despite dropping the pistol and the subsequent round to kick off this half. They have reset and steadied the ship here. Sofa now has picked up the operator. It is full buys for both teams here, so it is a full gun round. No excuses here. Kudos really needs to grab this round, because if they can't, their eco isn't in terrible trouble. They still should have a full buy the next round because of the full loss bonus. They're getting 2,900 every time they lose. But if you let SOR get any closer to match point here, it's going to just take such an impressive run to get this game back. But that's a good start. Hira takes out Nature and U-Haul.
Yeah, that's a great start there. We've seen Nature do so much with his utility as a second kill comes through. 2-piece finds one on to Hellblade. Now Anime Watcher forced to watch the flank, but it doesn't matter because Jonah finds that kill. Demon eventually finds two-piece, but with the spike down in a 2v4 and that run it back being used, it's going to push the remaining two members from SOR back to this B site. And I think they just let this one slide. I think they have the same ideas. They're still in the driver's seat, even if they lose this one. Economy across the board for both of these teams still sitting pretty, and they can look to go back to the drawing board. Really huge. Hira hasn't been having this incredible pop-off game, especially with the operator, but finding that pick onto Nature to open things up, that has been so key, and so key in this round specifically. A lot of the times we've seen momentum-based teams. A lot of the times we've seen teams really play off of one star player. Earlier in the day, it was HIA. Basically, every time HIA got a kill in the games that they played, in the rounds that they played, his team ended up pushing towards the victory. So Hira kind of being that catalyst where, yeah, sure, I'm bottom fragging. Let me go in. I'll get an early pick for you guys, and we can convert that into a round win, which is exactly what they do. Now they have a couple ultimates in their back pocket to look to do just that once more.
And one thing I want to note, kind of the trend we've been seeing in this second half, is that really the B side has not seemed to be working out whatsoever for Kudos. But one trend I've noticed is that they've been able to get access to this A site pretty consistently and get the spike down. It's just the retakes that have been really strong from SOR. And what we saw in the last round was that Kudos actually did such a good job denying SOR the retreat and getting those initial frags, getting entry onto the site, that they were able to finish it off. And you're seeing it here from Jonah again, going into U-Haul. He's going to get 2 frags here. Hero with 1 onto Sofa as well. And now, no matter how strong your retake is, 2v5, you are not feeling great going to this A site.
Yeah, and that was huge. It was Flash for Flash, Phoenix for Phoenix, and Jonah came out on top. Easily could have gone the other way, allowing not only a kill to come through, as Hellblade finds one onto Hira, backs away, has a sheriff in hand. Jonah gonna find his 3rd of the match. Can you make it 4? Yes,
wow.
He can. Of the round, rather, not the match. He's got a lot more than that, but a nice 4K coming through. And yeah, the Flash for Flash there, Phoenix for Phoenix, had that gone the other way, it's Jonah falling down. And then it's Phoenix and Raze pushing through that U-Haul, through the lamps there, picking up a couple more kills, maybe spotting Hira as he was passing across, picking up the kill onto Sofa, really opening up that A side. So that really could have gone either way. Fortunately for Kudos, it went in their favor. Jonah is back on top now, too. We're seeing this guy come back into form. It's not the Zebro show anymore. It's Jonah saying, hey, I'm here to help as well, jumping up to that top frag position. And we'll see if he can stay hot. I keep saying that, and it's like Phoenix reference, but also, you know, he's riding a lot of momentum of his own, but he's been such a key player for this squad.
All right, now SOR, if the pushes are going to continue to come to A, I want more passive holds on this side. Keep playing for the retake that has been very strong for you guys in this half, but if you guys are losing these trades, if you're going down to 1 for 2 trades on this A site, it's going to be the door that Kudos needs to open to get back into this game. And Hellblade, he's flashed. He cannot see a thing. It still gets a 2-man spray. Demon gets his 2nd of the round as well. And just like that, Kudos' push onto this A site is completely stunted. The Sova is all that's left. Zebro here stuck inside the teleporter in mid, just trying his best to hold on to this gun. And SOR isn't going to allow Kudos to tie this thing up. They're looking for the 11-9 lead, and Zebro just looking to hold on to a gun.
Yeah, that is so unfortunate, but that's what happens when you do the same thing over and over and over. We just got to see SOR finally adapt to what was working for Kudos. Now it's not working. They have to go back to the drawing board as Zebro doesn't even get to save his weapon. It's a flawless win for SOR. And if B wasn't working before, so you push A a few times and pick up a couple wins, then A doesn't work. Now what do? Kudos really on the back foot here. Maybe they look to play it a bit slower and grab some of that utility from SOR. Make them use the Brimstone Orbital Strike. Not the Neural Theft because you don't want to give away your information, but maybe wait for that run it back. Make SOR... force SOR rather to make plays rather than just running in and getting mowed down by Hellblade like they just did.
One good thing for Kudos is Hero does have that Blade Storm available, so he can use that ultimate and play aggressive, and we've seen Hero pop off on it today. So let's see if that is what they elect to do, with Two-Piece grabbing that opening frag, taking out Anime Watcher. They've switched over to the A site, and it's looking good so far. They've got 2 opening kills as Sofa, the top fragger for SOR, is dead. Two-Piece going to be very careful, sitting at 12 health here, pushing onto the site. Jonah going to take out Nature. Demon able to trade back and take out Hero, but it's still the 4-for-2 advantage in Jonah with that Molotov and the run it back, looking to aggressively push towards CT here. Doesn't get the kill, and it's going to be the rotation. They're going to hit the teleporter and head over to A.
Yeah, and so a nice early start. They still have a minute to play with, but they still have 2 crucial members to worry about. It's the run it back, it's the orbital strike, and it's not a full 4v2, right? You're 1 body shot away from your Omen dying and pretty close for your Cypher as well. So Teddy and Two-Piece need to be careful in order to keep the numbers advantage. Now the spike is down. If you're SOR, you have some options. You can go for the retake. You can look to try and win this round, or you can let this go 11-10. You still have the lead, and now in the next one, you can cement a victory finally using these ultimates. And it looks like they are just electing to save on this one. But Kudos, they're not down and out just yet. These guys continue to fight back. That's what we absolutely love to see. And they made it work. And this time, instead of a full B hit or a full A hit, they mixed it up and they did a B and then 2 A hits. So these guys staying creative in already being, I guess, kind of found out, right? It seemed like SOR had basically read the whole Kudos book, knew what was happening, but there were a few pages ripped out and they used it for that 10th win.
Yep, and also they didn't spend either the ultimates they had available. The Neural Theft, the Blade Storm, still up for Kudos here, but they are going to have to deal with the Run It Back, the Orbital Strike, and the Neural Theft available for SOR. So both of these teams have some key ultimates available to try and win this next round. Kudos hoping to tie things up here at 11. They have the lead in the half, right? They're up 5-4 in this half, and it has brought them within 1 round of SOR. Let's see if they can keep things rolling here, as Jonah as well as Zebra looking to peek out towards this ace or this B long right now, and very passive hold from Kudos on that site. Nobody sitting in garden right now. Nobody pushing out through hookah. They are just biding their time, and it seems like they've recognized, hey, we can win the retakes as long as we aren't at too significant a numbers disadvantage. And Kudos playing very patiently on these pushes.
Yeah, Teddy needs to be careful. Anime Watcher waiting in the wings. He's going to be spotted out by the drone. Needs to get behind cover. He does just that. Takes a bit of damage. Nothing too crucial there as a shock dart comes out. And that definitely hurts now. No armor, 73 HP, and we are in that sageless meta. So unless you're one of these self-healing agents, unfortunately for Teddy, he is not. But he will not receive any heals across the board as Hero pushes up into hookah. Uncontested coming through as the smokes go down. Spike coming in onto B site, and we'll see if they can get it done here. 5v5 still, 19 seconds on the clock. They got to get the spike down.
Yeah, Orbital Strike going to come through. That's going to stall things for a little bit as Nature and Zebro able to trade back and forth. Hellblade and Sofa doing the same. Zebro and Hero getting some frags. Sofa going to take that one with the up. Grabs the second one there onto Hero. That's going to be the round-winning frag. And just like that, SOR has stalled Kudos. They are on match point right now, and Kudos is back against the wall in the first map of this best of 3.
Yeah, and if your hands were sweating for this Kudos squad in the last one, they're definitely sweating now, or even sweatier, rather, as this is match point. In the last one, 10-11, you're still kind of playing loose. Everything's A-okay. Now it's backs against the wall in this first game. You do not want to go down a game here in the grand finals. And what a close one it has been. As the spike, it's leaning towards A again. I want to see these guys mix it up a little bit. They didn't have the cleanest A take, and Sofa is going to make sure they don't have a clean one in this one either. And again, we're in a sageless meta, and it's super unfortunate to die right up the rip. There's no resurrection available, not for either of those kills. The Sofa picks up 2. Two-Piece trades it back, but it might not be enough. It's a 4v3 with 3 ultimates available for Kudos. I'm eyeballing here the showstopper available for Nature. He's all the way on that B site as the play is being made towards A. The spray down through. Anime Watcher going to find Teddy. Hero trades it back. Demon's going to pick one up, but now it's all up to 2-piece. Needs a 3-piece in this round if he wants to keep this game alive for his squad. Or SOR will go up 1-0. He's going to peek the corner, but Demon will sit him down, a 2-piece of his own, as SOR go up 1-0 here in the grand finals.
Yeah, big win there for SOR. I've heard seemingly that Bind may not be the strongest map there for Kudos, so they probably aren't feeling too bad after keeping that thing fairly close, right? Only losing by 3 rounds on a map they may not feel quite as confident on, but I think SOR has got to feel great. I think they responded really well at multiple points throughout this game to the pushes from Kudos and kept them at bay, right? They never let them truly get a foothold. They never let them retake that lead and build a gap between themselves and SOR as we look to take a peek at the stats here. And it was the story of the Sovas here, both of them topping the charts for their respective teams, and some recognizable names near the bottom of the standings. Hellblade, Hira down there in the bottom half. Nature really started to pick things up in the second half, as did Jonah. But it was an interesting performance by the supporting cast of both of these teams, and SOR has got to be feeling really good heading into the second map.
Yeah, it always feels great to come in a game up and to do it off of this team in what was a pretty grueling match, pretty back and forth. I'd imagine mentally taxing for both of these guys. It coming down to star performances, and you said the Sovas are on top. That is, I think, an understatement. These guys, winning and losing Sova, showed up huge for their squads in a lot of these rounds. And mainly, I'm looking at the Hunter's Fury. Not only, I think we saw maybe 1 or 2 that missed for kills and information alone, but these guys were so huge, being able to read the enemy team and then finding kills on top, using them in tight corridors. I also want to give hats off to Hellblade for having in this game a beautiful orbital strike, finding some damage onto a solo member and using that a little differently, right? That's why it catches somebody off guard, knocks them down to 30 HP, because you're not expecting right off the rip that you're going to ult into lamps just for a little bit of damage. So the creativity is there. The cogs are turning. SOR are up a game. So not only are their cogs turning, but they're also feeling pretty good coming into this one. Nature didn't have the best game. We hyped him up a little bit. He had a really good game on the breach, this time on the Raze. Didn't pop off like we saw before. Fortunately, his team was able to kind of pick up his slack a little bit. So I'm hoping going into this next one, or I guess I'm not hoping going into this next one, if in this next one, he starts to come back online with his Phoenix and with his Sova like we saw in this one, it's going to be a really, really tall order for Kudos.
Yeah, I think if Nature is lights out in the next map, I mean, SOR showing that they can win and win confidently despite him not looking at his best the way we saw him earlier in the tournament. I think if he really comes online in the second map, we're looking at a 2-0 for SOR, and they sweep this grand final. I'm curious to see if SOR as well, because they're the team of these two that has shown the willingness to switch up their agent select based on the map. We mentioned that we saw Nature on the breach earlier in the day, and then the Raze in the first map of this grand final. So we aren't. I'm not sure yet what the next map will be, but I'm curious to see how SOR changes things up. Do we still get that Sova v Sova matchup, or is Sova on something else? If we go to split, do we see him back on the Viper? There's certainly some questions to be answered getting ready for this next map, but I think the questions that have been answered in the first map of this grand final is that these teams are incredibly close. They are incredibly exciting to watch, and anybody can have their pop-off moment throughout these matches.
Yeah, we kind of hammered on a few names, and we even hit it on it in the middle of the matches, right? Where the names that we talked about didn't necessarily pop off. It was everybody around them stepping up and having huge performances for themselves. So, for the ability for your team to have that, absolutely huge. Somebody can, I don't want to say take a back seat, but kind of take a back seat when you're not having the best performance, and to have your teammates around you coming in on top, coming up clutch. And it's not even necessarily for the whole game, right? It's sometimes we're seeing the bottom frags or the second to bottom frag picking up a 4K in a round and picking up the round win, right? Just coming out of nowhere, having these star performances from somebody that we might not expect in this specific game, granted, or given their performance. So like you said, these guys are super exciting to watch. That as you said, Bind might not be the best match for Kudos, or best map rather for Kudos. So coming into this one, given that they do get the map pick, I'm excited to see not only where they go, but how they bounce back from that one. I talked about mental. I harped on that way too much. Every week, I'm going to continue to harp on it. But once you make it to the grand finals, it's the first time that we get a chance on broadcast to see how you bounce back from a loss. Is it going to be a strong bounce back on a map that you're comfortable with and taking a win? Or do you just roll over and die 2-0? So that is what I'm most excited about coming into this one.
Well, I will say I expect no rolling over. Whether this ends 2-0 or not, I expect this map to be very close going into the next one. So I'm super excited for that. One name that I do want to specifically give props to, because it's one that I feel like didn't get mentioned actually too much during that game, despite the fact
Mhm,
that he was second fragging for the side of SOR, was Demon. Demon was
mhm.
just consistent. I don't know that we saw, you talked about nature, right? Consistently trading 2-for-1 every time we saw him. And I don't know that we saw that necessarily from Demon, but it felt like almost every round he was getting a frag. He was not hitting lulls during that match. He just consistently kill after kill after kill, keeping things going very, very well. So props to Demon. I want to see that continue on that Phoenix, because I think he looked really strong in that first map, and I want him to continue it on the second one and continue to support the top fragging of other players like Sofa.
Yeah, and to piggyback off of Demon, he was also one of the guys who was finding kills on eco rounds, playing tight
Mhm.
corners with that shorty. And SOR as a whole were that team that could possibly take one of those eco rounds. They're buying out on the shorties, buying out on the frenzies, and the one that we saw where Demon picked up the kill and then was traded, like I said during the game, easily could have gone SOR's way had he been able to pick up that gun and then find some more follow on kills, or had two people been playing that angle rather than just Demon there. So SOR kind of feeling like the whole package. Now, I would love to see, hopefully, incoming tournaments, both of these teams come back in, both of these teams duke it out, and then somebody to really give a huge, or a 3-game performance against Mamba Mode Gaming if they do make their way back into future tournaments. I think one of these teams could do it, and I think that is the ultimate test, right? Beating the 5-time champions in a row for the past 5 weeks is really going to be a huge test for these guys, and I'm excited to see that in future to come.
We'll keep our fingers crossed for it in the future. We are going to head to a short break, but when we return, we've got map 2 of our grand finals best of 3. Stick with us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned. We are on our second map of this best of 3. It is Kudos and SOR, and we are on Ascent here for the second map. Demon back on the Phoenix. We are underway on the pistol. Kudos on defense to start. Actually, SOR is on defense to start things off. Kudos on the offensive side. And this should be a fun one.
Yeah, and we're seeing immediate champion or agent changes rather from SOR. Now the Killjoy making its way through, the Viper as well. It's the second time we're seeing Ascent as well. So a pretty good feeling just as a fan. And it's a slow start from these guys. Both squads kind of taking their time on this one.
Yep, little bit of poking and prodding towards A main. Kudos playing very slowly here, looking to play around these smokes, and that's unfortunate. That's another time we've seen Jonah caught with the flash in his hand, but here able to trade back at least and take out Anime Watcher. Nature now on the third unique pick we've seen from him on stream today, bringing out the Omen in the second map of this grand final. But the spike is down on the A site, and Kudos now looking to defend.
Yeah, and I think we can expect a decent performance from Nature now that he's playing an agent that has the smokes, that has the flashes, kind of like the Breach does have in his kit, as well as Hellblade going to be taken down by Teddy. They've been piloting the Cypher for most of the day, if not all of the day, as Hira finds two more underneath Heaven, and Sofa unable to clutch this one out. It's Teddy finding a second for himself. So now it's Hira and Teddy at the top this time around. Granted, it was just a pistol round, and I do want to draw some more attention to the Bulldog being picked up, Zebro. This guy, not only on this eco round, but even in just middle rounds in that previous game that we watched on Bind, he almost clutched a 1v3 with the Bulldogs. This guy's super comfortable with that one, so I like to see that pickup coming through. The last time we saw Anime Watcher, it was on this Killjoy. It didn't have a huge crazy pop-off performance, but had some times where he's finding kills as now the flash comes through. This one, this time around, Jonah not going to be caught with that flash in his hands as he finds a kill, and this should be a pretty free round for Kudos unless SOR completely flip the script. They break the record, they scratch the record, they do all of that, as we've seen 2-0s really at the start of every single game and at the start of every single half.
Jonah holding, waiting for this Viper wall to go down, but that's a good pick there from Sofa, peeking out onto Catwalk, and Dima gonna get one onto Jonah. Can he make it? Another no. Hira picking up that Spectre, gonna be able to take Demon out, and Sofa now wrapping to the top of mid, looking possibly to push through market here as the spike is on its way through B main right now. They're gonna look to get entry onto the site. It is just the Sofa on the site proper here. As smoked off is market. The rotation is going to have to come the long way around, and Teddy with the ghost lands that headshot on to Hellblade here. Another different agent here for Hellblade, as we've seen 3 different ones from him on the stream. The spike is down, and it's the 3v2 in favor of Kudos. Good shot from here there towards market. He's going to get a second one on to Nature, and that is the 2-0 start for Kudos.
And Hira, this guy, he's a little tired of being at the bottom of the scoreboard. Picks up 3 kills in both of those rounds. Now sitting at 6-0, taking a page out of Jonah's book. Coming in really strong on this one. Now, not to re-harp, which I do enjoy harping on the Bulldog pick here. I really like that in that this third round, it doesn't feel as bad maybe in some gunfights as the Spectre might, right? If you are going to hang on to the weapon that you bought in the second round and not full buy into the third, being the winning team in Kudos, that Bulldog is still a nice pickup. It's a little bit stronger. You have that 3-round burst to make plays, as we'll see if the plays do come through. They run it back. Not going to get too much there as Hira finds 1 kill. Nature going to trade it onto 2-piece. Headshot coming through with that Vandal. Zebro on the side going to take down the turret, but he's going to get sprayed through the wall. It's Nature and Demon finding some kills, and now Sofa back on the board here on this Viper. It's all up to Teddy with a ghost in hand. Can he find the kills? Low HP on one member, looking for the headshots. Not able to find that grape, as Nature going to find a 3K for himself. And this is one of the members that we said, hey, let's keep an eye out for this guy. The first buy round comes through, and he picks up 3 kills.
Yeah, looks solid here. SOR back on the board. And Sofa, one thing I'm really interested to see is the non-on-site Vipers pits, right? We talked heavily about it during their match against Dirty Mike and the boys, right? We saw a lot of the uses of the Viper pit on defense in that B heaven, right? Not on the site proper, but just looking to discourage the pushes through mid. And Ascent, a very different map with how mid connects to the 2 different sites. So I'm curious to see how Sofa's going to use it outside of just on the site proper. We'll have to keep track of that throughout the day, as Hira now has the operator available, looking for a frag in mid. Let's see. Does Nature go for this peek? He will get caught if he does. But right now he's holding his water, just waiting as he just gets spotted out by the Owl drone. He's going to back away, and Hira able to push into mid. Does he get this one? Shots through the wall, looks for the wall bang, isn't going to land it, and for now, it is stalled, though we will have to notice Teddy gets that frag on a Hellblade. He actually got completely onto the B side, so that solo hold there doesn't pay off for SOR. They are only able to get a single pick onto the Phoenix, but Spike is going to get down here on this B site, and the retake is on its way.
Oh, and that feels so bad, Zebro. Just in the corner, Demon backpedaling into him, a free kill through the smoke there. The spike has been planted, as stated, and in a 4v2, we'll see if they're looking confident enough for this retake. As Nature finds one, he's looking to even the odds quite a bit. Sofa looking to play through mid, both of them looking to play through this mid market as the wall will go up, cutting out this B garage completely. Two-piece waiting for the flank. Teddy gonna find Nature, swinging through the mid market. Sofa finds one, but two-piece there for the clutch kill and the clutch victory. Now 3-1 in favor of Kudos, and these guys coming off a loss, they're coming off incredibly strong here, picking up 2, and then you lose that first buy, kind of puts you on your back foot. You're thinking, oh, you know, maybe in a full buy, this is going to be a little bit harder, but they come back, they battle back from that round loss and answer with a round win. Still sitting pretty when it comes to the economy across from them. SOR, their economy's hurting, so this could be another round pickup. As I said, though, between games, SOR, if there's ever a team to pick up kills or maybe even a win in the eco round, it's these guys because they do find some crucial kills.
Yep, and now it's the 3-1 lead here for Kudos, trying to deny SOR stringing together 2 rounds as long as they possibly can, as the smokes outside of a link right there. Gonna deny Hira any sort of frag with this operator as of yet, and does have to note the Phoenix is sitting on the other side of that wall, so Demon is waiting for Hira to push through there, as Nature with the Sheriff able to take Jonah out, and Hira not going to land that shot with the op. Demon actually able to take out two-piece, going to go for the flash. He isn't going to get taken down. Wow, Demon playing so well around this door, stalling for so long. Teddy finally going to finish him off, but Kudos down a man right now, and the neural theft is going to give them some information. The door is going to close here at market, immediately sprayed down. Kudos wants to get on this site. The Viper's pit in B main, so there is that off-site use of the ultimate, as Teddy's going to take out Hellblade, and the numbers have been evened up.
Yeah, and the play could come through over towards A, as we see Teddy flanking around, not seeing the head there of Anime Watcher. Finally going to be taken down. Now it's all up to Hira, and I hate to say it, low HP. Hira hasn't been on point. He's missed a few crucial op shots into this game alone. And there it is. We see SOR, the team that can do it. They have the eco round. It was a light buy, right? We saw a Marshall coming through, Sheriff's coming through, and I think maybe one Spectre, but that's a huge pickup. And a lot of it was Demon being an absolute madman in mid, tossing out flashes, finding damage, finding kills, eventually going down himself, but he really opened things up again, and that's exactly what we expected out of this Phoenix on these eco rounds.
Yeah, the Phoenix drawing the attention of 3 players, able to trade 1-for-1, and that meant in other parts of the map, SOR was able to get 1v1s and win them. So definitely a huge round there for SOR. They keep the gap at 1 here, grabbing their second round. Now can Kudos respond once again, or are we going to see SOR able to tie things up after 6?
You know, Hira creeping up. This is going to be crucial here. Challenging Hellblade. He goes down. Hira, unfortunately, not able to convert as the recon bolt does get destroyed. So information that another member may be there, but the numbers advantage back in favor of SOR. We praised Hira at the beginning of this game, and now, unfortunately, he's been on the losing side of those trades. Is Hellblade going to answer a recon, or an owl drone rather, with his own and try and spot the exit coming through from Kudos. Down a man. They do have that Omen ultimate available. Two-piece can look to find some information should he choose so. As Sofa comes peeking out, Two-piece actually finds the kill there, spraying through that Viper smoke. A nice pickup to even the odds across the board, but still on the back foot are Kudos.
Yeah, big frag there from 2Ps. And I have to say, I love that angle held there by Hellblade, able to pick up the kill onto Hero. Op versus Op, and Hellblade comes out on top. That's definitely a battle we're going to have to keep an eye on as this grand final continues. And right now, Kudos just being very patient. They've gotten at least a little bit of control of mid right now. Oh no, Teddy distracted by the swarm grenade, walks right into Market, gets taken out by Demon, and now 2Piece flashed off. He's low health. Nature with the aggressive push on the Vandal, going to take that kill, and it's just Jonah left with this operator, going to get that frag onto Anime Watcher, so that's a pretty clean one there. But without the spike, he's just going to hold on to the op here. The attack is coming for him. He's holding with the Sheriff, looking for the shots, but Demon's going to take him out with the wall bang, and that op will not be saved.
Yeah, and they went for the play at the last second. Obviously, I think there's 15 seconds left on the clock there. They're trying to push in 2Piece and Zebro. Jonah kind of trailing behind. Unfortunately, they die. Anime Watcher sitting on the back of the site there. The spike falls, and it puts Jonah in such a horrible spot, not able to make his way out and save that operator, and he does eventually end up falling. Now, in this round, it doesn't hurt necessarily, but long-term, you would like to have those credits rather than having to buy another operator. As Demon looking to play aggressive, finds the flash, and Teddy just has no answer to that one. And fortunately for Demon, it's all in the run it back. He picks up 2 kills, and SOR are looking to take their lead in this game. A lot of this momentum, if not all of it, coming off the back end of that eco round as Sofa finds one. Jonah trades it back with that Vandal, so a nice pickup there. The operator on the ground, but Demon going to opt into keeping this Vandal to try and secure this round for his team.
Wow, what a huge use of the ultimate there from Demon, pushing out just by himself through B main, able to take out Teddy and Hero. Huge opening frags there for SOR. Now it's the 4v2 advantage. These last 2 players, it is Zebro along with Jonah looking to get onto the A site. Little bit of damage there from the Phoenix, and Zebro able to finish off that kill on to Hellblade, and now Nature peeking out from A-Link with the Vandal, gets the headshot onto Zebro, and the spike hasn't even been picked up. Jonah retreating towards Hell there. Nature gonna just pop him in the back. The spike actually was planted, excuse me, and that is gonna be the defuse and a 4th round for SOR.
And sure, you had the numbers advantage in SOR, but a really nice play by Nature, playing in that A-Link, that tree area, able to not only spot out the first spike plant coming through and picking up the kill, but then buying time, tossing out that paranoia, and then helping his team pick up that follow-on kill after the spike was planted. Now, if you're Kudos, you obviously would like to love that. You would love to have won that round, excuse me, but at the very you got a couple of kills. You got the spike down as well. Unfortunately for Kudos, though, that didn't give you enough credits to buy in this round. So you see, I believe it was Sheriffs and Light Shields across the board. Maybe they can answer here with a thrifty victory on this eco round as they do lean towards this B site. Looking to push on. Jonah goes through, has the blaze up. The smokes are down, and with the Sheriff, can he find the kill? No, Demon's going to spray him down. Nature will find another. Continuing to top frag as Anime Watcher picks one up, but Zebro quickly trying to turn this one around. It's a 1v3 for the Sova. Has the Owl drone, is going to use that to try and grab some information. We see the rotate coming on over from A. One playing backside as well. Hunter's Fury going to go out, going to find the kill. It's a 3K for Zebro. Can he get it done? He has the spike. He has a minute left on the clock. He can look to maybe rotate or play another angle, but he's going to hang out towards his B side. Low HP on the back there, but he's going to get sniped out by Sofa as he turned away, and Nature sweating that one, wiping it off his brow. Thankfully, his teammate was there to pick that one up because he was only sitting on 16 health.
Yeah, that would have been very scary there as Zebro was looking really strong. And I do want to comment as well. Seems like Nature and Hira heard us talking about how they weren't top fragging, and they have taken that into their hands here, despite Hira missing some shots with the op that you noted earlier. Still 8-4 right now, leading his team on the scoreboard, and they're down by 2 rounds. He's going to need to keep that up to try and close this gap as SOR is looking for their 6th round in this first half. Early Signs point towards a site here for Kudos, but they're being very, very patient, looking for some information, seeing if maybe they can get a pick in mid before committing to a site.
Yeah, and Nature again being the top frag in this game. It's a different map than we've seen him top frag. It's a different agent as well, right? This is the third one we're seeing him on, but you can kind of play it like you do the breach with the paranoia acting as a flashbang, and I think that really fits his playstyle. As Demon trying to retreat back to the A site, gets taken it down. Teddy gonna find that one now. Sofa though with the operator has been fairly true with his shots. Should hear the spike being planted right underneath. He's gonna try and peek out. Needs to be careful anybody peeking towards heaven as the spray through to hell gonna come down. Now Kudos really on the front foot here. 5v3 on this site. It's all up for the retake as 2-piece finds one, Zebro finds another, and now it's only Nature alive, but it is the top frag. He picks up a first kill, picks up a second one. Can he find some more? He does have that shrouded step available. He's gonna find a third onto Teddy, not before being traded. That one there, again, you're sweating if you're Nature. That could have been his round. Unfortunately, it is not. So SOR will fall yet again. A couple of ultimates now coming available, though, as they do have the lead.
Yeah, Nature with a great triple here. He obviously isn't able to win the round, but he gets the wall bang, peeks out onto the site for the second kill, gets the third there all the way over in a link, but a beautiful spray. Just not enough health there on the Omen to be able to survive, and that is the round back to Kudos. So they have stopped this push from SOR for the time being. Let's see if they can string together another round right now, as Hira was able to pick up that op at the end of round number 9, so didn't have to spend the 4,500 credits, and he's going to look to make use of it here as his team's pushing out on Catwalk. He's going to walk through this Viper wall, continue to hold vision onto mid, and that is the smoke. So Hira just waiting, hoping someone dares to peek out of market while the rest of his team tries to push through A main. They're going to get access to the site. Good wall here from Jonah. Someone's going to be spotted in hell right now. He's going to go for the peek with the Vandal, looking to spray through the wall. He's going to take out Enemy Watcher, but Nature immediately trades out onto Hira. It's the 4v4.
And that's the operator down. Hira has fallen. Hunter Sure going to come through. Will it land true? It does get some damage and information, but everybody able to walk away from that. 2-piece finds a kill onto Demon, which is another clutch kill coming through this game. Hellblade with the recon bolt is going to spot him out and take him down. Nature finds yet another. Now Zebro on 2 HP has to try and hold this plant. Hellblade with a third, picking up the last 2, will secure the round for his team. Another round to SOR, and just when Kudos felt like they were back in the driver's seat, unfortunately, it goes the other way. Now at 6 rounds, SOR obviously looking to pick up the next 2, and if Kudos want to keep their tournament life alive, you're shooting for this 6-6 half and then picking up a huge defending half because they are already down 1-0.
Yeah, they definitely want to take as many rounds as they can. The good sign is that they've already taken 4 on offense, right? So they still have their defensive half ahead of them, so they can feel good about that. Sofa going to, looks like, again, go for this Viper's Pit just outside of B main, so it will clog up any pushes there. But I guess luckily for Kudos, they've elected more for a mid catwalk push at the moment. Hira has activated the Blade Storm, is going to get spotted out by the recon bolt, so a little bit of information there for SOR, and now it looks like Kudos opting for a push down through mid, see if they can get control of market here.
And I love the play from Sofa around that ultimate. You don't have to play in as Hira finds the first kill here. Nice pickup there on the back end of that ultimate. Enemy Watcher gonna find one onto Jonah. Nature through the smoke. Hira unfortunately going to fall there as the Viper's Pit is still up. Zebro trying to push through here, look for some information. Teddy actually finds a kill onto Sofa. That's going to negate the ult completely. Now B-site opened up for Kudos to try and play for the take, but it's Zebro with the spike in hand. He needs to push through here. Smokes are going to go out. The cage as well. The spike will be planted. Enemy Watcher finds a kill onto one. It's going to be a 3v2. Teddy and Zebro trying to stop the retake here from 3 members of SOR. This is a big round to pick up before going into the last round of the half. Low HP on Anime Watcher means Teddy picks up that kill. Teddy looks for a second, but he finds some damage. The turret is there. Zebro peeks out a little too far there. Needs to be careful. It's Nature and Zebro, both of these guys at the top of their list when it comes to damage, when it comes to clutching. He's going to pop that Hunter Shuri, put that one down. He can play time around the spike, but Nature's going to find the kill. The headshot comes through. The Sheriff is not enough. Now 7-4 as SOR find another round.
That's unfortunate. I really loved the positioning from Teddy while he pushed through towards CT. He didn't find anybody. He was hoping to catch out Nature, still sitting back there, but he wasn't able to. But he actually then had set himself up to be behind SOR, and I was really hoping for them to just set up a crossfire and him to play, a little more passive around that corner. He peeks out, and they are able to trade kills there, but sadly it ends up being the 1v1 between the Sova and the Omen, and the Sheriff not going to be enough there into the rifle of Nature. He's finishing he finishes off the round, grabs a 7th here for SOR, so they will go into the second half with a lead. Just will it be 7-5 or 8-4? We're about to find out.
And they run it back. Not going to get too much info. There's a flash there, and they ended up getting killed. So, at the very least, one sitting just towards a short. Is Jonah going to go through, pick up a kill? He picks up a second one there with the run it back, so he will snap back and be A-okay. No, he picks up a third. Jonah goes huge in the last round of the half. Sofa's at 30 HP. This is going to be difficult for retake on this A side. Sofa spots one out. Hira takes him down, not before getting legged. Hira sitting on 1 HP, it looks like. It's all up to Hellblade and the Odin, but this is a tough task here for any player in this match as the Recon Bolt goes out, and it's looking like a 7-5 half if Kudos can pick this one up. The spray comes through, 5 HP on Hellblade, and it looks like he's just going to send it to see what he can get done. It's Jonah with a 4K, not before picking up a 3K with the run it back. Absolutely huge there in that round going into the second half.
Yeah, definitely a big finish there for Kudos as they're able to get back to within 2. And one thing I want to note, while Hira at the end of that half wasn't popping off like he had been at the start, Teddy with a big finish to close it out, as well as Jonah. 4 kills in that final round to get him up to 9 frags so far. Meanwhile, it's been heavily the Nature show on the side of SOR. 17, 5, and 5. Demon and Sofa following him up with 9 and 8 frags apiece there. So Nature has finally come into his own, and this is what we were talking about in between games here, right? If Nature comes online, it could spell an easy 2-0 here for SOR, and he's certainly been a big part of the lead they've been able to build through 12 rounds.
Yeah, nice one-way smoke there from 2 pieces. He retreats back onto A side and tosses out his last remaining. We'll need to wait 20 seconds for another one to come through. Looking to spray through as well. 3 members stacked up towards A, and the spike slowly pushing that way. Looks like SOR want to take it over towards this A site as they are playing it kind of slow. It's actually a spike pass off there, tossing it over to the Omen as the Shrouded Step comes through. Gets him out to safety. There's 2 members hanging out by this A link there. Zebro, shock dart's going to be huge in this first round. We'll see what we can get done. Curveball still available. As a couple of kills come through. Zebro finds one, but Anime Watch going to trade it back as Hero finds one onto Nature. It's a top fragger down, so Kudos in the driver's seat as they do have the player advantage as well as the health advantage. A couple of low members on the side of SOR make this a strong first round to be picked up. And with this first round, if it does go the way of Kudos, they can look to tie it up 7-7 after that half bye coming from the next. 2-piece gonna peek, try and find some damage. Almost finding a 2-piece there. Picks up one, picks up a second one to close it out. He stays true to his name. Kudos fight back on defense, and now they are in the driver's seat for this next round, looking to tie things up.
Yes, in fact, 2-piece with the 2-piece. Been sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard, so we haven't heard a lot from him in this second map, but a couple of key kills there in the pistol. He's got to feel good about that and hopefully building a little bit of confidence after the first round didn't quite go his way, but he's got the Spectre here, and we'll see what he can continue to do. as they're looking to even things up. An opportunity for Kudos to tie things at 7 through 14 rounds. It's going to be possibly another A push. Actually, 4 members of SOR rotating to Catwalk, so they're looking for the A-Link play. We'll see what they can do.
And not a very convincing buy as Two Piece finds a kill. Anime watching him trade it back, but Jonah will grab a couple. And it was some Spectres I think we saw in Ares, and it didn't look like everybody bought. I think there were a couple of ghosts still on this Kudos squad, but fortunately, or I guess unfortunately for SOR, they ran into the Spectres with their classics and were sprayed down. There's the Ares coming through, finding a bit of damage onto Sofa as that trapwire gonna get procced here. Hellblade, I don't know if he can bang it through that wall here. Gonna pick up 2 to close this one out, and the ghost actually pays off. I thought maybe that could be the boon here for Kudos squad, as Teddy and Hero were just sitting on the ghost, but instead it's Hero picking up 2 kills. It's Kudos tying up this game, and if this is their map pick, I think this is where they really start to shine.
Yeah, and it started to feel like the further and further we get into Valorant, granted, this isn't even a game that's been out a year, outside of beta, and teams are still kind of shaking out the economy, and I feel like more and more teams are starting to realize that your eco is nowhere near as stable as it is in comparison to CSGO, right? You build up a solid eco, but that can completely flip so quickly in this game, and it seems like teams are now more willing to go for those second round half buys, more saves, hold on to the pistols, and see if they can push it through with that, and maybe an advantage in the utility department. And hey, you know what? It has been working out for teams. Kudos was able to tie things up, and now they're trying to stall things here at A, but the spike is actually on the other side of the map. They've elected for the solo hold on B with Teddy's Cypher. He's not going to spot anything out quite yet, as that's the turret set up by Anime Walker's Killjoy, and 3 members of SOR are here. They're taking their sweet time getting onto this site, and the rotation's on its way, but they've got the numbers advantage as they look to get the spike down. Judge here looking for one. He's going to take one. Can he get a second? No, that's going to be the kill traded back there, but Teddy looking strong.
Yeah, and he actually did pick up 2 kills there. It was Nature who traded it. 3 people peeked to the back of the site, and unfortunately, it was all for naught as SOR have regained the lead. But that was that solo hold almost working out. Had Nature maybe peeked right first instead of left, maybe Teddy turns around and pops his grape with that, Judge. The world may never know, as SOR do grab another round for themselves. The first of the half, and that was kind of an eco buy for Kudos, right? We saw the judges coming out. It wasn't a full buy across the board, and Ares in the hands. And now we're seeing the full buys coming through, which feels kind of awkward because I feel like after winning the first 2, you should be in a good position. But these guys, the way that they have been shaking out their economy, it hasn't worked that way, as Nature takes a bit of damage from that shock dart. Now needs to be careful. Will peek and possibly be seen by Hira, not before getting spotted out by the Bolt. And Hira picked up Sofa, who was creeping up on Catwalk.
Yep, we have arrived at our first official gun round of this second half, and things starting well for Kudos, as you mentioned, Hira, with that operator, able to grab that opening frag onto Sofa. So the Viper no longer available for SOR in this round, but they're looking to get control of mid. Smoke out here from Nature as they look to get control of Market. And Teddy back over to the left. They know where he is. Jonah with the cross spray, though, is going to work out too for Jonah. Teddy grabs one himself onto Nature, and this could be a flawless round. Anime Watcher is going to be spotted out in B main, going to have to run away, pulls out the tracking dart, but they have this Killjoy cornered in B main.
And Anime Watcher going to find one on the way out, maybe make it a second, sitting on 15 HP. At the very least, gets a curveball away from Jonah as Jonah finds a 3K. And here we go. We're right back in it. It's back and forth in these rounds. They're keeping this nice and close. And obviously, Kudos trying to do everything they can to pick up this victory here in the grand finals and take us to a game 3, which is something that we've wanted to see for a long time. And for the last 2 weeks, at the very least, or the last 3 weeks, rather, we've been deprived of that one. So I'm hoping that we see it here. Now, Jonah on defense, back on top here. Jonah and Hira being the 2 big names we talked about coming into this game, now showing up in this one as Hira takes down the Owl drone, but needs to dash away to safety as the curveball comes through. It's an eco round here for SOR on attack, and this time they're not able to convert. It's 4 quick kills, and now Anime Watcher with a Phantom in hand needs to try and find a way out. Run it back was used, but it should be the round going over to Kudos, and I don't even know if Anime Watcher's gonna be able to save the gun this time.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult. It was two-piece. I noticed him just as they went for the push. I saw his silhouette through the wall, and they didn't immediately peek left, and it was an easy spray for two-piece. He gets the 2-for-1 trade there. He gets the follow-up from Jonah and Hira as the entry comes onto the site, and within about 3 seconds, 4 players on SOR were immediately melted, and the round was Kudos' just like that.
Yeah, and so to kind of hit back on the point that you made earlier, where in this game your economy can kind of be skewed when you're up a few rounds, you've been winning 2, 3, 4 in a row, and then you lose one, and your economy for whatever reason is completely toasted. This game, unlike other tactical shooters, it's very important to re-up on your armor because that is part of your HP. Whereas in some other games, you're okay. You can eat a headshot being on lower armor and not going to die here. And in this one, even if you are winning rounds, you're having to rebuy that armor, which can be the 1,000 credits every single time, and it just does not feel great. And we might be running into some of that as Hira looking for the collateral, only finds one, but two-piece across the map is going to find one for himself. An early start to this round, or a great early start to this round for Kudos, as they find their lead in this game, looking to push it 10-8. A couple of ults available. The run it back have been huge for both of these teams, but this time around, Demon's not going to have it available. Anime Watcher picks up a kill. The spray comes through, and Zebro is able to get it. The spike is down, and now it's only the Sova alive. Hellblade picks up one, but a 1v3 is a tall order for this Sova, and the Odin is just too much. Zebro finds a two-piece, finds the last kill of the round as Kudos go up 2.
Okay, I think I figured it out. I don't think it's that Zebro likes the Bulldog that much. I think he just likes the glitch pop skins. He runs the melee, he pulls out the Odin here, he runs the Bulldog. So I think it's just the glitch pop skins. That's what it is. You know, look good, feel good, play good, right?
I'm a huge fan. I also like to throw in on there, and I throw in smell good because I like to wear cologne no matter where I'm going.
Okay.
But
there you go.
Look good, feel good, smell good, play good. And yeah, I think hey, skins equals wins. So Zebro is all aboard the skins equals wins train.
Well, while I don't doubt that you smell good, I'm glad I can't smell you through the broadcast here, Tanner. But yeah, things looking good right now. Kudos has hit double digits right now. Jonah with the spray coming from market, able to take out Demon Nature. Trades that one back though, and Zebro continues to look strong with the Odin here. Takes out 2 on the site. Anime Watcher finally able to get control here. It's the 2v3 as they look to get the spike down. It actually has been planted here, and Kudos now charged with the retake. Low health bars here as well. This is going to be so difficult for SOR.
And not an easy retake. Accuracy by volume, though, in the hands here of Anime Watcher can look to just spray with the 100-round drum. Sofa finds one. Two-piece can trade it back, but now it's just a 1v2. It's a little more doable, as Teddy is going to make me eat my words. Anime Watcher will fall, and that spike will be diffused. Kudos now 11 rounds, creeping towards that match point and creeping towards a second game, or a second match victory, rather, over SOR to tie things up, but we're not done just yet. We saw in the last one, Kudos battling till the last minute. I believe it was a 13-9 victory, and we know SOR are not going to roll over. The Odin was hung onto there. Demon now and the rest of the squad having full buys coming through. The last round was a perfect picture of the economy and what can happen with that economy, right? You lose one round, you win one round, you lose one round, and you're completely broke already, and it's just out of nowhere you're on an eco, which is exactly what we saw there. As Sofa tries to trade back. The Odin spray, not going to find too much, just a bit of damage. It actually finds a kill there. Zebro getting challenged and taken down by Sofa.
Yeah, Sofa finally challenging that. That seems to be really the only response to that. You either have to avoid pushing into B main early, or you just have to go Odin v Odin and say, I'm just going to wallbang you in return, and it pays off there for Sofa. did take a little bit of damage, but not all that much. Though Teddy with the wall bang there onto Hellblade is promising here for Kudos, but they still are at a number disadvantage right now. As Two Piece looking to head back through A Link to assist with Jonah defending this A site. The rotation has arrived from Teddy as well, as that's a good spray from Jonah from Heaven, but Anime Watcher and Sofa able to spray up towards Heaven, grab those 2 frags, and now it's just Two Piece versus 3 as SOR looking to grab their 9th round.
And Two Piece, this is it's a difficult one here. He does spot out the turret, so maybe knowing that one is just outside of that A site. As the spray comes through, that Sofa with the Odin in hand, and so much utility tossed at this Omen. There's really no way for Two Piece to get in safely. The spike's been planted. Time is against him. Although he has the credits to buy in the next round, he is not going to opt in to look for the retake all by himself. Maybe just look to take some guns away as he is hanging out towards mid. He might run into Sofa here should he choose to peek. I don't think anybody's going to do that. So just a quiet ending to this one outside of the spike obviously blowing up.
Yeah, actually a bit of a cheeky exit from the site there from Sofa, as Two Piece could have had an opportunity if he went for the aggressive peek, and SOR guessing, trying to take him out. They'll get a couple shots there through the wall, but not enough to take Two Piece out, so he holds on to that gun, and thankfully, Kudos able to full buy here. You see Hira again with that operator. No surprises there. Jonah, meanwhile, has charged up to the top of the scoreboard. And so really this game from Kudos, as you see with them with the 2-round lead, has been that top to bottom performance, right? Zebro and Two Piece at the bottom of the scoreboard, but they each have 12 frags respectively. So it is the team performance from Kudos here in this lead. And we'll see if they can keep SOR away from that double-digit score total for now, as Jonah gets the opening frag onto Demon.
That's a great start there from Jonah, being the top frag, really taking charge, grabbing that first kill. It was on the Phoenix, who had to run it back, so it's a nice pickup. You don't have to worry about that ultimate, but there's still 4 ults available. SOR could choose to use them in this round to try and secure it, or wait until that next one to where it is that do or die moment. As Sofa sneaks through, has that Viper wall, doesn't have to worry about the decay, and sneaks on back into that spawn, and then drops the Viper's Pit, which is going to maybe not necessarily halt, but slow down this rotation from A site. They're forced to go through mid or eat all of this decay as the Hunter's Fury comes out. Gets a little bit of information onto Anime Watcher, but not before Anime Watcher is able to pick up a kill. Sofa finds another. It was the creeping Two Piece who was coming over from that A site, and Zebro finds one through the wall. A huge pickup there as Hellblade finally comes back online with the operator picking up a kill, and it's all up to Jonah now to try and stop this. The spike just now getting planted, so he has a lot of time, and now he has a 1v1. He's going to spot the Sova out. He's going to look to push here. It's an operator in the hands. The shot is not true.
Wow.
It's Jonah with a 4-piece and the defuse, keeping Kudos closer to this victory. What a huge pickup there. Jonah really coming online.
And that's so hard to swallow there for SOR. They really should have probably felt like they had this round in the bag. But the hard part is with where Sofa was and slowly getting back to the B site, it gave Jonah the opportunity to take 2 separate 1v1s. And Jonah, he's not missing this game. He's online. He's got 23 frags through just 21 rounds. So he is certainly feeling it here with this Vandal. And if you give him 2 separate 1v1s, he's going to win those more than 50% of the time, and it means the round win goes to Kudos. They are on map point here, and SOR need 3 in a row to avoid game 3.
Yeah, 3 in a row and then some in overtime. As run it back going to be used. Two Piece just trying to dash away here. Teddy gonna fall. They do stop the ultimate now from coming through, but they do have to deal with the real Jonah. Now Jonah picking up a couple of kills. He's going to be traded back by Hellblade, and this round looking to go the way of Kudos. It's a 1v2, and Zebro's going to make sure it's a 2v0 as they pick up their first win in the best of 3, tie things up, and take us for you and I, our first Game 3 Grand Finals.
Yeah, and you know what? At the very least, one of us is going to be correct here. We did predict the full distance going in this series. Now we'll just have to find out, is it going to be SOR or is it going to be Kudos? Kudos looking, and I will say they looked solid on bind. They looked at a different level here on Ascent. Very, very clean. And then kind of the flip flop, right? Where we saw SOR not allowing Kudos to build momentum consistently in game one.
Mhm.
Then they flipped it around. Kudos did it to SOR. We are going to go to a short break, but when we return, some final thoughts on game two as we prepare for game three of this grand final. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got the cap of this tournament coming after the break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. My name is Yeso. I'm joined by Tanner Metro, and we are getting ready for the final game of this week's Esports Arena $500 Valorant Weekly Tournament. We've got SOR and Kudos both tied up at one game apiece in this best of three, and the next map is winner take all. We've already seen action on Bind as well as Ascent to start the series, and now we will either have Split or Haven to close things out. We've got some replays here for you, some of the best action we've seen so far. Sofa has stepped up big time in these grand finals, had a huge first game, as well as Zebro. It was the battle of the Sovas in game one.
Yeah, and this was so huge for both of those Sovas. You saw those ultimates coming through, finding kills, being the top frag for their teams. And then you see in the second game, they're not necessarily up there in the top frag position, but everybody playing their part in that second one is Hellblade finding some nice kills of his own. Two Piece has been somebody I think that we have maybe overlooked a little bit. And this is a feels bad man as didn't have time there on the end of that one, but still found the kills. Two Piece with the three piece and another Zebra. This is the Bulldog. We talked about maybe it just being the glitch pop skins, but this guy pilots this gun so incredibly well. Unfortunately, didn't have the info on Demon there, but picks up 2 kills in a 1v3, and that just feels good as a whole.
Yeah, he has looked very solid throughout the day here. And yeah, I think it is a good point about Two Piece. He feels a lot like Demon, who's someone who has just been consistent throughout the day, has been extremely
Mhm.
reliable. And I think Two Piece continues to be a big part of what powers the Kudos machine. And we'll look for another solid performance out of him. This was the great run it back from Demon coming out of B main. He's able to trade 2 for just his ultimate there. That was a huge push from the Phoenix here. And here's Zebro once again looking good with the Spectre as well.
Yeah, any gun that you give this guy, he's doing mighty fine. Nature is a name that we hyped up before, and this one here, so close to clutching there in the 1v5. Granted, he had 2 more to worry about, but it is unfortunate that he went down in that one as Zebro again. This could have been a huge clutch for his squad. It's just that's such a difficult spot. You have to worry about left, you have to worry about right. You hear the diffuse come through. Now you peek right in. It's a sheriff. Obviously into a full weapon there, so not able to get it done. And Two Piece again, this guy, we haven't said enough good things about him, so we made a whole highlight reel for him.
Yeah, right. And he looked at his best really in that second half of Ascent. And this was Jonah pushing on to the side. SOR felt like they should have had that round, but Jonah was able to come in. We mentioned those 2 separate 1v1s. He was able to win and takes that round. And here's Sofa again with that ghost as we get ready to get into game 3 here. Clutch plays from many players on both of these teams. And we're going to look for one more map of clutch here. And the winner takes home the lion's share of this grand finals prize pool as we come back here into our at-home studios. Tanner and I super excited as we get on to the final map. It's going to be Split to close things out. Starting off on the defense is going to be Kudos with Jonah, Two Piece, Hira, Zebro, and Teddy. And on the attack, Demon, Nature, Sofa, Hellblade, and Anime Watcher. It is it, folks. We have arrived the final game of today's tournament. It promises to be a good one.
Yeah, and this is the map that we were able to hype up Nature so much on playing the Breach. Now he's back on it. Hellblade back on the Reyna as well. Sofa piloting the Viper, and then Anime back on the Killjoy. This was the map. This was the composition when we first saw SOR absolutely pop off in a 13-3 victory over Dirty Mike and the boys, who are the reigning runner-ups from last week. So this could be a huge map for them as far as choices go and just being able to play this one out. But they do still have to worry about the momentum coming through from Kudos. And again, I just want to give a huge hats off. I want to say Kudos after I say Kudos, but a huge hats off to both of these teams for just making it this far, because hey, you're in the money. Now you just get to show us some great gameplay, and they've already done that so far.
Yep. It has been a fun one today, and we aren't done quite yet. Final map here. Nature, as you mentioned, back on the breach. We'll have to see if he can have another pop-off performance here. And interestingly enough, we were talking about after game one, if Nature comes back into his own, it could be a 2-0. And he had a fantastic game two, but it wasn't quite enough. And that really shows what we were talking about prior to the series, that these teams are really darn close. They are both really darn good, and they've delivered a series here in grand finals that will go the distance. Maybe if we're lucky, it'll even go into overtime here, as Nature getting some initial utility out into mid right now, and he's going to swap out with Sofa. No surprise that he'll be on the Viper, what he played on this map earlier on in the tournament, and Nature going to go for the fracture here onto the A site. Smokes out from the Omen, and SOR starting on A.
Yeah, Paranoia coming through, though. That's a nice Paranoia from 2Piece. Not going to stunt the push, but make sure nobody goes down as he picks up one for himself. Looks for a second. Demon going to be the benefactor of that trade kill as Zebro finds one for himself. Now dying all around the site is this SOR squad. Enemy Watcher and Sofa traded back, though. Now we're all even, but on the site, Enemy Watcher is outmanned and outgunned as they do fall 1-0. Kudos on top, and a nice rotate retake there from that squad.
Yep, solid start for them. Zebro with 2 kills, and Zebro on the Reyna this time around. So no Sova for him here. He's going to be playing more aggressively, less information gathering, more pushing, playing around the Leer. And this is definitely a game then with this switch, right? It's kind of the conversation around the Reynas and the raises is with how much your kit is based around damage, based around getting kills. You need to be fragging out, as that baseline of effectiveness is a little lower. So he really needs to have a solid game here and use this Reyna to her fullest potential on a split here. I have confidence that Zebro can do it. He's certainly shown it throughout the day, as that's Demon with the kill there. Up in B Heaven, Hero's going to go down. Jonah as well, able to trade with Hellblade there, but that's 4 members of SOR ready to spill onto this B site looking for the plant, but Teddy with the Spectre spraying from near CT. Going to take out Anime Watcher, and the numbers are even. Now it's the 3v2 advantage as Teddy takes out Nature. Sofa able to kill Zebro. Teddy's going to get the final frag. The spike does not even go down, and Kudos takes the second round.
Takes the second round. I thought for a second we might see the second round split from SOR. We don't get that, and it's an unfortunate reload timing from Sofa that allowed Teddy to pick up that kill. So Kudos on top. Now, because of the way that economy works out, right, we're going to see the full buy coming through into this eco buy-esque from Kudos, just hanging on to the guns that they have. And this is a pretty good map to come out on top for Kudos, given that they still only have the Spectres, right? You have some tighter corners as Teddy gets some information there. Nice little jiggle peek on that corner. He's going to look to set up a one-way for himself and try and stop the push from B main, holding down B side all by himself. And as I say that, he gets a little bit of backup just in case. I don't know if it was the spike spotted here on this in the B garage, but he is going to have the rotate coming over, and it's actually the Bucky for Hira here up top. We've seen some Bucky play today. Well, actually, we saw one round of it, and it died immediately. Hopefully, that's not the case if you are Hira wielding that shotgun in this round.
If you can hit that first shot at close range, you pick a good angle and land it, it can one-shot somebody and be extremely powerful. You obviously trade out, you get more damage for the lower fire rate compared to the Judge here, but that Bucky can be powerful if you are positioned in the right place and land your shots. We'll see if Hero can do some work with it, but that's Teddy on site, actually sitting in the default plant spot, gets the peak. Jonah with 2 kills with that Ghost, looking for another here as Anime Watcher able to take out Hero and 2Piece from the site with that Phantom. He's going to back into the back of the site here, just 30 health on him. This is big trouble right now in this 1v1. He hasn't gotten the plant down yet, and at this point, going to be a tough play here for Anime Watcher on this Killjoy. And really, if you're Jonah, you just play time.
Yeah, almost has to stick the defuse here as it's Ghost versus a Phantom. Swarm going to go out here. The spike will go down. Is it going to be enough time? It is not, unfortunately. Not going to be able to pick that one up. So it's 3 rounds to Kudos. And He thought he could fake another plant and Jonah might push, win off of kills, but instead is going to run out of time. And I don't think we'd seen that yet in this grand final. So that is our first one. We are blessed to see that. But it is unfortunate as that easily could have gone the way of SOR picking up their first round, just not able to convert.
And we talked about it earlier on in the broadcast. The clock is a weapon in itself, and depending on the state of the round, it changes who it favors, and it favored Jonah there, and Jonah played that out so unbelievably well. Just forced Anime Watcher to continue to question whether it was safe or not to go for the defuse, and Jonah now with that molly going to secure the kill onto Nature. Great opening frag, and Zebro with the aggressive peek on the Judge takes one, two-piece with another. Zebro with a second pushing in. He's looking for one more. Two-piece is going to take it, and that is a flawless round from Kudos. They're up 4-0.
Yeah, and the invulnerability from Zebro coming in huge, not only helping him find a pickup kill and get out of dodge, but then just being a nuisance right in the face there of Demon, allowing two-piece to find that kill to clutch the round. Now, again, it wasn't the best buy coming through, kind of to be expected given the economy that SOR was sitting on. So this next round, I'm not expecting to see something like this. It's a 4-0 lead, but SOR are back in control as far as their economy goes. They've got a full buy coming through. It's not as great as Kudos, who could probably afford to lose a round or two, which is what SOR is looking to do, as that run it back gets popped. No utility, just a little bit of visual there, a little bit of information from Jonah on that as the kills get traded back and forth across the map, but Nature will finally fall from Jonah, pushing up towards mid, and SOR now down to their last two remaining members. It's Sofa as well as the Omen here. So if we're gonna find one, sitting okay, full HP here, has the ultimate available. The Omen ult comes through as well. This is a really nice play here inside the Viper's pit. And if you're not familiar with the changes, no longer is the team gonna be decayed if you are on Sofa's team. So SOR sitting pretty in this one. Demon's able to get the spike down, and now in the 1v2, this is a really tough retake for Kudos.
Yeah, no ultimates available, so you can't lean on the run it back to try and push into the Viper's pit and maybe get a frag on that Viper to take that down. So this is going to be very tough, and Sofa electing to hold outside of the Viper's pit for as long as he can. He's going to get both kills. Two-piece takes down the opposing Omen, but it's not enough here, so SOR finally on the board. The score now 4-1 in favor of Kudos.
Yeah, and that is a nice pickup. It's their second buy round. It's using the ultimates that are allotted to them, and Sofa has been pretty huge on the Viper. That Viper's pit, even when Sofa dies in the Viper's pit, sometimes, or the majority of the time, he's able to pick up a couple of kills before doing so. So it takes a lot of resources and utility for the opposing team, in this case being Kudos, to push in, try and find this Viper, get the kill. Then you still have to wait a little bit of time. As I say that, Hera picks up the kill and narrowly escapes there, dashes and clips the wall, and is forced to turn and run after that pick in mid. But a good start to this 6th round for Kudos as the fault line comes through. Nobody gonna push on the back of this one, but it will dissuade Hera from peeking those stairs.
Yeah, here are going to back off here at the top of the stairs to retreat back towards CT and just hold the corner with this operator. Meanwhile, SOR, they want to push into B heaven here. That's going to be the leer to push here off the angle, but he still peeks, doesn't get the kill, but Teddy able to get the spray on the Anime Watcher. Nature trades back, taking down Jonah, and Nature going to take a second, knocking off Teddy. Zebro going to take off his opposing Reyna there. Two-piece going to get one as well. Nature has fallen. Sofa goes down, and Kudos with an emphatic response here take their 5th round.
Yeah, and a nice clean finish to that round. It was a couple of picks coming through on both sides, but there towards the end, really just cementing that victory and picking up those kills. It's hard to judge, but it does feel bad that SOR's only victory is off the back end of the Viper's pit, right? You don't want to have to rely so heavily on that one ultimate to be able to get it done. What I will say is they do have a more defense-heavy composition coming through, right? Setting up that turret defensively, being able to hold sites alone with that Killjoy. The Reyna, obviously a little more offensive, but the Aftershock to stop pushes. I think Soar will be in a better spot and a more closer to the driver's seat on defense, but until they get there, they have to stop the bleeding, right? You cannot have a 11-1 first half and then expect to come back and win it. As the trades come through, Zebro and Hellblade gonna find a couple of kills of their own. Now we are tied up 4-4 in kills as SOR looking to pick up their second victory in this one. Jonah is there, though. The trade kills continue to follow up as the turret's going to get sprayed down. Nature going to find the kill onto Jonah, and SOR now in the driver's seat, have a couple of ultimates available should they choose to use them. The swing's going to come through from Teddy. He finds this round to one, has to reload. Hira finds a second one, and just like that, if you blinked, you missed it. SOR get the lead ripped away from them in that round, and Kudos find another victory.
Just almost feels like a little bit of disrespect there from SOR. They knew where Teddy was. He had sprayed down, or excuse me, knew where Hira was, as he had sprayed down A main to take out the Killjoy turret. So they had that information, and they also knew where Teddy was up in heaven. And all of them electing to aggressively push for the sprays. They're not even getting the spike down, and they easily get taken out there. The combination of Teddy and Hira aren't going to miss all that often. They get the the 3 kills on the site and secure that 6th round. So Kudos looking good. SOR looking a bit out of sorts right now.
Yeah, a bit out of sorts here. Again, you could hope the best for a defending round from this team or a defending half from this team, but it's all about how you get there because they are attacking first. They need to figure out a way to pick up a few wins. As Hira holding down towards mid here. Flashes might come out there. Zalir, but it's not going to find anything. Hira will, though, on the backside. He does get hit with the fault line, so he's going to be stunned up momentarily as the paranoia forces him to run away, but still holding an angle here towards B site as Kudos are up a member, and it may just detour this push towards B as it looks like Ropes is the call.
Hira had a great game too, but he is really peaking at the right time here in game 3. His peaks with the operator have been clean. He's consistently getting kills with them, but the response from Sora here is solid. Demon in nature right now, just wiping the rest of Kudos over in this A site right now. It's going to be Hira pushing up into heaven right now. We see nature holding just at the top of ramps right here. We'll see if Hira checks around that corner. He's going to peek down into Ropes as the spike is down on site. Is Demon here going to elect to pick up this Phantom, and I like this choice. This is the right one. See if he can get the duels that he needs. Neither of these players at 100% health, so he has an opportunity, and he has the information of where the breach is. He's going to run onto site, looking to get the 2 separate 1v1s he needs. Smoke goes down. Hira has been clutch with these ninja defuses. Can they kill him? Pushing into the smoke. It's the Omen. He's going to spot Hira out. Not quick enough, and that's the 3K for Demon, and SOR grab their 2nd round.
Yeah, a nice pickup, and that was the only play available. Hira had to stick that there as he was running out of time. The spike was ticking down. Even in the face of a victory, the economy is hurting for this SOR squad. So we're going to see some awkward buys coming through. You see Sofa sitting on full armor, but not sure what to pick up as a primary weapon, still sitting on the classic. Kudos, they lose a round, but they're still sitting pretty, as Zebro may be expecting a save here. Opts into the judge as the smoke goes through, and we'll see how much he can get. The value here has been huge for Zebro in this tight corner, but he's going to run right into a full squad with a full buy here. The turret goes down. Is it going to get enough? They still haven't spotted him. The Killjoy ult is out as well, so he needs to make a play. He's going to push for the smoke. He finds one kill. Enemy Watcher will trade it, and now this could be the take towards A.
Yeah, waited till the last possible second with the ultimate coming out from the Killjoy. And Jonah using the run it back. He's able to dodge out from the ultimate, push onto the site, and get some damage there. Now he's going to look for the Molotov into the corner here, just below Heaven. He could get some damage. Two-piece with the spray, takes out Demon. Jonah gets the kill with the Molly. Now flashing, looking to push through elbow and get onto the site. One player, the final player, sitting in the smoke. It is Hellblade. He's taken out by Jonah. And that is Kudos with the response. They're up 7-2.
These rounds, this last round and the round prior, or this round here and the round prior, excuse me, so hectic, right? Everybody just clumped up right around the A short there. The plays coming out with the judge, Zebro doing what he can, and then pushing onto the side. Everybody's right underneath Heaven to get hit by the Molly. And then just the round prior, there's 4, 5, 6 kills coming flying through. It's an absolute bloodbath in Heaven. These guys, it gets so discombobulated. And I think that is when playing a competitive game like this gets so incredibly hard, when everything kind of gets thrown out the window and it's no longer the conventional play style that you used to seeing. It's everybody just kind of running around. As Hira, he doesn't have to run around. He's got his dash. He's got his kill. Nature will fall. That's a huge pickup for this Kudos squad as they look to creep closer to 8-2 in round score. And without that fault line, outside of the paranoia, there's no real way to push Hira back. So Stairs is no longer safe. Sure, it's smoked off, but Hira can look for the spray through or the shot through. It is going to miss, and it will push back for now. Now this paranoia can be used. It is going to do just that. Okay, so they make it work without the breach. They didn't need the fault line to make sure Hira's falling back with this operator who has been so true in this game.
Yeah, but Teddy has also been very clean in the holds on this B side. He's going to step forward, gets taken down though by Hellblade. Good shot there with the Sheriff. And one thing to note is while Hira has been great with those initial peaks with the operator, that's about all he has been doing. That is a second frag there though for Hira. It is going to finish off the round. So Hira hopefully starting to build some momentum because he's only sitting, I believe, at 6, maybe 7 frags here through 10 rounds, which isn't terrible, but it really just feels like he's been able to get those opening peaks with the operator, but hasn't done much else afterwards.
Yeah, fortunately having backup from his squad. So last game it was Jonah and Hira. They were just running the show. This time around, two-piece. He heard us talking about him. He heard about all the replays. He's looking for some more because now he is top fragging, and he's really been able to piggyback off of Hira's picks. Now Hira looking for more. Shot goes out, not going to land. There's very quick. That would have been an incredible flick had he picked that up. The turret is going to spot him out, so he knows at the very least the Killjoy's still in the area. And if he was able to make out, hey, that was also the breach that I shot at, I would be amazed. But, you know, is a top tier player, so could know that two are lurking towards B. As SOR, if they don't figure it out here soon, they're looking at a 10-2 half, which is better than the 11-1 that I talked about earlier, but it's not great as a whole.
Yeah, still a very rough spot as Jonah with the blind spray predicts where Hellblade will be sitting, able to grab that frag. A huge one there for Kudos. Then they now have the opening frag, the numbers advantage. Jonah looking maybe for the Molly as Teddy has to back away from that aggressive angle towards mailroom. Meanwhile, Hira holding in the back outside of the site proper as Sofa going to be able to take out Teddy. That's a good frag. And Zebro, though, with one using that judge, takes out Sofa from behind, and it's now the 4-3 advantage as the spike is down. Jonah going to take out Nature. Zebro follows up with a frag onto Demon, and now Anime Watcher standing right on top of the spike here. Going to get chased down by Jonah. He's just running away. Jonah's going to get it for the 3K, and Zebro going to get the defuse. And I want to say, we noted at the top of the game here that Zebro switching over to the Reyna needed to have a big performance. You need to be fracking on this pick to have it be effective, and he has done just that. He's sitting at the top of the scoreboard right now along with two-piece, and I've been very, very impressed with Zebro's performance in this grand final.
Yeah, and if you're a coach, or even if they don't have a coach, and you're just talking to your fellow teammates, and you're saying, listen, guys, I am absolutely on fire. I'm popping off on Sova of all members. Not that Sova can't pop off, but I'm top fragging. I'm initiating. I'm the duelist. I'm a little bit of everything. put me on something that can actually carry. And they do just that. And like you said, he's right at the top. Jonah has now made his way back up there. He heard us talking about two-piece a little too much, got a little jealous and crept on up. But across the board, I mean, you can see it's a strong performance from 4 and then Hira sitting at 6. But a lot of those, if not all, have been early picks in mid at the beginning of a round. So absolutely huge there. Not necessarily following up afterwards, but he's going 1 for 1 across the board. So still a huge tool for this team. The economy sitting pretty well as we go into this last round. It's Bulldogs and Spectres, unfortunately for SOR. 1 Phantom, 1 Vandal. And we'll see if they can turn this 9-3. You take what you can get at this point in the game, and they're looking to take a round here. And this is going to be a big one going to the next pistol.
Yeah, Zebra now sitting at the top of ramp with this glitch pop judge. That's going to be the Killjoy ultimate as well as the Viper's Pit. If you're going to use the Killjoy ultimate, I kind of wish they would have saved the Viper's Pit for the site here. They don't elect to do so. We'll have to see how it works out. And there goes the Viper's Pit right there. 2-piece with the peek onto Sofa. Hellblade able to trade back. Teddy going to take down Anime Watcher, and Hellblade trades back onto Teddy. It's the 3v3 as they're looking for the retake. Hellblade with a 3rd kill, looking good with the Bulldog, and it is going to work out in the end. Nature and Demon close out the round, and SOR able to finally grab a 3rd round here. So it's a 9-3 lead in favor of Kudos as we switch sides.
So just as important as that last round was, a little awkward in the ultimate usage, like you said. I think the Killjoy ult pushed everybody up far enough to. So I guess maybe the thought process here, this is how I would see it, is the Killjoy ultimate pushed everybody off, but it takes time for, you can hang out in the Killjoy ultimate for X amount of time to peak towards that A long. With the Viper's Pit, it gets harder to do. It's less enticing to want to peek A long because you can't see anything. And then when you do see something, it's going to be 3 right in front of you. And those Bulldogs, the Spectres, they get a whole lot stronger. At the end of the day, it does pay off. But now this is where it's the most important. We saw Nature pop off here on defense, holding A by himself. Now Demon up in heaven. SOR need to find this pistol round in order to string a few together because 9-5 isn't feeling all too bad. But Zebro through the smoke picks it up. Jonah gonna find one as well. Now in the 3v3, make it a 3v2, and Zebro will find a Hellblade. Now Anime Watcher and Sofa need to try and get it done. The Ghost not gonna be enough there. The headshot comes through, and it's down to 1 remaining member for SOR. He's going to launch some toxin into the back, but it's not going to land on top of Jonah there on this Phoenix. Needs to try and push him off to the right. Has 2 other members to worry about as well. Although they are on low HP, it doesn't matter if you don't see them. A 3K for Zebro, and Kudos. These guys really in the driver's seat here, a few rounds away, and you can chalk this up to possibly another round win here coming off the back end of that pistol win.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no reason why Kudos shouldn't be able to go up 11-3 right now. It would follow the trend that we've seen all day long, and they're able to grab the pistol. And, that's tough there for Sofa. By yourself, up in heaven. You try to force the Phoenix off of that angle, right? Sitting behind the wall on site, and you missed the first toxins, the second one isn't quite enough, and then you've given away the information of exactly where you are. Zebro and 2-piece holding the correct angle, and that means they get that frag and the round. And now with an early frag onto Nature, of all people, that stout player who has held down this A site throughout the day goes down. Jonah, meanwhile, finishes a 3K here. 2-piece closes it off onto Sofa, and there you have it. An 11-3 lead, and Kudos is knocking on the door of a 2-1 grand final and a victory here.
Now, that feels bad,
yes.
but full buy comes through. Given that you're not rattled, you're not shook, you're still in good mental, understanding that you are the defending team here, and Nature has been so incredibly star-studded on this A site. Now you have a Vandal in his hands, and he can look to string some kills together. Losing the pistol round, it's a horrible start to this half, but it's not over yet, and SOR, if anybody can do it, it's them, right? They win the eco round. They try and win the second round. Unfortunately, didn't get it after pistol, but they've come the closest So if anybody can come back, it is them, as Zebro gonna find the first kill onto Anime Watcher. Demon finds a trade kill, so the odds have been even. And it's a ghost in the hands of Hira, but Jonah is just not letting this one slip away. Zebro finds another. Now it's all up to Demon. Does he have enough? He does not. It's another 3K for Zebro on this Reyna, continuing this carry performance, and it's do or die right here for SOR. It's going to be a very, very weak buy for this squad, but they have to make a miracle run. 9 round wins to take us to overtime and 2 more to win the game if they want to be crowned king. I'm not counting them out just yet. I think if anybody can do it, it is these guys.
Certainly, and it's so tough to watch there. And you know, if there ever is a time to go for the, you know, just hold on to that eco, right? We talked about it in those third rounds, not full buying, just sitting on the guns you've been able to carry through the first 2. It's right there. Kudos sitting on an 8-round cushion, and not only do they, you know, use it effectively, but they actually are able to pull out the round against essentially a full buy. So that was absolutely huge. SOR finally able to mount a solid defense here. Sofa with some huge kills there onto the A side. It is now just Teddy and his Vandal alive to try and clutch this round. He's going to get a frag there onto Demon. We'll see what else he can do here. He's really just trying to further damage this SOR eco. Kudos should feel 0 pressure right now, and that is actually almost no health. I mean, that is the definition of a one-tap there on Sofa. That's going to be the peak from Hellblade. He's able to get the spray there, so SOR grab a 4th round here, but really the only thing has changed between these 2 rounds is the pressure, or is the score, because the pressure is the same on SOR.
Yeah, and like you said, Kudos really can play that relaxed. It's not the end of the world, although you would love a highlight replay at the end of the game there, a 1v3 from Teddy to pick up a couple of kills, and the victory would be nice, but they can still play relaxed. They're not too worried. Now, once you lose 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row, then you still have to, then you have to be scared.
We're going to
even
get
if you are still...
in here, right, by the way.
Say that again?
We got the Viper's Pit. I could see it coming. I saw it was available, and
there it is
right away.
Yeah, and that is so huge. That deters the push up mid. Again, the DK coming through for this enemy team feels horrible. And the last time we got to see this, it was 2 kills for 1. Sofa picking that up and SOR winning the round. We'll see if they're able to do just that, because with full buys, SOR did a pretty good job holding down A.
Teddy continues to be so solid here for Kudos. He ends up trading 1 for 1 as Nature is able to take him out, in Hellblade with a very key kill there onto Jonah, but Hira able to trade back once more, so it is the 3v3. And if you're Kudos, you really don't have any reason to go over to B. You know that oh, never mind. I was gonna say they know the Viper's Pit is up, but with 2-piece able to get that spray onto Sofa, that means that utility is gone, and now it is just Nature left. Anime Watcher has fallen. It's the 1v3. Can he clutch it to keep their hopes alive? The spike has been planted. Nature rotating from CT right now. He's going to move up to heaven. He's got to go 1 kill at a time here. Can he get it? He's going to spot out Hira, but he's actually just going to walk in, doesn't realize the Jet is there, and that's it. Kudos with a strong 13-4 win on the 3rd map. They take the title this week.
And I don't think anybody was expecting that game 3 coming through like that, when game 1 and game 2 were so very close. But Kudos, they buckle down, they come out huge, and both of these teams really bouncing back incredibly after losses. Kudos just doing it a little bit better, taking a dominant performance. And like you said, they're crowned king, finally a new name on this one. And I'm looking forward to seeing these guys again. And a huge shout out to both of these teams. Hats off to Kudos for taking it, and hats off to SOR for being a new team to me and really coming out and putting on such an incredible performance. And on top of it all, they took us to game 3. As a spectator, you love to see that. It's sometimes hard as a caster because you want to spectate the game because it's so exciting, but you also have to remember to talk about it. And that makes it so fun to do. And these teams made it so fun to watch.
Yeah, an absolute blast of a series, and shout out to both teams here. Do want to remind everybody, make sure to use exclamation point giveaway in the chat. We will be doing some giveaways of those G Fuel starter kits here as the broadcast tails off here at the end. So don't forget to use that. Credit to SOR. They looked very solid. They really gave kudos everything that they could handle. But really, what we saw in this best of three was that kudos got better and better with every single map. You lose the first one, you have a tight win in the second, and then they really hit their stride and peaked in the third. A dominant 13-4 win, and what a fantastic defensive side 9-3 to start off split. That was just clinical what we saw from kudos there. And SOR, I mean, you know what, they were a valiant opponent, but they couldn't take down kudos on split.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing these guys. I want both these teams, all of these teams, to come back and allow me to see them play on different maps and different agents like we saw today against different teams. It's so incredibly fun to see these teams pop up for these tournaments. And this could be you guys as well as viewers. You guys could be going head to head, not only as fans or as viewers watching, but you can play in some of these tournaments. Absolutely incredible performance coming through from both of these teams. Both teams having star-studded rosters, both teams coming in and putting their heart on the line to take it to game number 3. And I couldn't be more excited, like I said, to see these guys in the future.
Definitely going to be a good one. That's going to be it for us here, folks. Tanner, it was a pleasure to get to cast with you again today. It was an absolute blast, and I look forward to doing it again for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Dynamic duo here for the Valorant broadcast, ending the worst day of the week in such a good way here, casting some Valorant and putting on some top tier gameplay.
Yeah, can't ask for much more than that. Gonna give you guys one last reminder. Make sure exclamation point giveaway to try and win some of those G Fuel starter kits. Check us out on our socials. Follow us here on Twitch and consider subscribing. We are at Esports Arena on Facebook, or on, excuse me, Twitter and Instagram, facebook.com/Esports Arena USA. Check out our YouTube channel, as Tanner so pointedly shouted out earlier on in the broadcast, and head over to our website at esportsarena.com. For myself, Tanner, and the entire live broadcast crew, we appreciate you guys coming out. Hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast. And as we close out, a word from our CEO.
What's up, everyone? Tyler Enders here with Esports Arena with an important announcement about Series E. We are finally kicking things off for the inaugural season with Apex Legends in partnership with EA for an all-online semi-professional league. Series E is the opportunity for you to become a professional gamer. We want to pay you to play Apex Legends. It's as simple as that. And you also get to represent one of the awesome brands that we have on board supporting Series E and to support you. So for more information, go to esportsarena.com/Series E, and we can't wait to see you guys soon. So please sign up when those signups are available. Thanks and take care. All right, we did it.